It was an ordinary day of his work, which was already coming to an end. The last concrete mixer had driven in, and nothing foreshadowed the impending danger. The workers were finishing the last delivery of concrete when he suddenly received a call, and it turned out to be his brother. He asked why he wasn't answering, to which Baek Yi-soo said that it was quite noisy here, so he didn't hear the bell. He asked his brother if something had happened to him, but he answered in the negative, saying that he decided to dial him just like that. He asked if he needed a reason to call his brother, adding that he would like to meet him. Yi-soo asked if it had to be today because he was a little busy right now, but his brother insisted. Before he had time to answer, the voice of one of the workers was heard, who was dissatisfied with the way the others poured concrete. The pouring was indeed poorly done, and the bodies of the killed people floated to the surface, each of them wearing North Korean military uniforms. His brother again asked if he was going to come to the meeting tonight, but Yi-soo was in no hurry to answer. Suddenly, a young guy fell out of the door behind, who also seemed to be a little injured. A man came out of the door. In his hand, he had a knife with which he wounded the worker, and hatred was burning in his eyes. It was Lee Yong-chul, a member of North Korea's 525th Task Force. Seeing him, Yi-soo ended the call. He turned to the guy who was lying on the ground. He was a newcomer, who said that he was fine, and the wound was not deep, but the commander did not think so. He was the commander of the Special Unit of the National Intelligence Agency of the Republic of Korea, Baek Yi-soo, with a total of 12 infiltrations into North Korea. He took off his jacket to stop the bleeding, and then he was going to subdue Yong-chul, and the other workers began to place bets on how quickly he could handle it. This irritated Yong-chul, and he rushed at the commander with a knife, waving it at his throat, but he dodged as if from a child's attack. And then he hit him with his elbow from below in the jaw, and Yong-chul felt it well, but did not lose consciousness. But as it turned out, this was not the end, so it was immediately followed by another blow from above with a fist to his head. This time, the Korean could not stay on his feet and fell to the ground, which meant that he had lost consciousness after all. For Yi-soo, such a fight was not even a warm-up. He took his jacket back, saying that it was over. He put on his jacket, saying to patch up the newcomer and tidy up here. He himself had to go to a meeting with his brother. While removing the motionless body of Choi, one of the workers wrinkled his nose, saying that this is why he never talks about the robot. The commander heard this, he thought for a while, and then said to just tell everyone that he had a menial job. He had already reached the meeting place and went inside, walking towards the main entrance. It turned out to be a luxurious establishment, but he did not expect anything else from his brother. Seeing him, the doorman hurried to inform that all the seats, unfortunately, had already been booked, but Yi-soo did not care. He said this, but it was clear that the doorman did not really believe it, assessing the man with his eyes. He said that basic etiquette must be observed in their establishment, and then asked him to leave. He was still speaking when an expensively dressed man came out of the door, raising his right hand in greeting, looking at Yi-soo, who was looking at his brother. His brother approached them, telling the doorman that this was his brother. The doorman's reaction was not late. He bowed, asking for forgiveness, saying that he did not know that this visitor would actually be his guest. Yi-soo said that everything was fine and they had better go, and his brother was able to see the jacket he came in. On the back of it was the inscription, "Safety first." He read it and said that it was a pretty good phrase. Meanwhile, the workers on his team got together after a hard day to finally relax and throw themselves their first party in 3 months. But they didn't have much of a celebration. One guy was indignant that the only food they got was frozen pork. But another said that the commander said to wait. He was probably going to grab something else tasty. The guy with the earrings replied that it would be better if he went with the commander, because he was now having dinner with something luxurious. They saw cars drive into their territory, and a man, whom they recognized as the boss, got out of one of them. The newcomer, who had previously only silently chewed the pork heated on the grill, immediately jumped up to greet the chef. They apologized that they had already started drinking without him, but he said that he had a project to complete, and then he asked where Commander Baek Yi-soo was. Hearing that he had left early, he said that it only made his job harder, putting his hand in his pocket. The newcomer curiously asked what kind of work it was, but in response he received a bullet in the forehead because the boss took out a pistol from his jacket pocket. Such a shot killed instantly, and other workers saw with horror how their recent friend fell dead to the ground. At that moment, other people got out of the cars, and the chief said that today they were disbanding their special squad. He told them not to miss a single one, and the workers were seized with fear, because today not one of them was ready to say goodbye to life. Meanwhile, the brothers were still having dinner. The eldest tried to talk to Park Yi-soo about his work, but he did not listen to him. Finally, the brother pulled out some kind of card, saying that he could make him the head of one of the restaurants. He placed it on the table and then asked why the soldier was wearing a construction worker's uniform, to which Yi Su muttered something about supporting the population. But his brother was not very happy with this answer. Pouring wine, he asked if soldiers help civilians in their time, and Su replied that they should. Then the brother returned to the prospect of working in his company, describing his duties. But Yi Su again did not really listen. Suddenly his phone rang and he looked at the number. It was a guy from work, and the commander was supposed to answer his call. He told his brother that he had to take a call, then excused himself and went to the restroom. He stood near the sink and talked to a guy with earrings, whose name was Xion. He had a strange voice. In fact, that's how it was. The guy was sitting with his elbows on the wall and talking about the food they were eating. Then Xion told about what had happened, about the betrayal of Chief Zhang, and about the dissolution of their small detachment. Other workers had died earlier, and now they were thrown into the same place where they had once thrown out the bodies of enemy soldiers. Baek Yi Su told him to hold on a little longer, because he would go there right away, but then changed his mind, telling him to run away, because they were looking for him. But suddenly he heard shots through the phone and asked Xion where they shot, but there was no answer, and he screamed his name in horror, but there was no answer. At this time, a group of men approached the entrance to the restaurant, wearing bulletproof vests and masks covering their entire faces. Seeing new unexpected visitors, the doorman hurried to notify them that all the seats were occupied, but before he could finish speaking, his throat was cut. Yi Su was delayed, and his brother was already tired of waiting, when suddenly someone came in and he raised his head, asking if he had finished talking to his subordinates. But it wasn't Yi Su. Standing in front of him were 3 armed men in bulletproof vests, so their visit could only mean one thing. It was a special squad, most likely sent to eliminate his brother, but for what reason he did not know. Yi Su jumped out of the restroom, intending to immediately go to work, but armed men blocked his exit. As if to confirm his thoughts, one of the squad called his name, saying into the radio somewhere that the target had been confirmed, and they were starting to eliminate him. They rushed at him. One swung a knife, but the commander moved to the side, simultaneously grabbing his hand with the weapon. He hit the bridge of the attacker's nose with his elbow. This was his favorite blow because, as you know, the force of an elbow strike is 5 times greater than a fist strike. He then snatched the knife from his opponent's hand and finished him off by cutting him in the eyes, the only thing visible under the mask. Before he had time to recover, another member of the squad was already running towards him, and he also pulled out a knife. But his attack was also unsuccessful. It was not for nothing that Yi Su was appointed commander of the NAR. This included military training. He let go of the enemy as close as possible, and then again at the last moment he moved to the side, this time making a throw. A moment, and the enemy was already lying on the ground. Yi Su put a knife to the sole of his foot and tightly squeezed his knee. Without hesitation, the knife went through the shoe, and the man screamed in pain, clutching his leg, and Yi Su turned to the others. He had taken off his construction worker's jacket and was now wearing a military uniform, as if a different person was standing in front of them. He said that their movements were too predictable, so there was no point in fighting, but the men attacked again. He fought off 3 people at once, but it didn't look like he was losing. Suddenly, the 3 in front were joined by another one in the back, who intended to attack unnoticed and finish him off. Chief Zhang stood with a cigarette in his mouth, silently looking at the place where the enemy soldiers were dumped, and now their people were there. A subordinate approached him, saying that they had finished everything, and a special squad had been sent for Baek Yi Su. The chief asked if they really only sent 1 detachment, saying that for someone like Yi Su, 1 would not be enough. He turned out to be right. Despite the fact that the enemy was superior in numbers, the commander won, receiving only a couple of scratches. Wiping the blood from his face, he looked anxiously at the door to the dining room of the restaurant where he and his brother were having dinner, and became worried. However, his brother turned out to be not so simple. In his room, he had the same picture as Yi Su, where he turned out to be the winner. He even managed to leave one alive, and now he was holding a knife near his throat, asking who they were and why they had come. But the man was in no hurry to speak, and he cut his throat out of impatience, saying, however, that he was still a little in a hurry. His attention was attracted by a walkie-talkie sticking out in the pocket of one of them. A characteristic noise was emanating from it, and he listened to the message. Someone said to kill Baek Yi Su as soon as they found him, and also to kill everyone who was with him. He was surprised to see that bandits were still using such old-fashioned things, and the message was repeated. His face changed. He was the CEO of TS Financial Company, Baek Do-kyung, the head of Daesung Group. He was about to leave the room, heading towards the door, but suddenly someone called out to him from around the corner. It was Yi Su. Du Kyung asked him if these people were his guests, because alas, he did not greet them with warmth. They were sitting in the car, and his brother was trying to repeat the name of the abbreviation, which, as it turned out, Yi Su worked for. Seeing that his master was not coping, the driver suggested that the organization was called NER, and handed him a rubber band. Du Kyung took it, saying that it was indeed reconnaissance, but he would never have been able to think that one of the commanders would be his brother. It turns out that he was an intelligence agent who goes to North Korea and kills people, and Yi Su replied that he was not just a bandit either. He was also Daesang's boss, essentially the leader of a criminal organization, so he was also quite dangerous and cunning. They were still driving, but Yi Su asked to stop, but Do Kyung asked why he was doing this, because it was dangerous outside. However, Yi Su wanted to go out precisely because of this. He explained that those people would not rest until they killed him. But Do Kyung said that it would be better if he dropped him off near the police station right away, and then they would definitely not find him. Du Kyung said that they had already arrived and got out of the car. Yi Su noticed that he had never been here before. It turned out to be the site of a funeral. There was a procession on the stone steps, and below there were wreaths with a portrait of the deceased. They walked for a short time, and then Do Kyung turned around and asked his brother if he really thought he was joking. Yi Su did not expect such an answer. He asked him what it all meant, and he began to have a bad feeling. Meanwhile, some people approached Do Kyung, first a man who said that everything was ready, and then a woman who was holding a photo frame. She handed it to Do Kyung, saying that within 2 hours everything would be ready to begin, and he, looking at the photo, turned to his brother. Suddenly, he showed it to Yi Su, and he saw that there was his portrait on it, and then added that if everything is decided when he dies, then let him do it. They stood in the temple where they usually come to mourn and pray for the deceased near his photograph. Do Kyung said that it was just a performance. It's used when you need to clear your name or escape. He said he learned it from the Japanese Yakuza, but Yi Su doubted it would work. Du Kyung agreed, saying that of course they would have doubts, but that was why there was one important detail that he had already taken care of. He said that Daesan is a more famous organization than Yi Su thought, so guests will come to the ceremony to express condolences. After all, his brother died, which means such a visit was necessary, so such people would be able to witness his death. Will they doubt it? No, they won't, because if he, Du Kyung, said it, then it was so. Each of them had a special invitation, but then a car with tinted windows drove up, clearly not fitting into the general atmosphere. The security guards in charge of the ceremony thought it was either food or big shots. In fact, Boss Zhang was sitting in the car and was studying the portfolio of the deceased. He noticed that he turned out to be the brother of Boss Tai-sung. One of the guards tapped on the tinted windows, saying that you couldn't get in here without a special invitation. The chief turned to the people who were sitting in the back, saying that this was their last mission. They must make sure that Baek Yi Su was dead at all costs. The men were dressed in sports sweatshirts that did not hide their piles of muscles, and they got out of the car one by one. The guard blocked their way, demanding to introduce themselves and show their invitation. But the man in the cap looked at him silently. Then the guard decided to act more radically and tried to brush off his cap, but received a rough blow to the head. The other guards stood silently and watched for a while, not understanding this behavior. Then they rushed at the unexpected guests, and they attacked them in response. But it immediately became clear that the forces were not equal. This was a special detachment that came with the chief in order to complete its mission, to disband the detachment with Commander Baek Yi Su. The mission of the NAR Special Detachment, the second Halra detachment for operations in North Korea, they could not fail. They easily dealt with the security guard and now intended to climb the steps, where Brother Yi Su stood at the top with his bodyguard. But the latter had a completely different position. He began to go downstairs, taking off his jacket along the way. Finally, he approached one of them and said that this was a family funeral. Only those who were specially invited could attend. Despite the fact that he was 2 meters tall, the man from the special squad hit him from below in the jaw, again without explaining anything about his intentions. But the giant did not budge. It was a member of the Daesan group, the head of the security service, Ha Jin-woong, better known as Hanam Dong, the wall man. He grabbed the man's face with his huge hand, and the grip was so strong that his eyes popped out of his head. Then a crunching sound was heard, and the man fell, while his comrades in the squad looked on in surprise, because the thug had just broken his jaw with one grip. They rushed at him, saying that he had simply taken him by surprise, but Jin-woong effortlessly dodged their blows. With one hand, he held one by the face, and with the other, he raised his huge fist to strike. However, another from the special squad struck first. He continued to throw blow after blow, but it had absolutely no effect, and soon Jin-woong got tired of these annoying claps. He tensed his free arm so hard that his veins stood out, and then unleashed a crushing blow on the man's head, sending him crashing to the ground. He then turned to the other, whom he was still holding in his left hand, but he decided to somehow take the thug into a chokehold. However, none of the techniques had any effect on him. This time he even got a little angry, and the man prepared for the worst. The wall man shook him with all his might, and that was enough. But then he threw him straight at his comrade. Boss Zhang, who was watching this in the car, grimaced with displeasure, asking why these idiots couldn't deal with one person. He had to take the situation into his own hands, so he got out of the car and walked towards Jin Woon, apologizing for his subordinates. He said that there had been a misunderstanding, and as he said this, he handed him a business card with his details, which stated that he was a colonel. Once again saying that this was a misunderstanding, he explained that he was the boss of the deceased Yi Su and came here to express his condolences. Jin Woong thought about his words for a moment and then looked up at the guy standing there, who nodded his head in approval. Seeing this, he said that he would take the boss into the room, and after a while he was already sitting in front of Yi Su's photo. He asked, as if Yi Su himself, if he was really dead, and if so, how much did his brother Bak Do-kyung know? The brothers sat at the exit. Do-kyung agreed that the situation with betrayal is really difficult. He asked what Yi Su was going to do with the boss, offering his services to kill him, but his brother thought a little differently. He said that his brother should not interfere further, but he did not understand the refusal, asking whether he should really do nothing. And Su replied that there was no need, he would meet with Chief Zhang himself, and then they came up with this plan with the brother he pretended to be. He decided that he had pretended to be grieving enough and called out to him, then pulled out a knife using his brother's face. The story was that there was another brother in the family who was a successful businessman and arrived after hearing about Yi Su's death. He pointed the knife at the boss, saying that it was found in his brother's body, so if the boss doesn't explain himself, then the same knife will be found in him. He held a knife to his throat, asking who killed his brother. Zhang realized that Yi Su most likely really died. He asked the gentleman to calm down, saying that Commander Baek Yi Su died in an accident. He thought that the bandit would leave him alone if he said this, and added that he could not reveal the details due to confidentiality, but he hid him. He said that the boss talked too much, although he clearly asked who was his brother's killer, and with that, he prepared a knife. Fearing for his life, the boss instinctively reached into his jacket pocket for a pistol, but at that moment, a girl and Jin Un intervened. The girl blocked Do Kyung with herself, preventing him from attacking the boss, and Jin Woong put his hand on his shoulder, saying that it would be better for him to leave. To make it more believable, Do Kyung shouted at him to get out of here, calling the boss a damn bastard and pretending that he wanted to get to him. The real Do Kyung couldn't believe that he would ask so furiously who killed his brother. Yi Su's acting simply amazed him, but it worked. He told his brother about this, asking if he had learned this in intelligence, how to work undercover and all that, to which Yi Su replied that it was not important. He said that this would stop them for a while, but they would come again soon, so he couldn't stay here forever. Then, in the funeral hall, he in fact did not pretend. His emotions were not a game. He said what he felt. He said that at that moment he really wanted to kill his boss, because he did the same to the workers from his special squad. His brother replied that he understood his feelings, but why shouldn't he stay here and not make too much noise, because the main thing was that he survived. He added that he would give him a job and put his hand on Yi Su's shoulder, but Yi Su asked if he was asking him to hide here and become a bandit like him. After thinking a little, he agreed, saying that he really was asking him about it, but only because then they would both survive. Hearing these words, Yi Su tapped his hand to remove it, and he went out without saying another word. When he left, Do Kyung sighed, saying that they were definitely not twins. He told Ji Woon to take people and keep an eye on him. It was already dark. The weather was cool outside because a little rain was dripping. Yi Su stood near the traffic light, about to cross the road. Suddenly he noticed that someone was following him very carelessly. It was Jin Woon, whose surveillance always ended with him being discovered. Likewise this time, Yi Su asked if he would really continue like this, to which he replied that this was an order from the director, that is, Yi Su's brother. At the same time, they were being watched by a man in a hoodie who had a knife in his hand. When he saw Jin Woong, he hid around the corner of the house. Chief Zhang ended the conversation by instructing him not to stop monitoring Do Kyung's house. He remembered his face that day. He thought that brother Yi Su definitely knew something, but his thoughts were interrupted by a hand on his shoulder. It was his daughter who jumped on his back instead of greeting him, but he didn't mind, because he hadn't seen her for a long time. He asked how she got there, to which the daughter replied that the seats were hard and she could not straighten her legs the whole way. She said that the flight was difficult because she wanted to see him quickly, and he replied that he would tell the pilot to fly faster. Her eyes sparkled, and she said that this was the power of intelligence, but he shrugged, saying that he was doing all sorts of paperwork. Do Kyung clutched the empty pack of cigarettes, saying that he would go out to buy more. But the girl, apparently she was his secretary, said that she would do it herself. But he told her not to be such a beach and to let him breathe some fresh air. But the girl was adamant. She said that since she wanted it so much, she should go out with a guard because it was dangerous alone. Then he looked at her with curiosity, and then something strange flashed in his eyes. A minute later, they were going down the elevator, accompanied by two thugs. He took her words a little differently, choosing the girl herself to go with him. Suddenly, he turned to the two guards, saying that this girl was his sister Soo-ah, and added that the guys should greet her. He approached one of them, asking if she had not become even more beautiful, and he hastened to say that his sister was really beautiful. Do Kyung's look changed dramatically. He said that everyone who called Soo-ah's sister ended up the same way, and then asked the man who he was. Instead of answering, he suddenly took out a knife and waved it near Do Kyung's face, but he managed to dodge, while simultaneously assessing the situation. But suddenly, Soo-ah also took out a knife, so now both sides had weapons, and Do Kyung asked if she had another one for him. She said that he was hidden under her skirt, and he still reached there, asking for forgiveness, because the other thug also took out a blade. The first spy rushed at Do Kyung, but was unable to hit him because it was not easy to turn around in the elevator, which allowed him to dodge his attack. With a deft movement, he grabbed him by the arm and then pushed away and stabbed him back, depriving him of any attempts to attack. However, that was only what he thought as the impact cut through the man's suit, and he saw that he was wearing a bulletproof vest. Then, Do Kyung realized that his knife was too short to pierce the body armor, so he had to hit him in the face. He was about to finish with him, but he heard Soo-ah fall in another corner of the elevator, while another thug was approaching her. He swung his knife, intending to strike a fatal blow and end her life, while she cowered in a corner. He hit, but it wasn't the girl he stabbed, because Do Kyung covered her with himself, so now he stood with a knife in his shoulder. But that didn't seem to bother him much as he grabbed the confused bandit and threw him into the elevator wall. But then another man attacked Soo-ah, whom Do Kyung did not have time to finish off, so he now rushed at them again. Do Kyung managed to repel his attack, noticing how Soo-ah rushed at another bandit, preventing him from getting up and taking the knife. But then Do Kyung lunged towards the enemy and knocked out his knife. It turned out that he was quite good with the weapon. He pressed the man against the wall of the elevator, and with some strange force he also put the man's knife to his own throat. His appearance suddenly changed. His suit was torn, and his body was very strong and covered with some strange tattoos. A cry of horror was heard from the elevator. It was Do Kyung who plunged both knives into the bandit's shoulders, and together with Soo-ah, they were already leaving the floor. He approached another guard, asking if he had a cigarette, and he reached into his pocket, saying that he would look now. However, instead of a cigarette, he suddenly took out a knife and plunged it into Do Kyung's stomach, who did not understand what had just happened. Then with one hand, he grabbed the insolent man by the face, like the big Jin, and with the other he carefully grabbed the knife, saying that it hurt a little. The guard said that it was better for the gentleman not to take it out, because he deliberately chose a large knife, but Do Kyung squeezed his face. For a moment, the guard's face seemed to move a little. Do Kyung swung his knife, but the guard jumped back. In his hand, another curved knife suddenly appeared, more like a karambit, and his face turned out to be a simple mask. But it seems that there was still one real guard with them, who told the director that he would detain the bandit. However, Do Kyung told him to just give him what he asked for, but he asked for another knife and cigarettes, and told him to look after Soo-ah. He had two knives in his hands. Now he was going to kill the traitor, but before that he decided to ask if he wanted to say something finally. A young man was looking at him. He was a special-purpose NAR assassin with the pseudonym Ghost. He said that Do Kyung talks a lot, and he talked about the murder of his brother, asking if it was his doing. The bandit replied that if given the chance, he would gladly kill him. Then he rushed at Do Kyung, but he was wounded. Ghost asked if Baek Yi-soo was really dead, to which Do Kyung replied that even his boss came to express his condolences. But for some reason, Ghost was not satisfied with this answer, and he rephrased the question, asking where Baek Yi-soo was. Yi-soo, meanwhile, walked with Jin-un, who said that he would be guarded by order of the leader. Suddenly, they disappeared into a gateway, and their pursuer was confused, but the task needed to be completed, so he followed them. Obviously, it turned out to be a trap, and when his face cautiously poked out from behind the house, Jin-woon hit it with all his force. The guy barely managed to somehow put his hands out, but still flew away. He thought that with such a bodyguard, it would not be easy. On top of that, he managed to land in such a way that he broke his arm, and then Yi Su came out of the shadows and asked if Zhang had sent him. The guy said that he was right, and then suddenly added that he couldn't just die, and for some reason his voice seemed familiar. He took off his hood, revealing his face, and one of his subordinates, Li Xian, was now looking at the commander. Jin Woon told Yi Su that it turns out he knows him, and Xian shouted that of course he knows him and showed his broken arm. The commander came up to him and put his hands on his shoulders. He said that he should have stayed with them then, and everything could have been different. But Xian said that he was the only one who survived, so the next time he goes to eat delicious food, he will go with him. Then he suddenly grimaced, and when Yi Su asked what was wrong with him, he replied that he just had an empty stomach, and his arm was broken, thanks to his thug. While saying the last thing, he was interrupted because Jin Woon's face suddenly darkened greatly, and now he looked creepy. They continued to fight, and he dodged the killer's attacks as best he could with his wounds. They fought, but he understood that he would not last long, so he had to gather his last strength and attack without stopping. He attacked him, launching attack after attack, but he successfully repelled everything. It seemed that he was full of strength. His vision began to blur. The image of the phantom was already floating before his eyes, and besides, the wound turned out to be quite deep. He carried out the last attack, this time almost hitting him. But still, the enemy turned out to be strong and dodged. He said that he recognized his strength, because he was pretty good. But with these words, he took out a fishing line from somewhere and knocked out one of his knives. The situation was critical. He asked again where Bak Yi Su was, but Do Kyung could barely stand on his feet. He understood that everything would end here for him. He decided that he should try the last thing he had left and asked what he had already heard about how tactless he could be. With these words, he cut his hair and then surprised him even more by saying that he was Baek Yi Su and the ghost was a fool. He really looked like Baek Yi Su in this form, and the killer even thought about his words, thinking about the credibility. He said that it was impossible, but Yi Su rushed at him, saying how stupid he was, although it was difficult for him to move. But seeing how he fought, Ghost said that Baek Yi Su, the commander of the NAR Special Squad, cannot move so clumsily. But as it turned out, Do Kyung had planned everything from the very beginning. He struck with his free hand, pulling on the karambit line. With his last efforts, he pulled on it, knocking out one of the knives, and ran his other hand along the bridge of the man's nose. He fell to the floor, covering his bloody face with his hands, and Yi Su asked if he still doubted whether he was real or not. He told him to get up and fight, and he rushed at him, but for some reason the advantage was no longer on his side. He missed the moment again when Yi Su grabbed his hand, then squeezed it and prepared to stab him from the other side. He stood in the same stance as his brother, who had undergone special training. This made Ghost think that this was the real Yi Su. He attacked again, saying that it was impossible, but now it was more of a self-conviction, because Yi Su was here. He even fought differently, not like before. Now he had strength, and he moved completely differently, which greatly frightened the enemy. And then something incredible happened. The ghost wanted to spin his karambit for another attack, but Yi Su suddenly stopped him. He pressed his own knife into his shoulder, and he swung it to finally finish off the bandit, and he panicked, not knowing how to dodge. At the last second, he pushed himself away and fell on his back, avoiding a fatal blow. But now it definitely seemed to him that it was Baek Yi Su. It was the real Baek Yi Su who was standing over him again. Now there could be no doubt, because only he knew this technique. The ghost told him not to approach, and in a panic began to look for his knife, anticipating his imminent death. Do Kyung swung his hand and tensed his right hand. He quietly told his brother that he should have stayed with him and seen all this. The ghost finally managed to find his knife, and now he put it in front as his only defense, and Yi Su rushed at him. He knocked him down, but didn't even stab him with a knife, hitting him near the head, and the phantom lay with his eyes wide open because he fell on his knife. Suddenly, the weapon fell from his hand, and his body went limp and became heavy. He fell breathlessly on the bandit. He got up and saw a car approaching the house, which meant he had to get out, because he could still survive. Su-ah sat in the other room, saying that this was too much, because soon everyone would notice Do Kyung's absence. She said that they should appoint a new director, but Jin Woong replied that Daesang without Do Kyung would cease to be Daesang. But she didn't like this answer. She said that Director Baek would never allow something like this to happen, and she couldn't just remain inactive. But Jin Woong interrupted her. She saw how tears rolled down from the big man, and he said that there was simply no such thing as Do Kyung. Yi Su walked with his head down, and Xian hurried after him, telling him to wait for him, but the commander was thinking about his brother. Xian blocked his path, asking where he was going to go, but he only answered something about the wounds on his brother's body. The killer was hired by Chief Zhang because there were many cases when he hired special people for murky matters. Shi On said that he understood this, but Chief Zhang and his men were not those who could be easily reached. For a moment, he became afraid to look at the commander. His face was full of despair, and he said that he would find and kill them all. In the morning in the Pangyo Techno Valley, a group of people stood on the helipad. It was a small detachment with a commander. It was the CEO of T1 ICT, Kim Taiwan, who was sitting and peeling an apple, wishing that there was nothing edible in Pangyo. He said that there is no big money to be made here, so men should play in the wide waters of Seoul. They were at a general meeting. The man approached the fence on the roof, over which ropes were thrown. It turned out that they were holding a man who was approached by Kim Tae-won, asking what Chief Jong was talking about today. The man said he didn't know what he was talking about, but Tae-won began chewing on the apple, saying that if it was rotten, it should be thrown away. He cut one of the ropes and the man immediately spoke, saying he remembered being told that Daesung had encountered a problem. He said that their boss Baek Do-kyung was nowhere to be seen, so they were inactive, and this got Taiwan very interested. But then he cut another rope, asking if this information was accurate, and the man assured that everything was confirmed. He said that was all he heard, so he asked to get him out of here, but Taiwan only cut the last rope. The general director turned to his subordinates and told them to gather everyone, because today they were having Daesung group for dinner. Fortunately, the man who had already said goodbye to life did not die, because to his surprise, it turned out to be the bottom floor. Yi Su walked along the Mahjongdong livestock market, remembering how he was told that it was dark under the entrance, and it was so. He arrived at the inconspicuous butcher shop, thinking about Chef Zhang's method. If you want to hide something, hide it in plain sight. These guys in security suits were also trained by Chief Zhang, which means everything should ultimately lead to him. He carefully opened the door of the establishment, because if he let his guard down, he would be finished. These people would not tolerate mistakes. He abruptly entered the door, holding a knife at the ready. But to his surprise, he saw only ordinary butcher shop workers. One of them saw him, asking if he was Baek Yi-su, saying that if anyone else had come in, he would already be dead. Yi-su approached him and asked what happened here, to which the man replied that it was all Chief Zhang. He said he heard on the radio that Zhang's men had taken care of everything, so the picture was no better elsewhere. At the same time, Shi-on was just checking another place where, as the man said, Zhang's people had managed to visit. The man put his hand on his shoulder, telling Yi-su that Chief Zhang was too strong for him and he couldn't handle it alone. He said that he had to run away, and his last words were that Yi-su died right in his arms long after that. But some of his story puzzled Yi-su because he had never heard of the boss being associated with any organization. Meanwhile, Tae-won reached the Daesung Group's main building and launched an attack because it was a great opportunity. However, he could not believe that Daesung was so weak, and yet he was also considered one of the 4 main groups. Suddenly, he saw how the situation began to change, and the reason for this was the appearance of Ha Jin-woon's unshakable wall. He said that he was already the 4th bastard this week who dared to attack Daesung. But Taewon didn't like his words, and he said that in this case he would play like a real bastard, taking out a knife. But this didn't seem to bother Jin-woong. He just sighed heavily and spread his arms, telling them to attack. However, the general attack was interrupted by the appearance of a young man who walked straight to Jin-woong, and he recognized him as Bak Yi-su. He said that he needs this organization to avenge his brother, and therefore he asks him to give him Daesan. His eyes were full of determination, hatred, and something else. But one thing was clear. He was really going to take revenge. Then Taewon hurried towards them, but Yi-su simply hit him. Then Taewon was annoyed to recognize the guy as Baek Do-kyung, which meant that the director was simply hiding somewhere. That's why he didn't come. He had a knife in his hand, and seeing that these people wanted to destroy Daesan, which he needed, he began to wave it. His blow caused Taewon's nose to bleed, and he thought what that crazy Do-kyung was doing and told his men to attack. He said that today Daesung would come to an end. But this only made Yi-su angrier. He fought well. Seeing that he was defeating one after another, Taewon shouted for a knife and rushed at Do-kyung. But Yi-su reacted quickly. In the blink of an eye, he turned around and knocked the knife out of his hand with one swing, and Taewon became worried. Yi-su approached him, and he was already scared to death, so he ordered everyone to leave, saying that he was returning to Pangyo. Jin-woong, who was watching all this, remembered his words that without Do-kyung, Daesung would cease to be Daesung. But what if Do-kyung could be found? He turned to Yi-su, saying that if he wants to get Daesung, then he, Jin-woong, will help him because he trusts him. A month had already passed. The members of the General Meeting of Organizations were sitting together again, But this time, Do Kyung was absent from their company. Among them were 3 men and 1 woman who said that she had heard that Baek Do Kyung had died, which meant the end for Daesung. Suddenly, they heard footsteps. It was Yi Soo walking. Then Jin Woon said that in order to get Daesung, he must become Baek Do Kyung. Together with Jin Woon and Shion, he entered the meeting room of the general meeting, which served as a hotel restaurant. He had already gotten the same tattoos on his chest and arms as his brother, and also learned his way of communicating. Before this, Soo-ah taught him some things, for example, that it is better to keep your fingers behind the blade because this will give the blade strength. She said that someone might notice them if he didn't watch his movements. It was a meeting of the leaders of the largest criminal group in Seoul, a general meeting, the purpose of which was obvious. Supposedly, it was to prevent conflicts between gangs, but in fact, they were biding their time. A chance to capitalize when the clash occurred, and that was why Daesung had to be present. So-ah said she didn't understand why he had to pretend to protect Daesung, and he said he just needed a strong organization. An organization that is larger and stronger than others. He needed it to take revenge for his brother. Meanwhile, Chief Zhang was standing next to a very important person, listening to his praise. Seoul Police Chief Cho Won-ho himself praised him, saying that he did a good job and his skills were worthy of praise. Zhang brushed it off, saying that it was all thanks to his support, but the boss said that he was a good leader. However, he then pointed his finger at the mountain of concrete mixture, asking why his subordinates were now buried here. Zhang said it was a sacrifice for the greater good, but the police chief laughed, saying it was like a proverb. But Zhang went on to say that officials are now worried, and the North Korea Special Forces are a relic of the past. He explained that he was under constant pressure so he couldn't keep track, but Won-ho interrupted him by placing his hands on his shoulders. He asked if it was really difficult to eliminate a couple of people, because he had no idea how much money he had to spend. He asked why he eliminated Do Kyung, because Taesong was a member of the General Assembly, and therefore should have understood the consequences of this. But suddenly, Zhang stopped playing the role of a subordinate who was being reprimanded. He told Jo Won-ho not to show off. He showed a police badge with the symbol of Korea, saying that Jo Won-ho's role in this project is to keep his nose to the ground. He threw the badge into a hole of cement, saying that they needed a public figure, so if he didn't like his role, he should get out. As he said this, one of Won-ho's guards approached him and grabbed the boss by the collar, asking if their boss was his friend. Won-ho laughed awkwardly, noticing that he had dexterous hands. He saw how he knocked down one of the guards. With some incomprehensible blow, he knocked him out and then took out a pistol from his jacket pocket and aimed at Jo Won-ho. A general meeting, and so what? Why should it bother him? Because he buried his own subordinates. Won-ho waved his hands, saying that he understood everything and would definitely figure it out, because he knew the people from the general meeting. This was what Zhang wanted to hear. He suggested not to let each other down anymore, saying that he would like to meet Baek Do Kyung. Present at the meeting were Jeorang Reserve CEO Ryu Tae-hyun, boss of the Jeorang organization in Yongsan, HHS Entertainment CEO Han Hae-sung, head of the entertainment campaign in the Gangnam area, the owner of the trading company Cheon Uncha Yu-hwa, the head of the Korean Chinese organization in Guro, and also Yilhak Capital CEO Lee Sung-min, head of a small organization in Gudo, 9 Knives, in Jongyo. Just in the middle of their conversation, Shi-on intervened, looking into the hall and telling the director that the meeting was being held here. They entered, and Do Kyung took the only empty seat. All the members of the meeting were surprised by his visit. Hae-sung said that they heard that his brother died, so it must have been hard for him because that's not usually his style. Others also chimed in, saying that there were rumors about a crazy funeral, so everyone was asking him to tell him. Hae-sung put the cup on the table, saying that in this case, they must decide whether Baek Do Kyung deserves to sit in this place. Do Kyung said that if he knew, he could come and support, but since he didn't do this, then at least let him not talk about his brother. He suddenly took out a knife and stabbed it into the table, asking who they were to talk about the qualifications of Daesung Group. Hae-sung grimaced, looking at him with contempt and fear at the same time. He asked how they should understand these words. But Do Kyung looked at him with a creepy look, saying that he would answer in simple words. From now on, Daesung Group will not attend the general meeting. They were returning by car, and Jin Woong said that now the General Assembly had become their enemy. He asked Yi Soo if he had a plan. However, in fact, he did not have any plan. In that establishment, he simply said what he thought. Suddenly, Jin Woon noticed a car jump out from around the corner, picking up speed and rushing straight towards them. Fortunately, a collision was avoided, but other cars appeared from somewhere and blocked their way. A guy wearing a red jacket and holding a brass knuckle in his hand came out of one of the cars. It was Ryu Tae-hyun, who rushed at their car. He broke the glass with brass knuckles and leaned over, saying that if he can do whatever he wants, then let Do-kyung give him Tae-sung. It all started when Yi-soo expressed his plan. The first thing in it was to catch the rat. He remembered Ryu Tae-hyun talking about the details of the funeral. But it was strange, of course, his brother informed them, but obviously without such details. He said that since the meeting was not related to a funeral, this meant one thing. There was a rat among the members who was leaking information. He said that therefore he would not participate in the meeting as long as the rat was there, but he would not have to look for it either. Then his plan was to smoke the rat out of the hole, and now in front of him was the face of Ryu Tae-hyun, who was that very rat. Immediately after the meeting, he took a couple of cars with him as an escort and drove out to pick up Do-kyung, and now he demanded that he get out of the car. Yong-san's boss, who has the most problems with Dae-sung, and also does not hide his hostility, was the rat. Then the head of Shi-on appeared from the car, who said that the glass could not have been broken, calling him a baby. Tae-hyun looked at him, asking what he just called him, and when he repeated, he said that he liked his impudence, but he would beat him up. He hit Shi-on, but he only put out his hand, blocking the blow without much effort, because he once worked with the commander. He asked if Tae-hyun was really a gangster, because with such a blow, and even with brass knuckles, he should have at least touched him. Tae-hyun looked at the guy. It was clear that he was interested in him, but their fight was interrupted by the sound of white cars parking. It was Lee Sung-min, the head of the Nine Knives, who said that they should stop there. Tae-hyun mimicked him, saying that since Master Sung-min said to stop, then he should definitely listen. He approached him, saying that they were going to have a party after the meeting, and asked if Sung-min wanted to join. Suddenly, a man put his hand on his shoulder, saying that Tae-hyun had grown up, and he looked at him displeased. Shu Eon asked Jin Woong who the old man was, but he replied that it was Ilhak's elite. They were the best in Seoul in the past. This was also evident from the faces of Tae-hyun's bandits, who were surprised that old man Choi Jong-ho from the Nine Knives was here. He was the chief executive of Ilhak Capital, Choi Jong-ho, a member of the second generation of Gudo. Tae-hyun looked at them with resentment and a little anger, cursing Ilhak and saying that Dae-sang was his prey. Jin Woon suddenly got out of the car. He decided to greet old acquaintances, telling Sunbae that they had not seen each other for a long time. Jung-ho was surprised, asking when he got so big, and Jin Woo said that he should have visited them earlier. Lee Seung-min, meanwhile, approached Tae-hyun, saying that they would like to invite Dae-sung as their guests, and asked if he would mind. He approached the door where Yi-soo was sitting, offering to go in his car, because the glass of this one was damaged. Still, Yi-soo got out of the car, saying that it was quite scary, but somewhat expected, and Seung-min opened the doors for him. Seung-min told the two to go ahead, and he was going to talk to his friend, but Jin Woon said that he had to accompany the director. However, Yi-soo told them not to worry, saying that the car would still be too small for everyone. They drove out, and Seung-min asked about Dae-sang. He asked if they were really going to leave the general meeting, to which Yi-soo also responded by asking if they were not kicked out. But Seung-min said that if they leave the organization, problems will certainly begin with the others. He continued by saying that there is nothing but testing and competition in the congregation, so he needs strength to survive. Yi-soo didn't quite understand what this guy was trying to achieve, so he asked the director what his intentions were. After thinking for a moment, Seung-min looked away. He told Mr. Baek that he needed strength. That's why he was here. Meanwhile, Jung-ho asked Jin Woong when he was going to join them, but Jin Woong said that he was working for Dae-sang. Jung-ho replied that Jin Woong's past was connected with Gudo, and they still had a place for him, but the big man was adamant. He was committed to Dae-sung. He once again said that his organization is Dae-sang Group. Moreover, there are things that he must do. But Jung-ho said that he had nothing to do in Daesan, because today he would fall, and this had already been decided. Upon hearing this, Jin Woon turned pale. He was brought to an unfamiliar place, where he saw a group of men in white suits who turned out to be from the Nine Knives. They said they would take care of him, and Yi-soo asked Seung-min what that meant, but he replied that it was the best they could do. Suddenly it dawned on him. He had just realized how much he had made a mistake, and he glared at Seung-min, saying that he was the rat. He turned to Shion, telling him to detain Lee Seung-min, and he agreed, telling the commander to be careful too. And then he hit the driver Seung-min, who was going to step on the gas as soon as Do-kyung was in the hands of the knives. Yi-soo got out of the car, and a man in a white suit and glasses was already looking at him, who said that everything would end quickly. Tae-hyun sat in the car and thought with annoyance that he had to let Do-kyung go in favor of Seung-min and his Nine Knives. He said that his people were fools if they did not understand such obvious things as the power of Ilhak. He said that he had seen them with his own eyes. Just 3 of them were capable of destroying the entire Gangbuk region, which very well described their power. He continued, saying that there were once 9 of them, now only 6 remained, but 3 would be enough to destroy the area. Then he thought what kind of idiot would stand up to them. But right at that moment, Bak Yi-soo, that is, Do Kyung, hit one of the men. Tae-hyun thought that if there was someone who was capable of destroying Gudo, he would certainly become the strongest in Seoul. Last night, they were sitting by the lake, Police Chief Won-ho was fishing, and he was thinking about the upcoming crime against Dae-sung. Won-ho asked if he felt like Dae-sang wasn't the same anymore. He was just a bunch of little trash. He said that because of the project of his superiors, Bak Do-kyung lost his younger brother, and now Dae-san was in complete chaos. Seung-min agreed, but said that starting a war now would be very difficult, to which Won-ho replied that he was just being evasive. Throwing the debris off the cigarette, the boss said that this couldn't be done, because then he would lose everything, so Ilhak shouldn't be careful. And besides, if he had mentioned the 9 knives at a general meeting, no one would have dared to squeak in his direction. The boss was talking about how he, Lee Seung-min, would become the real chairman, and to do this he needed to reorganize Ilhak. Then Seung-min stood up and looked at the lake. He said that he would do everything, but he wanted something in return. He said that in return, he would also like to take part in the project that the boss had mentioned earlier, and he was surprised at his insatiability. He said the project was called One Sink, but he had no idea how Seung-min was going to get a position there. Yi-soo hit the man with glasses again, and he lost his footing a little, almost falling to the ground, while others stood in surprise. Then he finally knocked the man down. It was clear that he fought well, and then asked if they really thought that they could take possession of Dae-san. It doesn't matter whether it was an order or their personal decision. By doing so, they were challenging him as a leader. He looked at the men in suits with his furious gaze and said that today, Ilhak will be destroyed. Seung-min decided not to wait any longer. Intending to get out of the car, however, as soon as he reached for the door, a knife flew towards him. The knife was thrown by Shion, who said that he was actually ordered to grab him, so he couldn't be allowed to get out of the car. The man Yi-soo hit was named Hyungnim, and now he was standing on the ground again, saying that he would have laid back a long time ago if he were older. He turned to the other Gudo members, who laughed a little, because it had been a long time since they had seen Hyungnim hit someone. One of them rushed at Yi-soo, but he put out his hand, squeezing it at the elbow, thus blocking the blow, but the enemy was outnumbered. Another man struck immediately after him, but Yi-soo was able to dodge his blow. Only this man turned out to be much smarter. It was Choi Guan-pal, the 7th knife in the Gudo organization, who grabbed Yi-soo by the collar and now pulled him towards himself and hit him. And when he was on the ground, another man, Gudo's 9th knife, Lee Ji-Yu-chan, ran up to him and kicked him in the head. Jang Tak-bae, the 8th knife of Gudo, was already waiting for him when Yi-soo rolled away and swung to finish him off with a powerful blow to the jaw. At the last moment, he dodged, jumping away from the place where the man hit, but Hyungnim was already rushing towards him from behind. Yi-soo noticed that they deftly attacked from different sides, which meant that it was necessary to look for their blind spots and strike when they were not together. The 9 knives of Ilhak. Everyone talks only about their former glory, but there is something that everyone has forgotten about. At the same time, Jin Woon was fighting with his once good friend, who now wanted to lure him to the side of the 9 knives. However, something was still unclear, and this nuance was explained by Shion, who realized that he had to intervene. After all, even though Ilhak had the 9 knives, if he doesn't intervene now, then all these guys could end up badly. Of course, the men of the 9 knives were incredibly strong, but the problem was that the NAR commander, Baek Yi-soo, was fighting them. Shion jumped out of the car and kicked one of the knives in the head, and the men did not expect another one from Dae-sang to come. And Soo fought with full strength. He did not spare the enemy, because another reason was hidden in his victory, because in this way, he could take revenge. The men looked at him in surprise. They wondered how Dasan's boss could stand up to the strongest organization single-handedly. Guangpal swung his leg for a crushing blow, but for some reason Hyungnim shouted for him to stop. Baek Yi-soo remembered the words of his wrestling coach, who once told him that there are no special tricks in wrestling. He said that there are people who are full of strength and have goodwill, so they never fall, so they can only be immobilized. It is necessary to bridge their arms and legs so that they cannot move, because no matter how much willpower a person has, in the end, his body will not stand it. Guangpal fell, clutching the leg that he had just swung at Yi-soo. It turned out that he managed to grab it and then twist it. Neither Hyungnim nor Seung-min could believe what Do-kyung was doing with the 9 knives, and Seung-min remembered how Won-ho's boss talked about his brother. He mentioned that he was a fairly capable guy, the commander of a special detachment of the NAR, so his brother was probably not a failure either. Hyung-nim thought, wasn't this already too much for a normal beating, where the one who beats and the one who defends switched places? Luckily, just when Yi-soo was about to hit Hyung-nim, Seung-min intervened, and he got out of the car and walked towards Yi-soo. He told them to stop and then put his hand on Yi-soo's shoulder before saying that he needed to talk to him. From the very beginning, this seemed strange to him, because despite the fact that Bak Yi-soo was disposed of, his twin brother was still alive. He told him that such aggressive behavior at the general meeting, plus the appearance he made here, showed that he was not Baek Do-kyung. But Yi-soo's reaction was different from what Seung-min thought. He grabbed his hand, asking what if he knew his real name. He said that it would not be difficult for him to kill him too, but Seung-min only narrowed his eyes, saying that he would like to negotiate. Shi-on, who had also stopped fighting with the knives, folded his hands in the shape of the letter T, as if indicating a timeout. The negotiations were held near the garages and were attended by Baek Yi-soo, Shi-on, and Jin Woong from Daesan, as well as Lee Seung-min and Nine Knives from Ilhak. Sitting on the chair opposite Yi-soo, Director Lee said that he admits that they didn't take them seriously at first, but they had already paid for it with a fight. Yi-soo told him not to delay and asked what kind of deal he was going to offer, because that was why he stopped the fight. Seung-min extended his hand and was handed some kind of file. He said that not long ago they received a request to get rid of him in Daesung. He said that they could find out who did it and for what purpose in this file because, speaking globally, it was a whole project. He announced the deal, saying that they would provide them with information about the organization that decided to attack Daesung, but in return, they would work for Ilhak. Ilhak needed a strong organization, so these were favorable terms for Daesung, but Yi-soo suddenly stood up to leave. There was no point in sitting here anymore, so he said that if this file was the main condition, then the negotiations were over. And besides, if everything was exactly like that, then it wouldn't be better for them to pick up this data file here and now themselves. He headed towards the exit, but his path was blocked by Jin Woong, who reminded him that this was a good opportunity to gain Ilhak's trust. However, Yi-soo said how he was annoyed by this, because the Ilhak guys are just a bunch of bandits who cannot be regarded as a threat at all. He added that there can be no talk of any trust in this case, because it was because of this that his comrades and brother were brazenly killed. But Seung-min decided not to retreat ahead of time. He also stood up, approached Yi-soo, and again addressed him by name. He told him to be careful in his words and actions, because there was no such specimen anymore, and with these words he brought it to the flaming tank. Yi-soo took out a knife, saying that he wouldn't dare, but something still alerted him. This guy Lee Seung-min was not a simple bandit. Jin Woong wanted to stop him, but Yi-soo suddenly shouted that he didn't trust those bandit rats from Ilhak. He said that from now on they don't tell him what to do, because from now on Ilhak will be under Daesung's leadership. He put the knife to Seung-min's throat, saying that he would also take their CEO hostage, and Seung-min nervously looked at the blade. Nine Knives looked at all this in surprise, amazed at both the courage and impudence of this guy from Daesan. Hyung-nim and the other knives were about to go to help the director, but Jong-ho shouted at them not to move. He realized that Do-kyung was not satisfied with the proposal, so he himself approached them and carefully pulled away his hand with the knife, offering an alternative. He said that he, Choi Jong-ho, the executive director of Nine Knives, would himself go with them as a hostage instead of Seung-min. With that, he handed the file to Yi-soo, but Yi-soo did not share his enthusiasm, asking if he really thought he was worth anything. But in Jin Woong's opinion, this would be enough, because if Baek Do-kyung were in his place, he would not do such stupid things. Hearing about his brother, Yi-soo cooled down a little. He said that then Shi-on is in charge of transporting and monitoring Choi Jong-hong. 5 years ago, he was interrogated when he returned from infiltrating North Korea and was under investigation for espionage. The colonel, Kim Jae-wook, asked what his mission was, to which he replied that it was confidential information. The colonel said that he had crossed a military line and in a North Korean uniform, but he replied that the nature of the mission covered everything. Then the colonel slammed his palm on the table, saying that they didn't really like their North Korean task force. Otherwise, he would personally influence his dismissal, because Yi-soo was wrong if he thought that they would do whatever he asked. The last argument was that he probably did a lot of dirty work, which means he was also stressed by this whole situation. However, then his interrogation was interrupted by the then young Chief Zhang, who then worked as the head of the Intelligence Special Operations Department. Management. Seeing him, Jae-wook said that it was his job to catch spies, and with that, he handed over the case of Bak Yi-su to him. Zhang said that Yi-su was not a spy because it was his friend, but Jae-wook looked at him suspiciously. Then Zhang took out a cigarette and approached him, taking off his glasses, and then said that probably the colonel had not heard. His face suddenly changed, and there was a feeling that he was a colonel himself. He looked at him with such a look that he even became nervous. He said that he didn't care whether he thought he was a communist or not, but this kid was not a communist, and his word is enough here. Without waiting for the colonel to answer, he removed the handcuffs from Yi-su, saying that they could go, and Jae-wook only managed to shout that this was disobeying an order. He asked if there was anyone outside to catch these two impudent people, but soon he himself went out and saw that all the guards had been killed. Zhang asked if he had really been intercepted on his return, but Yi-su said that fortunately they did not believe him, and no one knew about the secret operation. It was then that he said these fateful words. The boss said that in any case, he trusts him because he is like family to him. He recalled this as he sat in Taison's office and looked at a photograph of him as the commander of the squad that shot Zhang. At that moment, Jin Woong entered the room and said that Shi-on is now looking after Choi Jong-ho as he requested. He was holding his head. It was clear that something was bothering him, but Jin Woon suddenly said to let him say something. He suddenly grabbed him by the collar and told him that he had made a mistake in his choice, saying that he could not trust him with Daesung. After all, he will never be able to become the same leader as his brother Bak Do-kyung, who would not allow such disgrace. At this time, Chief Zhang was sitting in one of the eateries. He called his daughter, asking if she was studying and eating well. She said that Dad was too grumpy, when suddenly a man he knew approached him. It was Police Chief Won-ho. He said that he knew a couple of good places that he should write about, and asked why here. But Zhang raised his finger to his lips, telling him to be quiet, and he told his daughter on the phone that he would call back later. Won-ho thought that his daughter should have already returned from studying abroad, so he must have talked to her. He asked if Zhang had sorted out the general meeting, but he was in no hurry to answer. He had not eaten much, so the news was not good. But Chief Zhang said that in any case, these were just a bunch of amateurs, and they were professionals. They both started eating, saying that very soon the OneSync project would be launched, and then no organization would be able to stop them. Zhang added that this time he should meet with the general meeting in person, and Won-ho was surprised by his words. He said that he felt that if he wanted to launch the OneSync project, he first needed to take control of the General Assembly. Besides, if the officials find out about this, then everything will go right wrong. After all, Bak Yi-su and his comrades have already been dealt with. However, Zhang said that everything was not so simple, because if you directly put pressure on the organization of the meeting, chaos would ensue. Choi Young. Ho spoke on the phone with Lee Seung-min, saying that it wasn't that big of a deal, and he felt like he was on vacation. But Seung-min apologized anyway, saying that he was sorry anyway, because Jung-ho was now a hostage. However, the big man from Ilhak just smiled and asked if this decision was not made for the good of the organization. He said that was why everyone decided to trust and follow his decisions, even though the result was a little clumsy. They said goodbye, agreeing to meet someday, and Seung-min said that now he should take a good rest. Jong-ho also hung up, and Shi-on, who was sitting next to him, noticed that it was as if he was not talking to his boss, but to his grandson. He continued by saying that even though he was captured because of such a boss, he continues to trust him completely. Jong-ho just shrugged, saying that he simply respects his boss, and regarding his hostage, it was his decision. But Shi-on asked if it wasn't the boss who told him to do this, because after all, an order was an order, and now he was taking the rap for it. For some reason, Jong-ho asked if Taeson was really such an organization, because if everything was really like that, then he was disappointed. Jin Woong repeated that Yi-su should leave, but Yi-su got angry, asking if he really thought he could give it away first and then take it back. He had already said that he was using Daesung for revenge, and besides, at the moment, Ilhak was in their hands. But he said that the problem was not at all in his methods. First of all, he had to pretend to be Baek Do-kyung, because so far this had not been seen. He said that if Baek Do-kyung were here, he wouldn't do this because Daeson is an organization that trusted him. And if Yi-su wanted to be like his brother, then he must also show this faith to the organization. Then he can replace Do-kyung. This faith, these methods are why Taeson still participated in these children's games as a general assembly, so Yi-su answered him. He said that the organization should simply obey the boss's orders, and as for his methods, he would simply use force. Hearing this, Jin Woon silently took off his jacket and then said that since Yi-su sees this as child's play, then let him handle it alone. Yi-su didn't think long. He jumped up and rushed at the big man, and then jumped, exposing his knee to strike, but Jin Woon was able to catch him. He grabbed Yi Su by the shirt and threw him to the ground, so that he did not even have time to grab onto something and was knocked down. The big man asked if this was all that intelligence was capable of, however. Before he could finish speaking, a foot landed on his chin. It was Yi Su. The blow was quite noticeable, and a characteristic burgundy mark was left on Jin Woon's face. But he realized that Yi Su was not going to retreat. Jung Ho asked if this is an organization that obeys only by force, who will follow it. They trust each other only with their fists and pride, and they wage wars only because they rallied together with other people. If you meet a person who will do nothing but fight, and a person who will stab you in the back, then you can find the other one among them. The one you want to believe in and who you want to follow, because it seems to you that this path is the most correct. And Su still overpowered Jin Un, swinging to hit, but he did not get up, and was now lying on the floor of the room, where everything was turned over. He let go of the big man and turned to leave, finally saying that he was wrong, and the problem was not in his methods of solving cases. He said that their system did not necessarily have to be based on force, because if the organization decided everything by force, then it would already be an army. Xi'an's phone rang. Seeing who was calling, he stood up and prepared to leave, telling Jung Haeon that he was interesting, and they would chat some more. He suddenly wondered if there was someone who could not trust anyone. Such a person would not try to forcefully put pressure on other people. Seeing Xi'an, whom he called Yi Su, said that from today, they will create their own organization. They will do this with the help of strong people who do their job honestly. He gave Xi'an a list of those who needed to be contacted. He said that the deadline for this was 1 week, after which they would get rid of the General Assembly, and themselves would become the strongest organization in Seoul. Jin Woong was lying on the floor. He was a little annoyed that he lost to Bak Yi-su, even though he was the commander of the NAR Special Squad. He remembered how 4 years ago he worked in a butcher shop, and that's when he first met Bak Do-kyung. One day he came to him again, but Jin Woon was not happy with this man, because it was clear from him that he was involved in dirty deeds. Then Do-kyung said that if Jin Woong continues to be so unkind, he may soon lose his business. However, Jin Woong only told him that they do not allow smoking in the establishment, and then Do-kyung apologized, changing the subject. But he pointed to a couple of beaten men who were scattered around the diner, asking if they weren't his customers. But Jin Woon told him to stop it and get out before he made any noise, and then added that it was getting late. But suddenly a man in a red suit appeared from behind the door and was very surprised to see Jin Woon. He said that he had heard a lot of rumors, but it really was Jin Woong, and then asked if he really worked here now. It was Lee Hong-gu, director of the Hook Il-su organization, which was part of the Gorang group and dealt with loans and credits. He turned to Do-kyung, saying that the boss does not serve any bandits here, but he said that he is a regular customer. Hyung-gu looked at him in surprise, asking what he was saying there. Had he really lost his fear? But Do-kyung's face was serious. Then Hong-gu approached him, took his face, because it seemed familiar to him, and asked if he had attacked their guys from Huck. He asked how he dared to do this, otherwise he had an extra life lying around in his pocket. However, Do-kyung was not going to play the role of the victim and listen to his jokes. Now he asked how it was possible to be called Hook. He took one of Hong-gu's hands and put a knife to his hand, asking if he shouldn't be one-armed if he was in Hook. A terrifying scream was heard from the diner, and the men from Hook who had remained outside hurried inside. Hong-gu cursed, asking how Do-kyung even dared to do something like that, because if Gorang found out about this, he would be in trouble. However, he asked in response why this should bother him, because they are Daesun, so he could run to cry to his Gorang. Members of Hook burst into the establishment. They hurried to pick up the boss, first going to the hospital because he had a cut-off finger. Jin Woong asked if he would just let them go like that, but Do-kyung said that he too just sat and watched as these guys were beaten. He noticed that the store was full of dust and didn't even have a menu, which meant Jin Woong had no plans to do business. He said that he just wanted to get rid of the bandits, and he had just helped him with it, so now he wanted to join him. Jin Woong asked if he even knew who his opponent was, but Do-kyung again said that they were Daesung, so it didn't matter. Then Jin Woon handed him a rubber band on his fist, telling him to tie his hair with it, because he looked like a butcher. Do-kyung thanked him, but said that he really couldn't do business here. Now Jin Woon was again looking at the same elastic band that he now always wore for Mr. Beck. Now, however, this was no longer necessary, because he was dead, and his younger brother, with whom he had just fought, had come in his place. He sighed, thinking about how different the twins were, but he liked Do-kyung's character better. Hong-gu sat in the chair and wanted to scratch his head, but again discovered that he was missing 2 fingers on his left hand. He swore loudly, saying that he couldn't get used to it, remembering the one who did this to him. He couldn't forget the pain and humiliation of the last 4 years, so he decided that today was the day for revenge. He said that Daisung left the general meeting and is now powerless, so today they will destroy the Daisang group. The men who were part of the Gurang group unanimously supported the boss's idea. Their total number was 50 people. Suddenly, they heard someone pounding on the door, and they looked there, asking what it could be. But they soon found out for themselves, because the door swung open sharply, and they saw an unfamiliar guy hit one of them. The others stood in confusion, not understanding who dared to attack them at such a time, because they were part of Gorang. But the man, whom they initially thought was a guy because of his ridiculous hat, walked inside as if he was not afraid at all. He had bright blue eyes and pierced ears. He took his hat to take it off, and the men suddenly recognized him as Boris. Boris worked as an ordinary builder. That day he was asked if he had seen who did such a dirty trick. The head of the construction site pointed somewhere on the wall, asking who could have thought of such an absurdity. A huge graffiti was painted on the wall in the form of a 5-angled star, which was now displayed there. But Boris did not answer the main thing. He looked away, for some reason thinking about something of his own. Meanwhile, Xian clarified some details from the biography of this man with Yi Su. They were near the garages and were talking about him. Xian said that the man had a nickname, Sheepdog, and asked if he had not returned to Russia. But Yi Su answered in the negative, saying that he was hiding as a foreign worker and now he was here. This was the first man on his list of people with the help of whom he was going to create his own organization. His name was Boris. He was from the Russian mafia, a security inspector and the boss's hound, also known as the Sheepdog. He saw Yi Su in the garages and rushed at him with a knife when he called him by name. Xian then doubted whether such a person would want to work with them, because his nickname alone was already frightening. Yi Su took out the flash drive and put it in front of the attacking Boris to attract his attention. It worked, and the man stopped with a knife to his throat, but Yi Su said that he had come to make a deal with him. He showed him the flash drive, and it was clear that the man understood a little what was being said, so he took the knife from his throat. He took off his helmet, revealing his bald head, on which was a strange tattoo. He had a hole on his head with red claws protruding from it. The tattoo was called a demon in a human mask. It looked really creepy, and in this form he appeared before Honggu and the members of his organization. But Haeonggu did not take him seriously, saying that such an obstacle was unacceptable on the day of Daisan's destruction. He ordered to deal with him. 2 men attacked Boris, but he didn't even lift a finger, which surprised them a little. But they quickly realized where he had so much confidence and power, because he pointed the barrel of the gun at the attackers. Of course, it was a real pistol, because who needs fights if everything can be solved with a couple of shots? He struck with an incomprehensible side blow from the handle, but it turned out to be a powerful blow, and the man who took it instantly fell back. Another of the attackers stood in amazement. He still could not believe that they were confronted by an armed enemy. He decided to quickly take out a knife in order to quietly attack the impudent man, but he was already aiming at his head. He called them idiots, saying that no weapon would have time to damage him because he would send a bullet faster than that. For now, he held back, and seeing that the man was distracted by his words, he hit him in the face with his free hand. The rest of Huck also rushed to the attack, saying that it would be better if they attacked all together. Some even managed to grab Boris by the arms, preventing him from taking proper aim and firing a shot. Another one grabbed him in a chokehold, trying to squeeze his huge neck, but Boris didn't seem to care. Suddenly, he bit the hand of the one who was trying to choke him, grabbing his teeth under his jacket and shirt. Of course, his clothes prevented him from missing the skin a little, but the man still felt something, and he really didn't like it. He swung his free hand to hit the insolent shooter, but he only gave him a strange look. A moment, and the man found himself on the ground, and Boris stood over him. Now it was his turn to perform techniques. He took the knife, which fell from the other man's hand when he tried to get it, and turned to his victim. With one hand, he grabbed his face, and with the other, he gripped the knife, holding it near the head of the man who was already losing consciousness. Suddenly, he plunged the blade into his body, but the poor fellow did not even have time to scream, as Honggu watched, who was gripped by horror. Raising his bloody-gloved hand, he said that people raise demons to hide their weakness. Before Honggu had time to answer anything, Boris's hand had already fallen on his head, and he was overcome with even greater horror. Boris again clutched the knife nearby, asking if there was a demon inside him, while his gaze was essentially like a demon. At that moment, Xian ran into the establishment, quickly found Boris with his eyes and told him to stop. He said that he did a good job, and the bald man seemed to listen to him, moving the knife away from Honggu. Hookah's boss said that they were actually from Gorang, but Xian only said that then everything was clear, saying that they themselves were from Daisan. Shi-on dialed Yi-Su, saying that the director of HK Kidal from Gorang Group was captured, referring to Heung-gu. He wondered if Taeson was really so global, and Shi-on, meanwhile, said that with Boris it really turned out to be easier. Speaking of simplicity, he told the commander that he knew about Boris's skills, but whether they could control him, he was against it. But Yi-Su simply agreed that the man had good skills, adding that moreover, he would do anything for some price. Now they were speaking for another member of their potential organization, but Shi-on doubted him too, saying that such a capitalist was unlikely to suit them. Then the guy with a knife attacked Yi-Su, who came to talk about joining his organization, and Su managed to get his knife, and this allowed him to defend himself. The one who attacked him asked what he was doing here and who sent him. He was a North Korean spy and asked who he was and who sent him because he was very worried about it. Lee Kyung-chun, 17, was a North Korean secret agent, also known as Weasel, who was the subject of NAR surveillance and on the run. Suddenly, he took away his knife, but only to transform it because it turned out to be a butterfly knife. Despite his young age, he was quite good at it, so Yi-Su had to dodge his attacks. He fought to the fullest, because the guy should not be underestimated. Although he was young, he was very capable. Suddenly, he managed to knock the knife out of Yi-Su's hand, and it flew away a fair distance. In addition, the guy was even able to wound him, but Yi-Su only greeted him, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. It was clear that the guy was surprised by this. He even asked him what he said, because it turned out that he knew him. This young guy killed all his colleagues and superiors when he fled to the south, so now he did not understand how Yi-Su could know his name. His memories took him 3 years ago to the Kaesong Industrial Complex. Then they got together, and the man in uniform introduced himself as Lee Woo-chan, a major in the General Intelligence Bureau. They were still very young, and he asked them if they knew where they were now and what kind of place it was. Having heard no answer, he said that this is the place where the North and South unite for profit, the Kaesong Industrial Complex. He said that they create goods in North Korea and send them to South Korea to earn a living, in a word, doing dirty work. He asked if they understood what capitalism was, saying that these idiots from the South didn't even take them seriously. Many things have been done in the North, but what they have done is not just a product of capitalism. They made people who could bite their necks like animals. This is how they raised them. In the eyes of each of these children, there was no compassion for man, but only a killer instinct. Their special name is Laska. It was their duty and mission to protect their fatherland. The plan for training juvenile operatives was to work at an industrial complex during the day and train undercover agents at night. Kaesong was in close proximity to South Korea, so children were sent along with the goods. But there was a flaw in this plan. He was called out by a man who called him by name, which was rare under their regime. In one hand, he held a box with something tasty inside, and in the other, he had a pack of the same delicacy. He put the box in front of the boy, telling him to snack on this because he was already working a lot. He told him to eat slowly and did not forget to share with his friends, and the guy was already greedily chewing on the tasty treats. The taste of capitalism revealed by the Kaesong Industrial Complex tempted these children, and this was especially true for Kyung-chun because he was quite poor. 2 years later, they were still training, their training only becoming more rigorous and brutal. The commanders who observed them said that it would take about 2 years to complete their ideological education. However, the chief commander said that everything should end this week. They had to bring the guys into action already by this time. He explained that it was an order from above, although he personally didn't like it either, but they had no choice. Kyung-chun asked his uncle if everything was okay, because from his face he could understand that something had happened. He put his hands out, and the man remembered that he had promised him cookies, but asked him to wait a little, because the goods would only be delivered to him in the evening. He still found one cookie, and he gave it to the lucky guy, but said that he would still have to wait until night. And at night, Kyung-chun was already performing another task, still holding the cookie in his hand. Tears involuntarily rolled down from his eyes. One of his comrades told him to hurry up and leave that cookie, because in South Korea he could eat his fill of them. They said that first they need to take care of the driver, who turned out to be the guy who gave Kyung-chun cookies. Kyung-chun asked how they were going to take care of him, to which the guys asked if he really thought that he would just give them a ride. He protested, telling them to stop because there had to be another way, but the guy had already opened the door, saying they didn't have time for this. He asked what they could be talking about, but before he could finish speaking, Kyung-chun cut his throat. He repeated that he had already said to give him some time, he would find another way, but the guy was already dead. The rest of his comrades looked at him in surprise and horror, and he asked them what had happened. They were silent, and now he began to worry, asking if they really didn't agree with him. He opened the driver's door, looking inside and addressing his uncle, who was still sleeping. He asked if he could give him a lift to South Korea, and he had such a genuine smile on his face that he couldn't resist. But in fact, before that he killed all his comrades, and now he was alone trying to move to the south, saying that it would be more suitable for him. Major Lee Woo-chan approached the man, and he asked him not to do this, although he understood that he was doomed. He asked why he did this to his comrades, since it was 3:30, and everyone, including the special instructor, was killed by Lee Kyung-chun. At 3:55, there was an intervention by a secret agent who infiltrated during Lee Kyung-chun's sudden actions. This agent turned out to be Bak Yi-soo, and Kyung-chun has since been called Weasel, and he has become the object of surveillance. This was the end of his report. He cut the commander's throat, and another of his infiltrations was successfully completed. Returning to the present, he pointed a butterfly knife at Kyung-chun's throat, praising his skills, saying that this was only taught in North Korea. Then the guy raised his hands and said that he wondered if he really was from the north, which he had no doubt about, because he was able to take his knife. Yi-soo said that in fact, he had been following the guy for quite a long time, and he asked if he was going to kill him. He said that it was very suspicious then, so he asked what he wanted from him, if he didn't come to kill. Yi-soo took out his favorite chocolate chip cookies, saying that he came to offer him a deal. After hearing about the deal, Kyung-chun took the cookie from him, and his eyes lit up, saying that it was quite a capitalistic approach. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun was relaxing at the Gorang Group headquarters, Red Crown Hotel. Suddenly, he threw a bottle of expensive wine at the man who was reporting the situation, and he came with bad news. Tae-hyun asked how it was that 3 hotels from their organization had already closed in just half a day. The reporter apologized and added that the district administration also said that nothing could be done. But Tae-hyun asked why they didn't find out everything themselves then, because they had to do it, and he grabbed the man by the ear. He asked why he even needed such untalented members like them, but at that moment, another one of their Gorang groups ran in. The man reported that Daesan had attacked Kruk, lending from Hanam-dong, and Tae-hyun realized who was behind it all. He ordered everyone to get ready, saying that they were going to march on Daesan in Hanam-dong. They were walking along the corridor, but suddenly their attention was attracted by a guy who appeared out of nowhere and was now watching them. He mockingly asked if the Gorang men were boasting that they were bandits, because in his opinion, this was a lie. Then Tae-hyun saw him, and his face contorted with displeasure because he recognized this guy as the ghost. He held one of the guards hostage and then said that he apparently broke his arm, so he apologized. This was very disrespectful towards the Gorang group and Tae-hyun, so he swung his brass knuckles at the impudent man. Even though he was a first-class killer, Tae-hyun could not allow his organization to be humiliated so brazenly. But the ghost only dodged the attack, which infuriated him even more. But then another man appeared, apologizing to Tae-hyun. It was Chief Zhang, who apologized, saying that his guys can be quite obnoxious, adding that he heard that Grang was having problems with her business. He said that if Tae-hyun listened to a few of his requests, they could help him with this. Then Tae-hyun realized that his hotels closed because of them, and not because of Daesung. He pushed back his chair, agreeing to talk. Still holding the brass knuckles in his hand, he asked if they were really going to beg him for mercy. The ghost, who was sitting opposite, laughed, asking for forgiveness, because he could not get used to their gangster style of communication. He said that at this rate, Tae-hyun will really run into trouble someday and pay with his life. He was about to get up, asking how he dared to talk like that, but Zhang stopped him by making a proposal. He told the director to calm down, saying that he really was far from in an advantageous position. He explained that it was not he who should ask him for a favor, but that he should beg him for help, while his face changed. Everyone knows that the wolf is one of the strongest predators of the canine family. Of course, he is smaller than the same predators, like a bear, a lion, or a tiger, but this did not bother him. After all, nevertheless, he was able to become the strongest, surpassing them all. After all, unlike other predators, he hunts and lives in a pack, and this is a huge advantage, in fact. They also have one individual who leads this pack, and such an individual represents charisma. Such an individual is called a leader. He was the main one in the pack, and the rest of the members obeyed him, because he was the leader. The Gorang trading group could also be compared to a pod, and its name meant giant whale. And in Gorang, such a leader is Ryu Tae-hyun. He told Zhang that he said funny things so that they, Gorang, would beg him for something. However, he only phlegmatically lit a cigarette, asking what Gorang had to do with it, which greatly puzzled Tae-hyun. Zhang reached into his pocket, saying that their organization touched many areas of activity, from loans to the hotel business. But in the end, they're just pathetic bandits, aren't they? As he said this, he took a pistol out of his jacket. He said that, unfortunately, A hunter with a gun came to the pack of wolves from Goreng, who was now in front of them. A special squad was already standing behind him, and Zhang said that they are different from them, amateurs, because they are professionals. But his people also managed to gather behind Tai Hyun, and he said that in this case, they should declare war. However, Chief Zhang was not at all frightened by such statements. He repeated it again so that Tai Hyun would calm down and listen to him. He said that it was time for them to get down to business, and with these words he took out some kind of folder with documents. He handed the folder to Tai Hyun, who took a look at its contents, but he clearly didn't like it. He carefully studied the document and then looked at his boss with contempt. He asked if he really thought that he would fall for it, because everything was suspiciously tempting, and the one-sink inscription was on the document. He asked why Zhang offered them such a good project, because he knows that if they go to the bottom, they will definitely be together. However, the boss said that it was a business proposal, because they would introduce them to the workforce, which he repeated was a pro. But Tae Hyun said that he only talks about his professionals. He tore up his proposal. He added that they need to feel confident that they can be trusted to run a business, and he suggested looking at their abilities. Shi-on stood on the street and tried to call one person, but he did not answer, and this worried him a little. He looked at the time and saw that their meeting should have started a long time ago, but he still wasn't there. He wrote to him where he was hanging out, whether he had fallen asleep because they agreed to meet at that time, but there was no answer. Then he called the commander, asking what he should do now, because the one they were waiting for never showed up. Yi-Soo, who was in a different location, received the signal through the receiver in his ear, asking if it could be heard. He told Shi-on to wait a little, because perhaps he would call him back. But for now he, Yi-Soo, was a little busy with Weasel. Hearing about Weasel, Shi-on exhaled into the phone in surprise, asking if they had any problems along the way. He doubted whether the kid was useful at all, but he only said that because he didn't know his abilities. He deftly jumped towards two men who crossed their path and did not want to let them pass, and then took out his knife. They didn't even have time to react before he had already slashed them in the throat, and was now deftly returning back to Yi-Soo. He said with a smile that to kill you just need to put pressure on the settlement, and this was indeed true. Seeing this, Yi-Soo responded positively to Shi-on, saying that this little guy was useful and would still be useful to their organization. However, Shi-on asked if he was still too young for such serious matters, since the guy was only 17. But Yi-Soo said that it was just right, asking in response if the person Shi-on was supposed to have a meeting with would be useful to them. Suddenly, one of the bandits, whom they had just managed to avoid, attacked him, but, as it turned out, not for long. He swung the knife right next to his face, so Yi-Soo barely had time to dodge, moving a little to the side. Then he grabbed the attacker by the hand, and the characteristic instinct of a killer appeared in his eyes. He broke the man's wrist, and he, screaming in pain, sank to the ground while the others looked at them in surprise. But Shi-on continued to talk to him on the phone, telling him about the person he was supposed to meet. He said that while the commander was in North Korea, he was sent to the Middle East as part of the U.S. Army, and he definitely didn't learn English there. He said that there he met a group of rangers on motorcycles, but before continuing he asked if the commander was listening to him. He said that he was listening, and Shi-on continued, saying that among them there was one capable person named Deadline. He said he was something of an errand boy who would do whatever was asked as long as he was paid well. Yi-Soo asked if this was so, and Shi-on once again confirmed, saying that he was ready to do anything for money. Kyung-chun Yi-Soo said that they need to keep moving, because today they must get rid of at least one more Gorang subsidiary organization. Thus, they made their first move by destroying their best and strongest subsidiaries. Shi-on said that he would start his operation and then join them when he finished, and the commander agreed. He had just finished the conversation when someone threw an axe in his direction, which almost reached his face. But Yi-Soo, with a strong and deft movement, grabbed the axe and moved it to the side, protecting his face. He thought that it seemed that these people were faster than he thought, but that was not a problem for him and Kyung-chun. The man who threw the axe was very surprised that the guy was able to catch him, because he thought it would take him by surprise. It was Kim Do-hwan, the director of the Doki Doki Night organization, part of the Gorang group, and he asked how they dare to attack Gorang. But Yi-Soo only told Weasel to deal with him, because he was just an amateur, and he, with a cookie in his mouth, already rushed at the man. He missed it by just a split second because two other men blocked their boss. One of them swung a knife, and Kyung-chun dodged, but the blade passed near his mouth, cutting the cookie. This surprised the guy. He said that these guys, it turns out, are masters. It looks like they trained in the army. He asked why people like them were on Gorang's side, and the men took a defensive stance. From behind them, Do-hwan's head appeared, and he boasted that these guys were personally sent here by director Ryu Tae-hyun. Well, plus, the same guys should have already arrived in their Daesan, because they are not the only smart people here, so he advised them to return to their headquarters. He said that it was better for them to hurry before Daesan was destroyed into smithereens, but Yi-soo was in no hurry to leave his place. He thought that Chief Zhang was directly related to One-sink, and now he brought Gorang into this to increase his chances. Kyung-chun told him to leave those two masters to him, because he would deal with them, and Yi-soo could take care of the director. The guy suddenly started jumping on his feet, saying that there was something that had interested him for a long time, and now he wanted to check it out. He prepared to attack, thinking that of course he was a North Korean spy, but it should work on South Korean masters as well. With this thought, he rushed into the attack, already planning tentative actions for its success. The man he was running towards pulled out a knife to wound the guy, but he hit him in the arm, moving it to the side. Then he held it with his right hand, and in his left he was already twirling his knife, preparing to strike. It was clear that he would succeed. And so it happened, and the knife passed near the throat of the man, who even dropped his weapon in surprise. Blood sprayed from his neck, and the other man was already clutching his knife, because he realized that the guy in front of him was quite dangerous. He lunged at where Kyung-chun's head had been a second ago, but he ducked down, hiding behind the body of the wounded bandit. In an instant, he found himself next to another man, who, like his comrade, did not have time to do anything before he was cut. Having finished with them, the guy turned to Yi-soo, saying that the road was clear, so they should hurry up. Yi-soo was about to help him with the rest, but the boy told him that he could handle it himself, and he could go forward. Yi-soo agreed. Do-hwan, who was pressed against the wall, couldn't help but think how it happened that the elite defenders from the Gorang group were so easily defeated by some guy. And Soo thanked Kyung-chun and hurried to hide, because he still had things to do that he must definitely do. As he ran, he thought about the fact that Chief Zhang was already with Goran, and this happened quite quickly. Tae-hyun admitted that the boss's guys were not bad, but he asked if they would listen to amateurs like Gorang Group. To this, Jang counter-questioned him, asking why he thought they were professionals. It was all quite obvious, because they simply wouldn't work unless they were paid as they were supposed to. Therefore, it doesn't matter who orders them, the main thing is that there is decent payment. A guy on a motorcycle was rushing towards Yi-soo. In this matter, such a guy was a professional among professionals. He had already swung the crowbar, which he held in his free hand. A large group of people had already gathered near the building, each of them armed with bladed weapons. At the same time, a car drove up to them and stopped near the building. Boss Zhang and Ghost were sitting in the car. The latter said that he was still not used to the fact that they were involved in business groups. He said that he was sure that he killed Bak Yi-soo, asking why he was still alive then. But Zhang told him that he should have been convinced of his death and brought the corpse. Then there would definitely be no doubt. He said that if the Phantom had done this, then none of this would be happening now. But nothing can be changed. The Phantom had a strange expression on his face when he heard these words. For some reason, he looked somewhere into the distance for some time, without even blinking. Then he seemed to come back from his trance, slamming his fist into his palm, asking why he really didn't do that. Suddenly he laughed, and his eyes seemed to pop out of his eyeballs. He said that he should have done exactly as the boss said. Seeing that he had already gone crazy, Zhang said that they should not go back to the past, so they should not think about it. Meanwhile, the guy gripped the crowbar even tighter and prepared to strike, swinging with all his strength. Considering that he was on a motorcycle and at high speed, the skill of his blow was surprising, because if not for Yi-soo's knife, he would have already been unconscious. The guy used a crowbar to stop. Now Yi-soo clearly recognized him as Deadline, but he doubted that Xi'an was able to talk to him so quickly. Then a terrible realization struck him that if it wasn't Xi'an, then Chief Zhang had already beaten them to it, and they hired this guy. However, he did not have time to think about it, because new changes appeared and the situation became much worse. The Middle East, Afghanistan, is considered the most dangerous combat zone that can be found in the desert. Vast wilderness and sand dunes were everywhere here, so to overcome these conditions, the 66th Ranger Battalion created a special group that traveled on motorcycles. It was called a Special Group, and it was created by the U.S. Special Operations Command, SOC. One of the Rangers transmitted a signal, calling headquarters. He said that they had managed to return several enemy guns and gunpowder. However, the problem was that even in those days there were variables. This has always been the case. Such people did not consider that they were betraying anyone. They were simply worried about their safety. Therefore, to survive in the midst of these variables, it is necessary to find a reliable way, a method that can ensure their safety without any risks or damage to them. War always means the death of thousands of people, perhaps the most ridiculous thing that humanity has come up with in its history. For example, a group of extremists who sought to advance their interests in a series of riots, or greedy corporations who want to use these interests to achieve their own goals. Many more examples could be given, but something else was completely clear. This style of life was unsteady, because people by nature will always strive to gain more power into their own hands, caring about their safety. In this world, the strong will always dominate the weak. It was, is, and will be, so there is no point in changing anything. It was a most dangerous war zone, where you never knew what you would be met with or what you would be led through. And if you couldn't handle all the variables, your end was as inevitable as nature's cycle. You became a victim in this system. You were eaten by someone who was stronger, and you could no longer do anything about it. Power and authority are not given to everyone, so if someone wanted to get it, he had to go through a rather thorny path. However, if he still managed to overcome it, he became the winner and received the power and knowledge necessary for domination in this world. Sometimes people underestimate others, thinking that those who cannot think like them are fools. However, when these fools returned, their appearance was as unexpected as the misconceptions about their failure. And then the hour of reckoning comes. It is then that it becomes clear who really is the strongest and smartest. It was a simple principle, which, however, for some reason everyone forgot. If you underestimate the enemy, you will pay. Just in such a place, a desert, where not everyone can survive and ensure their safety. The most terrible of the predators was Deadline, who managed to subjugate not only his comrades, but also the enemy. This was a brief description of what Shion said about him, saying that everyone without exception was afraid of the guy. The roar of his motorcycle could be recognized with closed eyes, because there was something frightening and terrible about it. It was impossible to hide or run away from him. The victim could only accept the battle, the outcome of which would determine her life. Now Yi-Su was such a victim. He knew that meeting Deadline was dangerous, but he found him first. He prepared to attack again, gripping the crowbar tighter and adjusting something on his motorcycle. His left hand, holding a crowbar, was aimed at the enemy's weak points, but unfortunately, Yi-Su realized it too late. Suddenly, the light that the motorcycle's headlights emitted went out, leaving the two of them to their own devices in almost impenetrable darkness. However, it turned out that the advantage was still on the enemy's side, and Yi-Su thought that he most likely had adaptation to the dark. He realized that Deadline was using a cunning tactic, first shining bright headlights on him, and then dimming the lights so that Yi-Su's mind went blank. Suddenly, quiet steps were heard somewhere near him, and only thanks to this, he managed to wave the knife in that direction and protect himself from the blow. The only problem was that Deadline was hitting with a crowbar, and this, as you know, is a fairly strong piece of metal. During the strike, a piece of the blade broke off from Yi-Su's knife, which flew to the side, and now his weapon was of little use. Moreover, he did not have time to tense his hand in time, so now it was very painful from the unexpected tension. It smelled like kerosene. He didn't know if he would be able to block the enemy's next attacks, so he had to do something about it. Deadline judged him on how he was able to defend at the last second, but now he was going to attack again. Meanwhile, in the main office and at the same time the headquarters of Daesan, the battle between the two organizations was also raging. The men from Daesan continued to fight, telling each other not to retreat and to hold the line to protect their organization. But people from Gorang kept coming and coming, not giving them time to rest and gather their strength. The worst part was that the attack happened just when they couldn't contact the director. The men were cutting each other, waving knives, when suddenly an unfamiliar guy with glasses stepped into the arena. He had a strong build and said that he didn't understand Chief Zhang, asking what was wrong with these thugs. They continued to fight, supporting each other so as not to give up, because this would be the end for the Daesan group. But suddenly, the bespectacled man attacked one of the men, who was fighting hard and cheering on his comrades. The blow was so strong that his knife even fell out. They hit him in the jaw with such force. He fell to the floor, unable to stay on his feet, but did not lose consciousness, and now simply looked furiously at the new bandit. He looked back at him, saying that they were too tough for them, because they were professionals in their field, and they were just a bunch of scum. As if to confirm his words, the men behind him rushed to attack the remaining members of Daesan. The bespectacled boy ordered them to kill all these idiots, but suddenly a strong blow was heard, as if someone had been thrown to the floor. This turned out to be almost true, as Choi Jong-ho joined the fight and unleashed his heavy blow on one of their gorangs. He sighed in annoyance, saying that he just wanted to enjoy his vacation here, but these idiots got in the way. Putting on gloves with metal inserts, he said that since such a thing was happening here, he simply could not help but help. The men from Gorang recognized him. He was one of the 9 knives of Ilhak, which means incredibly strong. They asked each other what he forgot here. The bespectacled boy noticed that his people involuntarily began to retreat, and he decided to look at what frightened them so much. Jong Ho also saw an unfamiliar guy, saying that he did not look like the person from their business. He added that he was sorry that their meeting took place under such circumstances, because the guy looked capable. However, today he, Jong Ho, the deputy head of Gudo, the second knife, was on Daesung's side and fought alongside his members. With that, he took off his white jacket and was now wearing a black shirt, denoting his temporary position in Daesun as the head of the guard. But the guy just chuckled smugly, taking off his glasses. He asked if he was too old for such games. The guy's name was Park Chan-hoon. He was the head of a special forces group. He was dishonorably discharged for violence and mutiny. In the past, the most powerful organization in Seoul, he was a member of it as one of the 9 Knives. In that glorious era, he was Ilhak's main weapon because his strength was known to everyone. He was the pride of the 9 Knives, a man with great potential and his own beliefs, which were built on moral ambushes. And now this man is fighting on the side of Daesung, who in the past was one of the organizations that did not dare to oppose him. The guys from Goreng also could not understand this, but they were gripped by fear and panic because the old man was very dangerous. Then Chang Hong turned to him, saying that since those idiots did not dare to fight him, he would do it. Jong Ho, however, said that he almost managed to offend him, but still the guy lacked good manners. However, he rushed to conclusions, and Chang Hong added more strength. Breaking through his block, he knocked out the big guy. Then he took a stance and began to throw various blows, which confused Jong Ho a little. Then he stepped back for a second, but only to take a running start, and in the blink of an eye he was already running towards the old man. He hit him in the stomach, but to his surprise, the big man was still quite far from old, because he completely absorbed his blow. But then Chang Hoon did not understand this, because Jong Ho bent over, pretending that the blow touched him so that the guy leaned towards him. But at the last moment, Chang Hong noticed this, and without thinking twice, hit him on the head, breaking the plan to capture himself. Meanwhile, Deadline was already back on the motorcycle, the wheels of which were spinning in place, creating clouds of dust. And Sue thought, did he really break his arm? He had to hurry because everything was dragging on too long. Deadline put his hand on the handle of the motorcycle, preparing to attack Yisu again. This time he was confident that he would not dodge. The motorcycle roared and he drove straight towards the commander, who however remained calm and did not even budge. Deadline lifted the motorcycle onto one wheel. It was a direct attack at speed, which meant he had to aim towards the body to defend himself. He bent down, shortening himself from the front wheel, and managed to push the motorcycle a little so that the guy almost flew out of the saddle. But in the next second, he attacked with a crowbar and then managed to stay in the saddle and ride through Yisu. The commander was lucky this time. He remained unharmed, although the attack was very close. However, Deadline had already turned the motorcycle around and was racing towards him again. He was determined to finish off his victim, as he always had before. The wheels created clouds of dust that obscured Yisu's view, and the motorcyclist's hand was already raised for another blow. Suddenly, at the last moment, he shifted his weight to the front wheel and spun the bike, maintaining speed. This time, Yisu only managed to lift his leg from the place where it would have been crushed by the wheel, and he leaned his elbows back a little. Then Deadline swung his crowbar, the speed of his attack being added by the fact that he hit from top to bottom while sitting on the saddle of a bike. Of course, Yisu could not miss such an attack he dodged, but as it turned out, this was just a deception move. Deadline forced him to swerve to get under the rear wheel of the motorcycle, and then he hit him with that wheel. Yisu's cap even fell off and blood appeared on his face, because this was the first time the guy managed to hit him, which means he was really capable. Yisu thought that all his judgments and predictions were wrong. Chief Zhang, Gorang Group, and now this Deadline. And Su should have been more cool-headed and insightful. He needed to observe the enemy and look out for his weaknesses. But for now, Deadline continued to attack, once again starting the motorcycle engine. He again prepared to attack. It was impossible to tell or understand from him what weak points there might be. But Yisu still tried to assess the situation, because that's what he was taught in training. He realized that his rear wheel was smoking due to friction. Now the smoke completely blocked the view, but not for Deadline, because he seemed to feel confident with such visibility. Yisu no longer had a knife, so he took a stance, wondering where the next attack would be, because his wound was on the right. Variables are called variables because they cannot be predicted or calculated. However, not all variables change the situation for the worse, because it happens that help comes unexpectedly. He heard a familiar voice asking if these were really the methods of professionals, because back then, Yisu was not as cool as he thought. In surprise, Yisu saw Jin Woon take off his jacket and walk towards him, covering him with his large body. He asked if an amateur like him could join them, and that was another variable. Meanwhile, in Daesan, an equally interesting fight between an amateur and a professional was planned. Park Chang-hoon was stretching his stiff neck, and the men from Daesan looked on in surprise and a little fear as he hit Jung-ho. The guy turned to him, asking the old man if he was still alive, because the difference in their strength could be fatal for him. But to his surprise, the big man remained standing. It even seemed that now he was even more terrible than before. This made Chang-hoon hurry up, because he didn't understand how such a bandit could have such a physical form. He thought that he needed to finish with him quickly, but at that very moment, Jong-ho's fist was near his face. He managed to dodge, but was amazed at his speed and reflexes at that age, because the blow could have been decisive for him. Such a fast attack did not match his size, so Chang-hong knew that he had to increase the distance between them. He jumped away from the thug, but he attacked him again, saying that he had been in a terrible mood lately, because bastards like them tried to interfere in the affairs of their gangs. With these words, he planted his fist straight into Chang-hoon's stomach. He became noticeably nervous, because it seemed that the old man's patience had run out, and now he intended to let off steam. He rushed at him again, and this time Chang-hoon had to defend himself. He pulled out a knife, pointing it at the old man. However, this did not even bother him. He ignored the knife, hitting the guy with all his strength in the face so that his knife fell out and blood began to appear. However, this was not the end. He watched in horror as the big man grabbed his face as if he wanted to break his jaw. Chang-hoon ducked down from the severe pain in his stomach. His face also hurt, and Jong-ho, who was holding him, asked if he understood everything. He continued to squeeze his face, asking if he really thought he could do anything to them. He again began to talk about Il-hak's former strength, but Chang-hoon, with the last of his strength, grabbed another knife, intending to cut his hand. However, Jong-ho naturally saw this. He took the knife with his free hand, saying that the guy turned out to be not very smart. The big man pulled his knife away and even squeezed it a little. Then Chang-hong noticed with horror that he was wearing Kevlar gloves. This material had great strength and was used for body armor, and Jung-ho only gripped his face tighter. He threw the guy to the floor, accompanying his fall to the end so that he hit his face, and blood again spurted out in all directions. He no longer stood up, lying on the floor, and Jong-ho said that it would be better for such professionals not to show themselves at all. He asked how he felt about the fight and whether it was as easy as he said at the beginning, because now he was lying on the floor unconscious. Wu Yi-su, meanwhile, the battle was just beginning, this time with reinforcements in the form of Jin Woon. The big man from Daesan, noticing that he was holding his hand, asked if he had bruised or broken it, which was even worse. However, the commander said that he was fine, saying that Daesung was more important. But Jin Woong replied that there was no need to worry. After all, Daesan was now in good hands, so they should also try. He rolled up his sleeves. Yi-su said that the guy in front of them was a real pro, but Jin Woon interrupted him, saying that he was already tired of listening to this record. But he decided to explain later, because now he needed to deal with this impudent motorcyclist. Yi-su immediately warned him, saying that it was dangerous to rush at him recklessly, but Jin Woon replied that he was thinking too much. He wrapped his jacket around his hand, saying that first he should try to hit at least once. Deadline seemed unfazed by the appearance of another man, because this was just another victim. He rushed towards them again. Jin Woong only dug himself deeper into the ground, saying that this is what Director Baek said, "No, Mr. Baek Do-kyung." The motorcycle was rapidly approaching. They were preparing to strike each other, one with a crowbar and the other with a fist. He thought back to that meeting at the diner when Do-kyung first said those words, and now he completely shared them. He prepared to attack, swinging his wrapped fist and gathering all his strength for the blow. He hit the motorcycle body right in the center, and the impact was so strong that the bike stopped. Deadline clearly did not expect such strength from his new victim. It even made him fly out of the saddle. He managed to group himself in time and land next to the motorcycle, whose wheels continued to spin. But Jin Woon did not give him time to resume, and again swung his crushing blow. This time he hit his opponent, who flew back and dropped the crowbar, so now the advantage was on the side of Yi-su and Jin Woong. The latter approached the director, saying that someday solving the problem using Baek Do-kyung's method could make him a real Baek Do-kyung. Yi-su looked at him in surprise, although he understood what he was trying to tell him, remembering his brother. Jin Woon also knew that the director understood everything perfectly, but he still wanted to remind him of it. If you think about it, it all started in childhood. When Yi-su was 11 years old, he remembered how he cried then. His brother Do-kyung was always different from him in that he never cried, unlike little Yi-su. Then he asked if he didn't tell him that he would beat him if he cried again, and all because the guys from the 6th grade bullied him. Although he and his brother were twins and also the same age, the older brother was very different from him, the weakling. He was stronger than other guys and even defeated guys who were older and taller than him. He simply had no fear. And he, as a younger brother, didn't like it at all, because in comparison with him, he was nothing. His brother defeated all the bullies who bullied Yisu, and although it was right, Yisu felt that he was losing to him in everything. Nothing changed when they entered school, and literally the next day, Do-kyung started another fight. They were in the same class, but Yisu focused more on his studies while his brother continued to get himself into trouble. Then they were 15 years old. Their views on life were already very different, but they still worried about each other. Onlookers from his class stuck to the windows, watching his brother, because he always fought bravely into the last. They saw other guys who had something broken or bandaged, and then everyone noticed Baek Do-kyung. Over the course of 4 years, he became even stronger, and even then, in his image, one could read something related to the ability to gather people around him. He stood in front of other guys who apparently were going to confront him and his guys. Suddenly, another guy appeared and asked why only 3 of them came, because now they made him look like a bully. This was a high school student. Besides, he clearly knew how to fight well, and now he was heading straight towards Do-kyung. One of those who watched this scene from the classroom said that this must be a martial artist. He really had a well-trained body. He was already equal to Do-kyung and was head and shoulders above him. He said that he gave his friends advice, but apparently the guys still didn't listen to him and paid the price. However, Do-kyung was not bothered by this at all. He called the guy by name, asking if he had already graduated from school. He again asked why the hell he came here then. Did he really learn nothing after graduation? His last words were an instruction to follow him, because he did not want to start a fight in the middle of the school. Everyone who was near them at that moment watched their conversation in surprise, but no one intervened. One of the guys who was on Do-kyung's side, and who had already been beaten by this high school student once, wanted to go too. But Do-kyung raised his hand, stopping him, saying that he would go alone. Besides, in this state the guy would only get in the way. At this moment, Yisu approached the window, who also became curious about who his brother was going to fight with this time. They walked behind the school, so no one saw Do-kyung suddenly kneel down, bowing his head to the ground. He asked the high school student for forgiveness, saying that he acted rashly under the influence of the atmosphere. The guy did not expect such a turn, because he was already prepared to have a good fight with this impudent person. But Do-kyung continued, saying that he respects him so much, and that he heard that he studied at Jaewon High School, where he probably also kept everyone in fear. The guy was a little perplexed, because he definitely didn't expect compliments addressed to him, and even from this kid. But ultimately, he liked his humility, saying that at first he thought of making him a cripple, but now he changed his mind. He said that Do-kyung made him laugh, so he will let him live and hurt his friends instead of him. He asked the guy how he liked this deal, but Do-kyung looked at him completely differently and stopped bowing. Clenching his pen in his fist, he replied that this would not work, and that he needed to knock it into the high school student's head once. The guy, naturally, did not understand what he was talking about, but the very next moment, Do-kyung jumped on his leg, sticking his hand into his shoe. It felt like a nail had gone through his leg, and he screamed in pain, clutching at it. Meanwhile, Do-kyung took advantage of his lack of composure and kicked him in the face. He said that his classmate Ji-hoon delivers newspapers every morning, and at first he, Do-kyung, laughed because it was so terribly old-fashioned. But one day, this high school student beat him up for the same reason, and now he was angry because Ji-hoon was a good guy. One of those who came to watch the fight of their main man attacked him, asking what kind of nonsense he was telling now. Do-kyung caught his blow with his elbow bent and asked if the alumni were having too much fun lately. He added that each of them probably had brothers and sisters who also went to junior school, so why didn't that stop them? Why did they still continue to mock those who were weaker and younger? He pressed on the painful point, and the guy fell holding his hand, and at that time, the others also attacked Do-kyung. 2 of them grabbed him by the arms, and the third raised his hand to hit him. However, even in this position, Do-kyung was able to dodge, throwing his head back as much as possible, and with his free hand, he was already reaching for the guy. He grabbed him by the hair, saying that he remembered something and forgot to tell him earlier. One of the people holding him was surprised that he could still move, because that meant he was stronger. He hit the guy he was holding with his head in the face, but that way it hurt him too. He was still being held, and the guys decided to attack all together because he didn't have a chance against a joint attack. But Do-kyung, instead of answering, showed them the middle finger, saying that if they touch him or his friends again, then they are dead. And Soo hated his brother, who ran forward and did not look at his feet, hated him for the actions that he committed. But he also regretted decisions that he himself had not made, and he had accumulated quite a few of them. That is why he then came to the aid of his brother, just as he had once helped him. and Su was jealous of his brother and wanted to become like him, not in appearance but in character, because he was much better. After all, they were siblings, so no matter what difficulties came their way, together they could always overcome them. Then Do Kyung asked him what he was doing here, to which Yi Su responded in a slightly strange way. He showed him his fists, saying that he was constantly studying a damn lot, but could not understand anything. Do Kyung understood everything and also put out his fist, after which they dealt with the older guys together. As they were leaving, Do Kyung asked what Yi Su wanted to be when he graduated, but he said he didn't know yet. And now he already knew for sure, because in fact he had answered this question a long time ago. He wanted to become like Bak Do Kyung, his brother. The deadline was lying on the ground. The motorcycle was lying to the side. The same was with the crowbar, which means the victory was for Daesang. But Yi Su continued to think about his brother. He thought that little by little he was beginning to be like him. However, this was not so. They are completely different people, although they look similar to each other. He said that he never knew what his brother was really like, although he lived side by side with him almost all his life. It seemed to him that he would never be able to become like him, no matter how hard he tried and no matter how much effort he put in. Then Jin-un approached him, who said that he could help in this matter. He said that he would tell him what kind of person Baek Do-kyung really was. He then bent his knee to Yi Su, saying that he would personally place him on the pedestal where his brother had previously shown. Jong-ho patted his gloves to get rid of the mixture of blood and dust from the fight with the Gorang thugs. He put one hand behind the other's elbow, doing a warm-up and saying that he's had enough of these fights. It's time to retire. But then he remembered his director from Ilhak, who would lose the main weapon of his organization if he left. He wondered whether it was worth making such a radical decision, because it was still too early for him to retire. Then he turned to the men who were still left, telling them to hurry up because he still had things to do. He said that they were so young but so slow, but at that moment the phantom appeared behind him. Meanwhile, Deadline had also already recovered from Jin Woong's blow, which was a pretty clear indication of his strength. He walked up to the motorcycle, preparing to mount again, and Jin Woong gave him credit, saying that he was turning out to be a tough nut to crack. He asked Yi Su who this guy was, but the commander didn't know anything about him either, except that he served in the US Army. Their conversation was interrupted by Deadline himself, who pointed to the broken glass of his headlight, asking what the thug was going to do about it now. But the big guy was more surprised that the guy spoke Korean, because he didn't even have a special accent. Not hearing an answer to his question, he twisted the crowbar like the butterfly knife that Kyung Chun had. He was already back in the saddle of the motorcycle, preparing to run into them once again, this time carrying out an attack. However, Jin Woon only moved a little away from the place where he flew last time, and again planted his feet firmly on the ground. He clenched his fist and said that since this was the case, there was no need to hold back. He had not fought in such a state for a long time. Deadline was about to step on the gas when he suddenly heard the phone vibrate in the side pocket of his jacket. This made him stop, and although his eyes were not visible behind the helmet, they widened a little. He had an old push-button phone, but it was enough for him. Vibration meant a new SMS, and he opened the message. It stated that the Gorang organization had deposited 20,000 won in advance into his account, and the rest would come when he completed the task. Below, they sent him the required address, and he started the motorcycle to begin his new task. He turned the motorcycle around, and Yi Su and Jin Woon stood and looked in surprise as their opponent left the battlefield. Finally, Deadline pointed his finger at Jin Woong, saying that he remembered the bastard who broke the headlight. With these words, the motorcycle roared, and Deadline, looking at them one last time, rode away. Jin Woong said that he thought that he would fight after such words, but Yi Su replied that his work here was probably already over. Or there was another reason. He received a larger order, because the one who paid the most ruled over people like him. Meanwhile, silence fell in Daesang's main office as a battle broke out between Second Knife Choi Jung-ho and the ghost assassin. The rest of the men simply watched silently. Neither Goreng nor Tyson dared to interfere in their battle. Everyone had different experiences in the service of the organization, but such a battle was rarely seen. Even the most experienced agents understood this, including Jang Soo-bin, who even postponed his vacation. Jung-ho's glove had traces of the blood of different men on it, and now he was going to leave another professional's mark on it. He delivered a powerful uppercut to the Phantom, and it seemed that he would no longer get up after this. But this guy seemed strange and alarming to the old man because he waved the knife masterfully, even managing to hit him a couple of times. To end it, it was necessary to find the right moment and end everything in one fell swoop. However, the Phantom had his own opinion on this matter. He looked at him with his furious gaze, saying that Grandpa would not defeat him like that. Seeing his face, Jin Woon tensed, because the guy showed no fear at all, and this was alarming. He managed to notice how the enemy shifted his weight to his left leg, which meant preparation for an attack. This is what allowed him to put his hands out for protection, which saved him from damaging his internal organs. The speed of the enemy was amazing. Jong-ho barely managed to avoid the fatal blow, but his glove was cut. He began to analyze the enemy, because as soon as he prepared to repel his attack, he changed its trajectory. Now he realized that he had underestimated the guy, and now it was not about protection that he needed to worry about. Before him stood a real killer who masterfully wielded a knife, and also seemed to have mental problems. As if to confirm this, Ghost suddenly burst out laughing, saying that Baek Yi-soo was looking at him with the same face. Jong-ho swung again, but the blow missed. The guy moved incredibly fast, not allowing himself to be caught. He went behind the old man, saying that this would not work, and he needed to move faster if he wanted to get him. He pounced on him from behind, twirling his karambit for a fatal attack, intent on finishing the big man off. But Jong-ho put out his hand, catching his knife, although it was incredibly sharp and could easily cut even special matter. But the man believed that he would not break as long as he was protecting something important. He hit the enemy again. However, the Phantom put his hand behind his elbow, looking at him in bewilderment, saying that Grandpa was pathetic if this was all he was capable of. Suddenly, he threw his head back, still laughing, and pressed on the joint of his arm, almost breaking the bone. Jong-ho felt this well, but he no longer had the strength to do anything to free himself. The ghost attacked again. This time he jumped at him, bringing his knee out to strike him in the head. However, at the last second, a signal was sounded for all employees to retreat, forcing him to stop. He asked why they were retreating now, when Daesan was almost defeated. But the signal only repeated itself once again. Those who remained from the Garanga began to retreat little by little, and only the ghost remained in place. Chang Hong approached him, saying that the thugs from the top of Gorang had changed plans, so there was an order to retreat. He said that it seemed that this was part of the new plan, and they apparently also had a role to play. But the ghost was not satisfied with this explanation. He grabbed Chong-hoon by the hair, asking if they would really obey the government. He said that he was playing with fire, shifting from side to side between his rulers. He grabbed the walkie-talkie from his pocket, telling the person on the other end that the fun was just beginning, and this time he had to finish off Daesang. But the boss told him to stop fooling around and obey the order to retreat. Jong explained that their all-powerful CEO Tai-hyun claimed that he had some idea. It was already dawn when Yi-soo and Jin-woon arrived at Daesan's office. They immediately saw signs of a fight outside the building. Jin-woon saw Jung-ho's bandaged hand, running up to him. He asked who could inflict such injuries on him. Tai-hyun told Chief Zhang his idea, saying that in such cases, you need to act tough. Weasel couldn't tie his tie at all. He continued to chew the cookie, asking Xion for help with this accessory. He just sighed loudly, telling the guy to come up to him, and he himself thought that apparently this was not taught in North Korea. The guy came up, saying that he had never worn a suit before, because his decoration was his signature butterfly knife. While Xion was tying his tie, Boris walked up to the table, taking a large bread knife, and Xion had to stop him too. Overall, the guy had to look after each new member of their organization, and it was tiring. Jin-woon and Jong-ho did little to help him with this, so all responsibility for order in the group lay with him. But this was not always the case, because when the director came, order was restored by itself, and it was the same this time. Yi-soo entered the room along with Su-ah. They were also in full dress, and he was pleased with the general mood. He suggested that from now on they should splurge like real bandits, because now they were one too. He sat down in a chair, with his legs spread the same way his brother had when starting a conversation, and asked where to start. Jung-ho stood outside the car, asking if Jin-woon was going to send him away like that after everything he had done for them. To which Jin-woon replied that he did not drive him away, because he could leave at any time. But Jong-ho said that he was just joking and already wanted to return. Then Jin-woon decided to ask him if he wanted to stay a little longer in Daesan, at least for the period of his recovery. But he just put his hand on his shoulder, saying that he understood what he was getting at, but he still couldn't do that. He said that he actually realized something from seeing how Daesang transformed, but it was just the beginning. As he watched the new members and how their organization now worked, he began to think about his own. He said that this was not the end, and one day Il-hak would also rise from his knees, returning to his former glory. That's why he had to come back. After saying this, he smiled, saying that his vacation was over. Now it's time to return home to his organization, where the guys have probably already been waiting for him. Meanwhile, the battle at the Nine Knives headquarters had also ended, and now Hyungnim was on his knee, unable to continue it. He asked those who attacked them if they really thought that Il-hak would give up so easily, because they were the best of the best. However, so far everything indicated the opposite, because all the members of Gudo were lying defeated on the floor. Only Hyungnim remained, who was perplexed, asking who sent them after all, because they dealt with Gudo, which means they were very strong. These were Ghost and Deadline, and the destruction of Ilhak's main trump card was their new task. They were about to leave, when suddenly they were pushed aside by Tae-hyun, who also came to the place to see everything with his own eyes. He turned to Hyungnim, saying that he had aged quite a bit since their last meeting, and now looked like an old man. It all started with Seung-min sitting in his office, counting his income for the last month, which turned out to be small. He said there were more in the last month, and Hyungnim, who provided him with the report, apologized. But the director said that he shouldn't have because it was his fault. But what was more important was how they felt. One of them had a broken arm, the other a broken leg, but neither of them particularly complained about their injuries. A man with a broken leg, on top of everything else, was suddenly seized by a cramp, and he grabbed his leg. Seung-min said that they all worked hard, and he, as a person who absolutely does not know how to fight, was glad that they survived. He was still talking when suddenly some strange sounds were heard, and one of the knives suggested going and checking the situation. When he asked the officers on duty what that sound was, they replied that it was like the roar of a motorcycle, even though they were on the 3rd floor. The sound came from the landing, where the guards looked in surprise at the unexpected guest. Of course, it was Deadline who raced towards them on his motorcycle, and in the blink of an eye the men were already on the ground. The others, who had arrived to see what the noise was, now also looked at the motorcyclist in horror. But he didn't waste his time and used his front wheel to knock down the doors to Ilhak's main office, where the knives' headquarters were located. They looked in amazement as the door's pieces scattered in all directions, unable to do anything. Deadline drove into the room at high speed, swinging his crowbar in all directions, and the soup was filled with fear. Because of this, they could not move, continuing to stand in place, and the next moment one of them had his face cut with a crowbar. The poor fellow even threw back his head, blood sprayed out of his mouth, but he, like the others, did not think of retreating. The knives could not be taken by surprise. After all, they had gone through countless battles. Just like professional boxers who were always ready for anything, they had no doubts about their duty. Using their experience and skills, they bravely take on any enemy to protect their organization. However, in this case, a hitherto unprecedented enemy entered the ring, whose appearance they could not predict. He was like a knight on horseback, all in heavy armor, against their fists and pride. This discovery made the knives slightly confused, because they had never fought such an opponent before. And this allowed Deadline to discover their weak point, where he directed all his next attacks. A metal crowbar against a human bone is like a knight's sword against a boxer's fists. Even though they were professionals, they couldn't fight against something like that, especially since they had wounds from the last battle. And other members of the Gorang group came for Deadline, who also had to participate in the destruction of Gudo. Now it was no longer a fair fight because the enemy was superior in numbers and was armed. Then Knives saw the badge of the Gorang organization on the jacket of the men and told them to hold their horses. Hyungnim shouted that in this case it was a direct violation of their agreement, asking if they really wanted to turn the entire committee against them. But the men did not seem to understand what he was talking about. One of them was ordered to deal with this old fool. With the last of their strength, all the knives fought for their organization, forgetting about past traumas and wounds. Choi Guan-pal, the 7th knife, was furious, asking who these freaks dared bare their teeth at. However, his leg was sprained, and Hyungnim saw that it had not healed yet, which meant they wouldn't be able to fight for long. Guang-pal was a pretty strong knife, but in this state he couldn't fight to his full potential, so Hyungnim decided to take on the guy on the bike. It was the least he could do, and meanwhile Deadline had already raised his wheel, intending to run over the head of one of the knives. The man's name was Sunmon, and Hyungnim managed to pull him away at the last moment, avoiding a collision with the wheel. He told him to protect the master and he himself would detain these bandits, but Songming replied that he could not cope alone. Then a man named Jang Tok-bae, Ilhak's 8th knife, who was knocked out first by Deadline, suddenly stood up again, saying that he would help too. He said that together with Hyungnim, they would be able to teach this idiot on a motorcycle a lesson. This surprised Deadline a little, who clearly didn't expect him to get up after being hit in the head with a crowbar. He was distracted by him, and this gave Hyungnim the opportunity to attack him when he was unprotected. He told director Lee Seung-min not to worry about them and to save himself, because it was dangerous here, and they would not be able to hold them off for long. Guan-pal was fighting the rest of the Gorang members who had arrived as reinforcements, and so far he was doing a good job of stopping them. Sung-mon said that he was counting on him, leading the director out of the room who protested, saying that he did not want them to be killed here. But Guanpao told him not to worry, because he would catch up with them later after all. They were the 9 Knives of Ilhak. Sung Man went out with the director to the car and opened the doors, telling him to get in, but he was still leaning, saying that they should help the others. But Sun Man replied that Goreng had begun to act, so now they were in danger and it would be best to retreat. Director Lee protested again, saying that there was no retreat, but he interrupted him, saying that if he died, they would lose everything they fought for. Then Sheng Min asked if they really wanted him to live no matter what, and were even willing to sacrifice their lives for this. Even if everyone else died, their battle would not be in vain, because they knew what they were doing. This was the background to their fight, and now Tae-hyun stood in front of Hyungnim, saying that this was a rather sad end for the 9 Knives. He noticed that their boss was nowhere to be seen and questioned him about it, asking if he had abandoned them. Seung-min was indeed driving in the car, his organization was left behind, and with it its loyal members. He sat there in a depressed mood, asking what would be the point if only he, the director, survived. He was overcome with regret, because he did everything he could to make Ilhak rise from the ashes, but in the end, he only completely killed him. Sun Man wanted to say that the master was mistaken, but he interrupted him, telling him not to call him that. In desperation, he asked himself how long he would remain a young master and when he would become Ilhak's real boss. Seeing that he was not in a good mood, Sun Man said that this was not what he meant. He was about to continue and add a few words of encouragement when suddenly a motorcycle jumped out onto the road. It was Deadline who anticipated their retreat and even placed spikes on the road to prevent them from passing. Sun Man noticed them in time, but it was impossible to go around such an obstacle, so he was forced to turn the car around. Added to this were the weather conditions, because it was raining heavily outside, which only complicated movement. Fortunately, at the last moment they managed to stop the car, Seung-min opened the door, going out. He asked what it was, but at the same time Sun Man got out of the car and said that he would go on without him. Closing the door, he said that the director still had a lot to do, but he believed in him and that he could handle it. He approached him and covered him with his hand from the rain, saying that they all believed in him, because he had already shown that he was worthy of being called their boss. Lee Sun-man looked at him like a father looking at a child who was about to leave him as he began his adult life. He took his face in his hand, saying that there was something else that he should not forget and always remember. Seung-min knew where to run. His suit was completely wet due to the rain, but he didn't care at all. The last words that Sung-man said to him back then were a reminder that he was their boss, and they, the Knives of Ilhak, would always be his support. He was unable to run any further and fell to his knees in the middle of the sidewalk, while the rain continued to spit on his unprotected back. Passers-by walked and looked at him, but he didn't even pay attention, because it wasn't about his own image that he should now unite. He thought that it didn't matter how pitiful the organization's situation might seem. He is the CEO of Ilhak, and all responsibility for her well-being lies with him. Then Sun-man told him that there was nothing that the Knives couldn't do for him, so he thought he should pay them back in kind. Only one place came to mind where he could run for help, and now he was standing at the entrance to the Daesan group. Jin Woong, Yi Soo, and Jong Ho looked in surprise at the guy who no longer even looked like the director. Jong Ho was horrified to recognize his master in him and rushed to him, asking what happened to him. Baek Yi Soo also asked for an explanation, arguing that his condition defies description. Then a fatal moment came for Sung Min, however. After thinking a little, he still overcame himself and began to speak at breakneck speed. He said that he had to trust Daesang. No, he begged them to help in order to save Ilhak and the 9 Knives. He bent his knee, thinking that he would even lie at their feet if necessary, until they agreed to help him. Suddenly, he did not see where he stepped, and his foot moved, but someone grabbed him by the shoulders. It was Baek Yi Soo. He said that he almost fell, and suggested that they go inside where they could discuss everything, because the director was wet to the skin. Hearing these words and realizing that Taesan was agreeing to help, he looked at Yi Soo, addressing him as Do-kyung. He said that he himself was fine, but the Gudo Knives needed it more, because Goreng attacked them half an hour ago. Jong Ho and Jin Woong looked at him in surprise, and Yi Soo asked him to tell everything more slowly, because nothing was clear yet. Of course, this is sarcasm. He said that they were just discussing something interesting, but could not decide one point. He explained by saying that they were going to destroy the committee, but didn't know where best to start. From Cheon Woon or from HETS, maybe it would have been better to start with the Goreng group since they were associated with Ilhak. He said this, and a characteristic frantic look appeared in his eyes, because this was his new plan. The hospital had good conditions for all patients, but special rooms were reserved for people like him. Soo Ah checked the medicine that was attached to the IV. It was important to her that everything worked well. She looked at the one she cared about, This man meant much more to her than an ordinary boss. On the bed lay Baek Do-kyung, who was admitted to the hospital in the hope of salvation after being seriously injured. But he fell into a coma and has never woken up since then. Seung-min recalled his childhood, which took place in a rather unusual place because he was not an ordinary child. At that time, the head of Ilhak was Lee Seung-han, who was the highest point in Seoul, and at that moment he decided to light a cigarette. Then little Lee Seung-min approached him and asked if the old man was smoking again, and he began to wave it off and hide the cigarette. He was only 8 then. He was the successor of Lee Seung-hak, and pointed a sword at his grandfather, saying that he told no one to smoke here. The grandfather decided to play along with him, saying that he was scared and promised not to smoke again if the boy hid the weapon. He asked who taught his grandson such words, and Seung-min said that Uncle Jong-ho taught him this. The boy said that Uncle Jong-ho was excellent with a knife, and asked if his grandfather could fight like that too. The old man replied that he could not do this, but Seung-min did not believe him, saying that he was the best in Seoul. He began to pull him by the hand so that he would show his skills. The boy said that then the grandfather was not the best of the best, and he replied that for this it is not necessary to have superiority in battle. He became serious and said that for this, it is enough to have fortitude and not fall on your knees before anyone. Little Seung-min did not immediately understand these words, or rather, he did not understand them at all then. He told his grandfather that he should have immediately admitted that he was a weakling, but he only smiled in response. This was the creation story of Ilhak, which was founded by Chairman Lee Seung-hak in the center of Seoul. And now, when Seung-min was lying in Daeson's headquarters, it all seemed like just a dream to him. He stood up and Jung-ho immediately asked if he was okay, and Seung-min replied that he was fine and not to worry. Returning to his memories, he thought that, like any dream, this one had to end sooner or later. He said that Ilhak fell, tears welled up in his eyes, and Jong-ho's face became such that it was pitiful to even look at. Then Yi-soo and Jin-woong came into the room. Director Daesung sat down on the sofa next to Seung-min, seeing that he was not in a good mood. He asked how he was feeling, while simultaneously taking out the tea service. Jong-ho answered instead of his boss, saying that thanks to Daesung he was rapidly recovering. Yi-soo said that this was not very noticeable yet, but they could stay here as long as necessary and have a good rest. Jung-ho replied that they were just helping each other, to which Yi-soo said that that was exactly what he was thinking about now. He asked if Ilhak could support them, and Jung-ho immediately rushed to assure him, but was interrupted. Yi-soo said that he appreciated his nobility, but now he was asking the director of their organization. He poured the tea into a nice cup, then smiled and asked if Mr. Choi Jung-ho was now the boss. This puzzled the old man a little, but Seung-min asked him to wait outside because he himself had to discuss something with Director Do-kyung. Jin-woon offered to accompany him, although he saw with what sadness he left the room where the fate of his organization was now being decided. After they left, Seung-min turned to Yi-soo, saying that before discussing something, he wanted to ask a question. He asked if Baek Yi-soo was the real head of Daesung, and he called him by name. He also wanted to know where Mr. Baek Do-kyung was now, but Yi-soo interrupted him by placing his cup of tea on the table. He said that in front of others he called him Do-kyung, and even Jong-ho had not yet revealed his identity, but there was something he didn't understand. He said that he, Seung-min, must be scared because they are faced with something they cannot handle. And if that was the case, then they should still have been scared and not asked stupid questions. Hearing this answer, Seung-min thought that he had gone too far, because it seemed that this topic was painful for brother Do-kyung. Right now, they need to be as nice to Daesung as possible, so he said it really doesn't matter. He asked if Yi-soo was going to work with Ilhak, but he replied that there was no point in that because he was too weak right now. Seung-min then rephrased the question, asking if they could help them, because he needed to know the answer to that. But Yi-soo decided to act tough, saying that he did not ask his opinion, but rather wanted to know how Ilhak could be useful to them. Seung-min thought for a moment, and then said that they were going to destroy Goreng and the entire committee, but would they have enough strength? He continued by saying that Ilhak is the committee's sister organization, but despite this, Goreng attacked them. So if he, as director of Ilhak, reports this to the committee, Goreng will pay the fine for violating the terms of the contract. Seung-min said that the current Ilhak may be weak, but the legality of their actions was still maintained. However, Yi-soo interrupted him, saying that this is not what he meant, because Ilhak's main problem was Mr. Seung-min himself. In other words, he was a weakling. He asked how they were supposed to take them seriously if the director of the organization was on his own. The HHS office was located in the Gangjam area, and Tae-hyun had already assessed it as a show-off place. He was sitting in the office of HHS Chairman Han Hae-sung, who asked how he was going to clean up the mess he had made. He did not understand why his organization attacked Ilhak, since they were both members of the General Assembly. However, Tae-hyun only chuckled, answering that he did it because he wanted to, because since childhood, he did first and thought later. But Hae-sung did not share his enthusiasm, saying that he would not take his side, but Tae-hyun simply told him to wait. Hae-sung replied that the main thing was not to anger Seung-min, but Tae-hyun just laughed, saying that he did not yet know where the next meeting would be. The place was chosen especially for the young master. It was the house of his grandfather, Lee Sung-hak. Seung-min also found out about this and got angry because it was too much, and Tae-hyun had gone too far. He walked to his grandfather's house, and the men from Goreng joked that he was just walking here, because the place was familiar to him. He continued to walk amid mocking laughter. Some even recognized him as the director. But this did not stop them. He remembered the words that Yisu said to him then. He said that without Ilhak's knives, he was simply the heir of the fallen organization. Then he took a closer look at the men and realized that they were not even from Goreng. He had to prove something himself. He had to prove on his own that he was worthy of being called the head of Ilhak. And at that moment, a cigarette butt was thrown at him. He realized that he must follow the example of the men of the 9 knives and do everything in his power to achieve this. Goreng's immediate supervisor came out to them, saying that a closed meeting was now taking place. Only the heads of the 4 largest organizations could attend. But Seung-min interrupted him, telling him to get out of the way. At first, the man didn't understand that they didn't listen to him, but Seung-min yelled at him to move his ass and get out of here. He attacked him. The rest stood and looked in surprise at what was happening at the front entrance, but no one dared to intervene. Seung-min managed to knock out the goon because he caught him by surprise, but he still had to fight today. Another guard was already rushing towards him with a wooden stick, asking what this idiot was doing here. He hit him on the head with a stick, and Seung-min didn't even have time to put his hands up in defense because he had never fought. But he remembered the words of his grandfather, who said that there was nothing to worry about if a guy didn't know how to fight. The main thing is that he must be strong in spirit and never fall on his knees in front of others, no matter how strong the opponent was. Now Seung-min finally understood his words, because they accurately reflected his situation. He decided to listen to his grandfather. Even though the man hit him, he was still able to fight to the end and grabbed him by the throat. His gaze spoke for him. Incredible strength appeared from somewhere, and he felt that he would not yield to anyone else. With such thoughts, he hit his head on the bridge of the man's nose, but the next one had already appeared from the room. This one had a knife. Luckily, this was noticed by one of the workers, who was actually none other than Shi-on. He put his hand on the man's shoulder, saying that this was out of the question, because it was wrong. And then he hit him, and he fell, dropping his knife, which Shi-on successfully confiscated for the benefit of the organization. Taking off his cap, he said that freaks like him should know their place and not get involved in other people's squabbles. After all, there was a generally accepted rule that only bosses could enter, and right now they were detaining one of them. 3 of them had already gathered. Ilhak and Tae-san were still missing, but Tae-hyun suggested starting the meeting already. However, the others asked if it would be better to wait for Director Lee from Ilhak, since it should be about him. It was clear that at the name of Seung-min, Tae-hyun could barely contain his laughter. He asked if he really wasn't invited. He added that he didn't think he would even have the courage to come here, even though he was a victim. However, the next moment, Seung-min entered the room. His appearance was completely inconsistent with his status, but he was worried about it. There was blood on his hands, and the members of the general meeting were surprised when they looked at him. Tae-hyun looked especially puzzled. Seung-min turned to him, calling him a bastard who apparently did not know one rule. He looked at him in surprise, not expecting this from Director Ilhak, and he held a cigarette in his mouth. Seung-min continued, pointing right at her and saying that smoking was prohibited in this house. He walked up to him and took the cigarette straight from his mouth, and then said that he would answer him what he had once answered to the owner of this house. He said that if he caught him here again with a cigarette, he would kill him on the spot, and his look confirmed his words. During the dark times, Ilhak set the rules, and Lee Sung-hak, the highest point in Seoul, enforced them. He dreamed of entering the political arena, but nothing happened. His dream remained unfulfilled until his death. As a result, Ilhak began to disintegrate, with everyone desperately fighting for control of the weakened organization. War broke out between the 9 Knives of Ilhak and other factions in the capital. The criminal community staged a bloody meat grinder in Seoul, but the time for change soon came. Lee Seung-hak, tired of watching the situation get worse day by day, made a decision. This decision ended the hostility between the organizations, but it was not an easy one. It consisted of dividing the criminal world into spheres of influence and appointing leaders of 4 groups. This is how a committee of 4 largest organizations appeared, the roots of which stretched to Ilhak. And now, Ryu Tae-hyun, forgetting about the wishes of Chairman Lee Sung-hak, violated the committee agreement and attacked Ilhak. The girl from the meeting told him to try to give a clear justification for his actions, otherwise Goreng would become the common enemy of the entire committee. But Tae-hyun didn't take her words seriously, saying that she couldn't decide anything for everyone here. He then advised her to choose her expressions, otherwise they would be missing one more participant at the next meeting. The girl was about to get up, asking how he dared to say such a thing. But at that moment, Seung-min just walked in. This was something they had talked about before, but now he was already in the meeting, and Tae-hyun even tensed up a little. Seung-min, meanwhile, took the cigarette from him and sat down in his seat, starting the conversation by reprimanding the organization. He asked if this was some kind of kennel, and if not, then why were there so many mongrels here who just wanted to fight? Suddenly, Tae-hyun laughed, but it was an angry laugh. He swept away all the dishes from his half of the table, asking when he managed to become so bold. He said that Seung-min was finally acting like a man, asking if the realization that his days were numbered had changed him that much. And Seung-min just smiled strangely, saying that thanks to him he came to his senses after his head was almost smashed. Meanwhile, other council members demanded an explanation from Tae-hyun, but Seung-min said that he would tell everything himself. He said that, as they know, Goreng attacked Ilhak. In fact, they just tried to attack him again. Goreng violated the rule prohibiting committee members from attacking each other and appropriated Ilhak's property. Based on this, he, as director of Ilhak, asked to exclude Goreng from the committee, depriving him of all rights. He asked Tae-hyun if he had any objections, but he answered in the negative, saying that he really screwed up. But then he went on to say that Seung-min got something wrong, because wasn't Ilhak the first to give a damn about the agreement? He took out a photo of his deal with Daesung, saying that the two organizations had clearly become closer lately. And then he suddenly accused him, saying that this is how he set Taesun against them, who then left their committee. However, Seung-min said that he was only transferring files for synchronization and that it had nothing to do with Goreng. But Tae-hyun also did not back down, saying that in the past, there was a squabble between Goreng and Daesung regarding the Hanam area. He continued by saying that Seung-min decided this was his chance, and a little later, several of their groups were ambushed. It turned out that Ilhak took advantage of connections outside the committee and organized a raid on Goreng, which means that they were the first to start. He asked Seung-min if he said everything correctly or if he made a mistake somewhere, because he understood that he couldn't get out of it. After all, he understood that he did not dare to show the organization's files to everyone present. Then he decided to finally state his position, saying that he would like to dot all the I's. At that moment, as if on cue, men in black suits from the Goreng group came out from behind where he was sitting. Tae-hyun said that he believes Ilhak's head, Lee Seung-min, should be held accountable for violating the agreement. He continued by saying that he also insisted on the dissolution of this pointless committee, and everyone present was surprised. And Soo foresaw this yesterday, saying that Goreng will demand the abolition of the committee since it serves as a support for Ilhak. Seung-min said that then there is no point in going to the meeting, but Yi-soo replied that he must prove who is boss. At this meeting, he needed to show that he was worthy to be called the head of Ilhak. When Tae-hyun finished his speech, the others began to express dissatisfaction, but Seung-min just closed his eyes. He said that he didn't care about Goreng's threats at all, and if Tae-hyun doesn't want to be a member of the committee, let him do what he wants. HHS Director Hae-sun said Seung-min was being unreasonable, adding that he should have gotten down on his knees and asked for help. Seung-mi then said that it was now obvious that Goreng and HHS were in tune since Hae-sun supported Goreng. Then a girl intervened in the conversation. She said that the guys were making a mistake by starting a war in this way. She put on her glasses and snapped her fingers, and a shadow and a hand holding a machete appeared behind her. She said that they could continue to talk nonsense, but they should keep in mind that she would definitely take one of their heads with her. Looking at her people, Seung-min thought that these were the same infamous Bakjung Cheonun, but they seemed to be in China. Tae-hyun ignored her gesture. He slammed his hand on the table, telling Seung-min that this is not what he should care about. He got up from his seat and walked over to him, and then sat on the edge of the steel, saying that he had other problems now. After all, he no longer had the 9 knives, which means he won't be able to escape anywhere now. Tae-hyun leaned over to him and asked if he really thought about taking all the files for himself and not sharing them with anyone. Seung-min, to his surprise, simply agreed, saying that he was right. He really couldn't take everything away. As he said this, footsteps were heard that could only mean one thing. The last member of the committee had arrived. The guards who stood at the entrance could not stop him because he had the right to be present. When he was already near the door, Yisu stopped for a minute and called out to Ryu Tai-hyun, imitating his name. He entered accompanied by Jin Woong and Jung Ho, saying that he wouldn't mind playing with Gorang and Tai-hyun himself. Then he saw the big picture of the situation and continued to mockingly talk about the shutdown, which was only heating up. He asked if he had prevented the two directors from resolving serious issues, adding that he also wanted to join them. Tai-hyun was perplexed. He asked if it wasn't Do-kyung himself who said that he didn't want to have anything to do with the committee. And Soo answered him, what a fool he is, because the committee and agreement are nothing, saying that Tai-hyun thinks so himself. Tai-hyun understood why Seung-min did not speak out in favor of keeping the committee, saying that he was even a little hurt by how close they became. Yi-soo confirmed his words, saying that everything was correct, because after all, Seung-min was their chairman. While everyone was surprised, he continued, it is said that Daesan shares the beliefs of Il-hak's previous prejudice. Therefore, they will support Il-hak and nominate Lee Seung-min to be the next chairman. So he told Tae-hyun to get Gorang ready since finishing them off would be his initial task. He then turned to the rest of the congregation, saying that they, in turn, would have to make a choice. Or they will show the will of Lee Seung-hak worthy respect and agree with his proposal. Or they will slide to the level of brainless scumbags. Here he looked at Tae-hyun, meaning. However, he said that it was all written on their faces because everyone had already made a decision for themselves. When he said this, the girl clenched her fist, which was a gesture for her people to hide their weapons. Yi-soo turned to Seung-min, saying that they too should have finished because they had other things to do. Now he had a different status. He was no longer the CEO, but the chairman of Il-hak, with Daesan as an ally. On the way, Yi-soo asked if he was okay, to which Seung-min replied, can't you tell? Saying that they should have arrived earlier. But Yi-soo just smiled slightly, saying that it turned out cool, so everything went pretty well. He said that he was a little lost, because he had never been here before, when suddenly he saw a man standing below. His pupils narrowed in surprise, because he did not expect to see this person at all, even under such circumstances. Standing in front of him was none other than Chief Jung, who upon seeing him greeted him as Baek Do-kyung. He said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and that they had finally met again, his face expressing pure innocence. But Yi-soo's face showed the opposite emotions, because in front of him stood the killer of his small squad. Jung stood at the beginning of the stairs and began to rise towards them, saying that he did not expect to see Taesan here. Yi-soo quietly called him Chief Jung, but Seung-min heard and asked if it was really Chief Jung. After all, he knew that it was he who was responsible for the collapse of synchronization. Moreover, he was behind the One-Sync project. This man was responsible for everything that happened to him in Il-hak, and he was also one of the bosses. Seung-min wanted to shout to Yi-soo to let him know about this, but he only managed to say his last name because it was impossible to say his real name. In addition, he realized that he already knew everything perfectly well because a knife flashed in his hand, with which he began to descend towards the boss. Yi-soo realized that they were 2.1 meters apart, and it would only take him a couple of seconds to finish him off. After all, then the boss treated them in exactly the same way for his own purposes. He didn't care about other people's lives. Then, for some reason, he did not hesitate, killing all the members of the detachment, from which only Shi-on miraculously managed to escape. So was Baek Yi-soo, whom he created, the same as his boss. He should have done the same. He came close to the boss, who was saved by the light reflected from the glasses, so Yi-soo could not see his eyes. But Jong could clearly see his eyes, which confidently read hatred and contempt for him. Do-kyung reached into his pocket, taking out cigarettes, and thought that now there could be no doubt. He took one of the cigarettes out of his mouth, wondering how best to start a conversation with the man standing in front of him. He asked if the boss had a light, and he also took a lighter out of his jacket pocket. Yi-soo leaned towards him, indicating that he should light a cigarette for him, and Jong reached for him with a lighter. From the outside, it looked a little funny, because the head of the NAR was lighting a cigarette for the boss of a criminal organization. Jong spoke first, saying that he had heard that there had been a lot of commotion after his brother's funeral. Yi-soo agreed, saying that it was probably so, and the boss asked if the problem had already been resolved. Yi-soo did not answer right away, saying that he was sure that he knew who was to blame for everything, but had not yet found evidence. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and took the knife, saying that he could no longer say for sure, seeing the boss here. Zhang asked what he was going to do, and Yi-soo replied that he could kill him right then and there. But then he put the cigarette back in his mouth, saying that unfortunately, this would not solve the problem, and therefore it was pointless for now. Hearing this, the boss tensed, and he could see his face twist a little at these words. Then Yisu decided not to detain him any longer because he was going to Seungmin, so he continued to go down. He said that he would keep an eye on the chief, and when their paths crossed again, he would be able to answer his question. That was the last thing he said. He continued down without turning around, and Zhang looked at him suspiciously. He thought to himself that he would also keep an eye on him. After their meeting today, he had a lot of questions about his little brother. He wasn't entirely sure, but for a moment he thought there was something familiar about his behavior. Yisu also noticed this, but only waved his hand to ward off suspicion, because Do Kyung would have done the same. Seungmin, Jong Ho, and Jin Woong also came down the stairs. It turns out that the boss did not come to Ilhak. He remained standing upstairs, still thinking about what had just happened. Baek Do Kyung's words bothered him. And Su also thought about his feelings. Of course, he wrote hatred, but killing him now would be stupid. When everyone came down, Seungmin wanted to discuss what he had just seen, but Yisu said that they would move on. Seungmin understood that the boss was somehow connected with him, but he only repeated that they just had to go. In the morning, work was already in full swing at the Hyungu Business Contributions Company. Revenue for the recent period was being calculated. Company President Lee Hyun-gu slammed his hand on the table, saying that there was another 46,000 won missing. The man he was scolding said something about some lady from the fruit store, but Hyun-gu told him not to talk nonsense. But the man continued, telling how his creepy daughter told him to take something and come back tomorrow. He said that he got an apple in return, which was quite nice, but Hyun-gu told him to shut up. He was depressed. He wondered how he had come to such a life, remembering that it was all because of that man sent by Tae-san, and also that cute blonde who then conveyed the words of his captain, who advised him to retire. He brushed aside these memories, saying that he would definitely take revenge on them if he saw them, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Shi-on entered the room and greeted him, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time since the last time they met. The man Hyun-gu was talking to asked who the brat was, but Hyun-gu became visibly nervous at the sight of Shi-on. Having not heard an answer, the man approached the guy, asking what he forgot here, but Hyun-gu told him not to be so rude. He was a little late with advice. The man called Shi-on small, and he could not stand it and attacked him. A moment later they were sitting at the table. Shi-eon told Hyun-gu to tell him about Gorang. For example, about the location of their business centers, but Hyun-gu asked if he himself didn't know, came here and caused a fuss. Shi-on reached for his coffee, saying that he thought he was in the know, but he wasn't. He was looking for something but couldn't find it. Hearing this, Hyun-gu became interested, asking what he was looking for, but Shi-on only looked at him in disbelief. Then he thought a little and still said that he was looking for people, or rather, a place where 5 people could be kept. Hyun-gu was surprised to think that these were not rumors. Gorang really attacked Ilhak and kidnapped Knives. He also heard that the committee was dissolved and Daesung teamed up with Ilhak, so it was true. His thoughts were interrupted by Shi-on, asking if he knew anything useful or not, and he agreed that he knew something. He rose from his chair, saying that initially 2 places came to mind where hostages could be held. He went up to the map and showed these points, saying that he had bypassed them at one time while he was giving bribes in order to gain a stronger foothold in Gorang. He said that he was well aware of the locations and the number of guards, but he would tell everything under one condition. Shi-on told him to post what he wanted, and he asked them to take him with them to Daesan while putting on a funny pose. Then Shi-on asked if he was not a member of Gorang, to which he replied that a change of activity would not hurt him. In fact, he thought that Tae-san would win, and in that case he would not be left in the dust either. Shi-on agreed. He stood up and said that they were moving forward now, but Hyun-gu didn't understand if he was also called. He asked him about it. Shi-on looked at him, asking in response if it was he who wanted to join Daesan, because in that case they should go together. Such words greatly surprised Hyun-gu, because he had never been invited to participate in something like this. He stood in bewilderment. The place was quiet and deserted. There really wasn't a soul here, because not everyone knew this location. Hyungnim sat on a chair in the middle of the spacious room, his hands tied behind his back. Traces of blood were visible under his feet, and he himself was sitting with his head down when someone entered the room. It was Ryu Tae-hyun who asked if it was okay for him to be here. He walked closer to the man. But Hyungnim was silent, and Tae-hyun told him to at least answer something, because it's not fun when you come across such obstinate prisoners. He said that maybe it was because they shared him with his friends, to which Hyungnim replied to shut up. But Tae-hyun mockingly said that he actually came here to tell a little funny story. He continued by saying that Daesang now reports to Ilhak, and they seem to be planning to make Seungmin the new chairman. And because they are looking for them everywhere right now, he said that there is no doubt about it. In general, he congratulated him, Seung-min became president, which means they raised him well. Hyung-nim raised his head, saying that then Gorang would have to fight against the united Daesang and Ilhak. He asked Tae-hyun if he came to cry, how scared he was, because it was like him, but he told him not to talk nonsense. He said that they are Gorang, so what can Daesun and a bunch of crippled knives do to them? Continuing to praise his organization, he said that if it had been Choi Jong-ho or the steadfast Yaksha, things might have been different. However, they had real professionals on their side, who, unlike amateurs, always performed their work efficiently. But Hyung-nim just laughed at his words, saying that although he didn't know who his pro was, he was sure of one thing. Daesun had Baek Do-kyung, who could not be compared even with knives, because they had already fought once. Right now, he was just entering another battle, destroying another of Gorang's subsidiaries. He told the guys, who looked at him in fear, that he had overdone it a little, but would be careful in future. He placed his finger on the blade as Soo-ah had taught him, saying that in that case, it was time to begin. This was a rescue operation for the 9 knives, and from that moment it began, he loosened his tie and walked forward. Meanwhile, a young girl who had an appointment here arrived at Daesun's headquarters. So-ah entered the hall, where Jin-woon met her and took care of taking her luggage, greeting Madam Secretary. Soo-ah said that on the way here she tried to figure everything out as much as possible. The knives should be in one of the 2 buildings. Jin-woon noticed that she worked tirelessly, but the girl replied that she was only carrying out the work entrusted to her. Jin-woon then asked if there had been any progress, and the girl paused for a moment to answer. She stood in front of the door, where people were already waiting for her, but she turned to Jin-woon, reminding him of something. He himself said that without Baek Do-kyung there would be no Daesung, and now she completely agreed with him. That is why she, as his assistant, simply did her job, and Jin-woon should have followed her example. She entered the room, apologizing for the long wait, and then offered to give a short briefing. She brought up 2 buildings on the screen, one of which was a motel in Itaewon, and the other was an abandoned warehouse in Incheon. This was the data that Xion collected. She said that knives were probably being held at one of these points. But since they could not boast of numerical superiority, they had to take only one of the locations by storm. Plus, it was worth leaving a few people to protect their headquarters due to the fact that it was under threat of attack. Yi-soo began to think. He said that the population density in Itaewon is low, so it is likely that the enemy will quickly discover them. Soo-ah shared his thoughts, saying that based on the above, it was more logical to attack the warehouse rather than the motel. And Soo continued, saying that they will not send their troops there, because if Gorang sees through them, he will involve his groups. In this case, they will find themselves in a disadvantageous position, and the future chairman thought the same thing. Then Yi-soo stood up and said that in that case, they themselves should go there and free the hostages. To begin with, they will transfer the guys to an abandoned warehouse, who were masters of covert penetration. It won't be difficult for them to get there without attracting Gorang's attention. As for another location, Yi-soo went there personally. It was a small motel where people could potentially be kept as well. The person at the reception asked if he wanted to rent a room, but Yi-soo replied that he was actually looking for someone. Then the man stopped him, saying that he could not share information about the guests with just anyone. Yi-soo reached into his pocket, and the man thought that he was about to be offered a bribe and extended his hand contentedly. However, instead of money, he received a knife, which Yi-soo stabbed into his hand so that the man did not even immediately feel that he was wounded. At the same moment, Yi-soo leaned on the glass that covered the window of the booth where the shocked man was sitting. He bowed his head in pain, and Yi-soo leaned towards him, asking if he would now tell about his visitors. But the man was silent, so he clarified his question, asking if the men of their 9 knives were here. However, after thinking a little, he said that he might not answer, and with these words he took the knife out of the poor fellow's hand. Armed guys came into the motel and were heading towards him, and he said that he would ask them about it himself. A fight ensued, but it did not last long, and soon, one after another, the guys fell at his feet. They were unable to cope with such an opponent. Yi-soo noticed that these people were Chief Zhang's subordinates, which meant that he had come to the right address by choosing this location. He asked, even though they hadn't fully recovered from the previous battle, if they really wanted to come with him. He asked Jong-ho this question when he was going on his mission. The old man agreed and now fought with him. He even joked about his injuries, saying that he was fine now and it was Do-kyung who shouldn't overexert himself. But Yi-soo responded in kind, saying that he didn't want their new chairman to be angry if he got hurt. They were walking up the stairs when Jung-ho asked if he could ask the director something. This was unexpected for Yi-soo. He even told him about it, but agreed to listen to him and perhaps answer. Then Jung-ho asked what was bothering him so much. He asked why Dyson chose Lee Sung-min as his chairman. At first, Yisu wanted to avoid the question by saying that he just wanted to preserve Ilhak's traditions, but Jong Ho said that he didn't need cheap show-off. The government began to interfere more and more in their affairs. The committee was dissolved, and they are on the verge of a new war. This whole mess brewed in just 3 months, but then Yisu interrupted him, asking what he was getting at. Jung Ho looked at him and said that he just thought that he, director Baek Do-kyung, had something to do with these events. Therefore, he, Jong Ho, wanted to know what his true intentions were if he was not up to something bad. Yisu turned away from him and lowered his gaze, asking if he really wanted to know. Jong Ho responded positively, saying that they agreed to fight together, and even here he was because of this. But Yisu did not have time to answer him, because at that same second, more of Chief Jong's men were rushing towards them from above. One of them took out a knife and pointed it at Yisu, but he told him not to yell, because adults are actually talking here. He added that if the guy had something to say, then let him go down himself, but if not, he would help him with it. After these words, he grabbed him by the leg and pulled him to the side so that the guy fell, because there was a fence there. However, another guy had already appeared behind him, also with a knife, who, screaming, attacked Yisu and Jong Ho. With a calm movement, Yisu grabbed his hand, dodging the attack. He suggested that Jong Ho postpone their conversation. As a sign of agreement, the big man from Ilhak hit the guy Yisu was holding with all his strength in the face, so that they launched a joint attack. This time he was without gloves, but this did not affect the strength of his blow, and the enemy fell, never rising again. This happened on the stairs, and Yisu was already fighting in the air. It was not convenient to advance like that, so it was worth hurrying. Jong Ho thought that the opponents would attack from above, and attackers from higher positions would have an advantage. But he couldn't tell that from the faces of these guys, because in this case the situation was exactly the opposite. As if to confirm his thoughts, Yisu again grabbed one of them by the sleeve, intending to throw him to hell. After all, even if they attacked from above, their actions became much easier to calculate. And Su was already finishing with them, defeating one after another. His strength seemed to last for a long time. Jong Ho also helped him, from time to time grabbing someone by the arm or leg and throwing them aside. And he was even lucky enough to grab one of them by the head, and the poor fellow was in for some serious pain. It was quite easy to lose balance on such a ladder, so he pushed him towards it with all his strength. Yisu saw this and liked how Ilhak's second knife fought and said that they were a great team. While he was still speaking, another man attacked him, but he managed to duck in time, preparing to attack back. At the same time, he didn't even need to make any special efforts, because the ladder did everything for him, and the man fell. He hit his head painfully on the steps, but he could still get up to fight, so Yisu took care of that too. He defiantly took the knife like a writing pen and brought it to the frightened man who did not want to die. However, unfortunately, he was in the service of Chief Jong, which means he chose his fate. Yisu swung his hand and hit him. Those guys who remained alive looked at him with caution, and he asked if this was the end. He added that he was disappointed because he expected more from the boss, but if this was the case, then there was no point in staying here any longer. He said that he heard that Gorang was recruiting real professionals, and they blew it all away to such a useless gangster like him. So it seems that he was the professional here, as well as his partner Jong Ho, who had also already climbed up to him. Meanwhile, in an abandoned warehouse in Yongsan, the guys decided that first they needed to search everything. Their team consisted of Shion, Kyungchun, and Pirate, as Shion managed to nickname him. Weasel, as always, had a cookie in his mouth. He asked who this old man was, to which he replied that he was not that old yet. He told Shion that he had indicated 2 possible locations, but now for some reason he was sure that the knives were hidden here. He added that this is where Gorang kept his prisoners, and he himself saw several new faces heading towards the motel. He finally said that he heard that one of them had a gun, which made Shion tense up a little. Already the number of men received a harsh rebuff from the 2 members of Daesang, who were still fighting on the stairs. But Jong Ho no longer thought much about the fight. He thought about director Baek Do-kyung, seeing how he fought. He suddenly remembered the words of Hyungnim, who then said that he was just a monster, and they weren't even close to him. Of course, then he didn't really take his words very seriously, because the knives weren't in the best shape, and that's why they lost. He knew that director Daesun was strong, but as it turned out, he had no idea how strong, looking at the crowd of opponents. Soon the guys realized that they had encountered strong opponents, and some of them decided to escape. But suddenly one of them was met by a blow in the direction in which he was running, and this came as a surprise to everyone. The guy who hit was Lee Ji-Yu-chan, Ilhak's 9th knife, who somehow ended up here even though he was covered in blood. After seeing one of them, as well as Boss Daesung, he said that he tried to escape himself, but the other knives were in danger. It was clear that he too had a hard time, but the guy did not pay attention to his appearance, telling them to follow him. Jong Ho, having heard about the danger for his comrades, wanted to run after him, but Yi Su stopped him with a gesture. He also told Mr. Gyu-chan to wait, but he replied that they were right there and needed to hurry. Gyu-chan ran into one of the rooms in the corridor. Yi Su carefully stepped behind him, but something told him not to go there. He asked him what it all meant, but in response he heard only a click, which is usually heard when a weapon is removed from the safety. Quickly realizing that they were ambushed, Yi Su began to think through further actions, and Gyu-chan aimed at the passage. And Su couldn't think of a better option than to arm himself with a knife, because he believed that the enemy would not brazenly shoot them. For now, Gyu-chan was really just holding his gun at the ready as he recalled his recent conversation. Then they asked him if he had ever shot, because it was a rather useful skill. He replied that he had tried it a couple of times in the army, but he did not yet know whether he could trust this man. Sitting in front of him was Director Zhang, who said that this time it was a little different from the army. But Gyu-chan, taking the gun, said that he didn't think there were many differences after all. It was just a barrel. Then Zhang told him to cock the gun, and he obeyed, performing the usual actions. Then the boss told him to take aim, and he pointed the barrel of the gun at him, saying that all he had to do was pull. He said that he would like to ask something. If he betrays Ilhak, will they definitely spare his comrades? To which Chief Zhang replied that they did not kill them, and while everyone was alive, he continued to smoke a cigarette. He told Gyu-chan to pretend that he was doing it for the greater good, and overall, that was indeed the case. Gyu-chan asked why he was giving him such a chance, but the boss replied that he had misunderstood. It was not a chance. He looked at him with contempt and said that he was sitting on their neck, a useless knife and a burden for Ilhak. He said that Ilhak is just a bunch of losers who are abusing their hospitality. Gyu-chan couldn't stand it. He clenched his teeth, asking if he really offered this to them, the 9 knives. He said that the boss did not even hope that they would go over to the side of the wolves. By wolves, he meant Goreng, and Zhang did not understand this immediately, but then he simply smiled. He said that everything was not entirely like that. There was no need to go over to anyone's side, he just wanted to buy them. He continued by saying that Gyu-chan said that the knives held up all of Ilhak, but it also meant something else. Lee Seung-hak and Lee Seung-min were not worthy of being called leaders, so the wolves would not have to do anything. They, the 9 knives, will do all the work, or rather here he looked at Gyu-chan, he will do everything. Zhang finally explained the mission, saying it was just to shoot one person. It was necessary to do this as close as possible and aim as clearly as possible. He grabbed Gyu-chan's gun and pointed it straight at his chest, saying that it was easy, wasn't it? Gyu-chang then asked if they weren't on Gorang's side, to which Zhang replied that they were more tamers than allies. That's why they needed him, Gyu-chan, because it was necessary to keep them in line, so that they do not think that the world belongs only to them. These were his last words then. Yi Su took out a knife and was about to turn it in the direction where Gyu-chan was hiding, but something stopped him. Someone's hand lay on his shoulder. It was Zhang Ho, who had already suspected something was wrong. He looked at the director, making it clear that it was better not to go there, because it really was a trap. Then Gyu-chan apologized to Baek Do-kyung, saying that he had no choice, and Zhang Ho decided to take care of his comrade himself. He stood forward, leaning against the wall, asking him to explain what was happening. But Gyu-chan said that he did it for their sake, and when Zhang Ho came out a little from behind the wall, he shouted at him not to come closer. He desperately shouted that it was for their own good, so they had to admit it. Zhang Ho then asked what he meant, and he replied that he talked to Chief Zhang. He said that he promises to transfer part of the rights to them, the knives. But before he could finish speaking, Zhang Ho interrupted him. He told him to come to his senses, asking if he really thought they would be in charge now. But Gyu-chan didn't listen to him. He asked if he was wrong, because then why did the young master become Ilhak's boss? He only brought them trouble, so after the death of the chairman, it was Zhang Ho who had to inherit the organization. After all, he did a lot for her prosperity, but Zhang Ho interrupted him by hitting the wall with his fist. He gritted his teeth and quietly asked if this was the only reason he betrayed Ilhak. Suddenly, he hit his head on a wall that wasn't drywall, but he didn't care. A thin stream of blood poured from his forehead, but he continued to stand there out of despair and disappointment. Gyu-chan wanted to say something in his defense, but Zhang Ho stopped him, saying that he was no longer his family. He slammed his fist against the wall again and said that in that case, he would destroy it in the name of Ilhak. As he said this, his voice trembled and tears rolled down from his eyes. It was a difficult decision for him. However, Gyu-chan shouted at him not to come closer, and if he took another step, he would have to shoot. But Jong Ho suddenly said something completely unexpected, saying that you shouldn't address him like that. It would be better if he told this to his friend, and at that moment Yisu flew into the window behind Gyu-chan. He broke the glass, and fragments rained down into the corridor, and Gyu-chan turned around to shoot the enemy. But he failed to do this, because Yisu grabbed his hand while still in flight, preventing him from pointing the gun at himself. The next second, a knife appeared in his hand, which he ran across Gyu-chan's hand in one sharp movement. Out of surprise, he dropped the pistol and winced from the pain that pierced his hand, because the attack was not weak. After that, Yisu hit him in the legs, and he lost his balance and fell to the floor, still unable to attack back. He hit his head painfully on the floor, but that of course was not all. Then Yisu attacked him. He grabbed him by the throat with his strong grip so that he could no longer make any attack. Holding him in this position, he suddenly got his wild look again and asked the man, was he also a traitor? This reminded him of Chief Zhang, so he prepared a knife. He had already raised his hand to stab him, but at that moment, Jong Ho ran up to him and asked him to wait. Yisu listened to his words and put away the knife, but Gyu still remained a traitor, so something had to be decided. And S didn't come up with anything better than to just kill him for this, and he told Jong Ho this. Meanwhile, the rest of the knives were in an abandoned warehouse in Yongsan, and he was one of them. Lee Sun-man sat on a chair with his hands tied behind his back, just like Hyung Nim and the others. It was clear that he had been beaten pretty well, and besides, he was very hungry, so he raised his head when he heard a noise at the door. Someone opened the huge unlocked doors slightly, and a small ray of light from the moon leaked into the room. It was Kyung-chun, but he apologized, saying that he didn't have food, but he could do something else. He entered the room and began to approach the man, and he asked who he was, because the guy was not one of their people. Instead of answering, Weasel broke his cookie, which he had saved when they left Taeson's main office. He handed him half, asking if it was enough for him, and wanted to throw the second into his mouth. He, of course, left more for himself, but Sun-man was worried about something else. He asked where the guy even came from, not to mention how he managed to get through security, because he knew for sure that guards were assigned to him. Then Kyung-chun wanted to tell the man that he was from North Korea, but he stopped in time because it was dangerous. Instead, he replied that he was from Daesan, and Sung-man looked at him in surprise, asking about Daesan. Weasel began to cut the ropes, and Sung-man said that apparently Taeson made his move, which means Seung-min did not let them down. He asked how it was with the others, to which Kyung-chun replied that they had already sent people for them too. At the same time, Xi'an finished with the next security bunker, where one of the knives could be kept. He looked for the right place, thinking that it must definitely be somewhere here, and soon he actually found it. Another one of the knives was tied to a chair in the same way, and had also been beaten well before, which could be seen from his face. It was Jang Tok-pei's 8th knife, and Xi'an asked how long he had to wait, but he didn't answer. Then Xi'an leaned towards him, asking if the man remembered him, because they once fought against each other. However, he continued to remain silent, and the guy thought that he was still passed out, so he lightly touched his head. He heard that the man was conscious and even muttered something, but as it turned out, it was a trap. The next moment, he sharply threw his head back and attacked Xi'an with a scream, which he clearly did not expect. It turned out that he was not even tied down, but was hiding a knife in his hand behind his back, which he swung at the guy. At the last moment, Xi'an managed to duck down, and the man was surprised by this because he did not expect this. Then Xi'an took a closer look at him and realized in horror that this was not at all the man with whom he had fought then. He said that his physique was different last time, and he asked how he was able to dodge his attack. Suddenly, the man pulled his face, removing his mask, saying that even Baek Yi-soo could not dodge this attack. In front of him stood Ghost, an assassin and a professional who fought with Do-kyung. Xi'an looked at him in surprise, because he mentioned that he had killed his commander, and suddenly everything became clear. The Ghost began to spin his karambit, asking if Xi'an didn't know the whole story of the battle. However, the guy didn't need to know anything. He already guessed everything himself and attacked the enemy with a knife. He remembered how Jin Woon's face changed a lot in the alley. He must have been informed about Do-kyung's death. And the one who killed him was this man, who also thought that he killed the real Bak Yi-soo and was clearly proud of it. He repeated these words once again, saying that he killed the NAR commander Bak Yi-soo. It seemed that he was not all right in his head. Meanwhile, there were still bunkers in the abandoned warehouse that their team did not have time to check. Hyun-gu, nicknamed Pirate, approached one of these. Now he worked for Daesan, which means he had to help. He understood that this was his chance to show his best side, so there was no chance for him to make a mistake. He had to show that he was worth something after Garang had written him off. The guard was already waiting for him. It was the former head of Gorang John Mansiok. He said that this is the private property of their organization, so the man should get out. But Hyun-gu ignored his words, telling him to get out of the way himself, and this answer surprised the man. The pirate shouted that he was Lee Hyun-gu, the hook from Hanam-dong, and attacked Mansiok, who tensed up a little. Then he also put out his fist, preparing to repel his attack, but he still did not know what awaited him. It was immediately clear that Hyun-gu had no chance of winning, so he came up with another way and showed his Gorang badge. In this way, he showed that he was also a member of the organization, so Mansiok had to let him through. He entered the bunker and saw one of the knives tied to a chair in the center of the room, like his comrades. It was Doko Hyungnim, Ilhak's fourth knife, who was still alive even though blood was visible from his head. The pirate introduced himself, saying that he was Hook from Hyun-gu's shares and added that he had come to help. He said that it was Daesan who sent him to get the man out of here, and the man looked at him in disbelief. Meanwhile, in another bunker, where Shion came to save the next knife, a battle between two experienced fighters was now raging. The ghost waved his karambits, to which a fishing line was tied, asking where such an opponent came from. He also asked how he knew Yisu, because he didn't look like a bandit. But Shion was in no hurry to answer him yet. His look suddenly became serious. He put on his hood and covered his nose, and then the phantom thought that he was one of the same pros as himself. He wanted to make another guess, but Shion interrupted him, telling him to watch his tongue. He made a quick lunge towards the enemy, and the ghost barely had time to dodge. The guy attacked incredibly quickly. The man noticed that he was aiming at the neck. He did not hesitate at all, which means he was trained in professional knife use. In addition, he hit quickly and accurately. He did not often fight such opponents. However, he was also no slouch, because he was a professional hired killer, and he ducked under the guy's next attack. And then he told him not to yawn and to attack him, although Shion didn't seem to be worried at all. Suddenly, he took out a throwing knife and threw it at the ghost's face. He noticed it in time, but it was difficult to react. Still, he leaned to the side, but the knife touched him, cutting his cheek, and he thought that Yisu was not even close to this guy. To avoid falling, he put out his hand and put his weight on it, and then prepared to retaliate. He rushed at Shion. This fight promised to be interesting, because they were both strong and experienced. When the ghost ran, he thought that the guy was still smart about everything, because he deliberately weakened his defense in order to let the enemy get closer. Obviously, he did this to attack him unnoticed, and now he stood ready with another knife clutched between his fingers. Shion said that the man seemed to be a pro for being able to dodge, but this only made Ghost laugh. After a moment, his face became serious again, and he told him with eerie confidence not to die like Baek Yisu. Yisu himself, meanwhile, stood on the sidewalk and lit a cigarette. He realized that the hostages were not being held in his location. He stood near the car where Jong-ho was sitting with Gyu-chan, whom they had disarmed. Now the two were talking face to face. John asked him where the rest of the knives were being kept, and he replied that they were all in the abandoned Gorang warehouse. Then he said that no one intended to harm them, but still Yisu and Jong-ho should not have gone there. Jong-ho asked why, but Gyu-chan simply replied that they guaranteed their safety. He said that times are changing, and now they cannot defeat Gorang. He asked if Jong-ho didn't understand this. In this state of affairs, he simply owes it to the young master and Tyson to go over to the side of a stronger organization. This is the only way the knives can continue to exist. But before he could finish this, Jong-ho hit him. He still couldn't believe that his teammate had betrayed him and his organization out of weakness. Gyu-chan wanted to say something in his defense, but he did not want to listen to anything else, continuing to beat him. The man could no longer even defend himself. The fight with Yisu took all his strength, and he stopped resisting. Jong-ho grabbed him by the collar and said that if he continued to wag his tongue, he would tear him into pieces. However, Gyu-chan did not want to give up his beliefs. He said that Ilhak would not be reborn again. He also didn't have time to finish. A scream was heard from the car, as if they were screaming in pain. It was Jong-ho who smacked him in the face. But then the man took his hand and asked why he insisted on his own, knowing that the game was not worth the candle. Jong-ho squeezed the collar of his shirt with all his might. It was clear that he was experiencing mixed emotions, but soon he looked at Gyu-chan. He shouted that the reason was that he was mistaken, and he swung his hand again to hit him. This time, Gyu-chan was unable to do anything at all, so he didn't even move, but he wasn't hit. Jong-ho hit near his head, breaking the glass. But still it was not manly to beat him in such a state, even though he was a traitor. He put his hand on his shoulders and explained why he was wrong in saying that he had forgotten the main principle of the knives. They, the knives, do not fight for the sake of victory, but always in order to protect what is truly dear to them. Gyu-chan was touched by the old man's words, but he still didn't understand his position, so he took his hand and asked, "How can he protect something with such weak hands?" He touched them with his forehead, and tears began to flow. But at that moment, the car doors opened, and Baek Yi-soo sat in the driver's seat, interrupting their conversation. He started the car and buckled up, getting ready to go somewhere, and Jong-ho asked in surprise where he was going. Instead of answering, Director Daesan pressed the gas pedal and the car drove off. He directed it along his route. Puzzled, Jong-ho asked him what happened, but the director only pressed the gas harder to the floor. He just talked to someone and said that everything went to one place, and now they should return to the warehouse. Meanwhile, the fight between Shion and the ghost was still going on. The guy did not stop throwing knives. But soon the man got tired of it. He asked if he was really going to continue to play the fool, because this was actually a serious fight. He finally got close and launched an attack, but Shion was good at both throwing and at close range. The ghost swung the knife, but even before that he managed to notice that the guy was clearly not so simple. He easily dodged every attack. As if to confirm his thoughts, Shion moved his hand behind his wrist, thus loosening his grip. The man felt it. He felt that he was about to drop the weapon, but he could not do anything. It was too late. And then something happened that he never expected. In an instant, the guy was behind him, preparing to attack. He bent his arm at the elbow, but there was no blow. He did it for a different purpose. With a sharp movement, he spun on his leg and snatched the weapon from the right hand of the ghost, who did not even have time to understand this. He was only surprised to notice how the karambit slipped away from his hands, and he looked at his enemy in horror. He thought that the guy was reading his attacks. No, he saw his every step, and now he managed to get rid of one knife altogether. He copied his every move, and Shion himself, meanwhile, asked if anyone was still using fishing line. The ghost realized that this guy even knew about his spare weapon, so he couldn't be caught by surprise. He was even somewhat similar to him, and the thought even flashed through the men that he too was a professional assassin. However, if this was true, he still couldn't lose to him, so the Phantom prepared to attack again. He asked the guy who he was, but instead of answering, Shion rushed towards him. It seems he had a plan again. He swung again. The ghost ducked, preparing to strike in the face, but realized that it was useless. Shion looked at him and said that he knew his every move, so there was no point in trying to outwit him. The ghost thought that he knew everything so well that it made him sick. Now he even spun the karambit like him. To his surprise, the guy was fluent in this type of weapon, and even skillfully used fishing line. And then he suddenly stopped twisting the knife and looked at the man as if he was about to finish him off. This almost happened. The ghost did not notice how the fishing line wrapped around his body, and then Shion cut him in the stomach. The man felt blood. Now he was a little scared, because the guy was clearly a professional, and perhaps even stronger than him. But fear quickly gave way to joy. It was not the first time he had fought such an opponent, so he knew that he would not lose. Despite his wound, he began to attack Shion even more, but still to no avail. Then Shion decided to end this fight, and having waited for the right moment, swung his karambit at the man's face. But to his surprise, he did not even think of turning away from the attack. Instead, he stopped the knife with his bare hands. Blood spurted out from his hand, but the attack was stopped. Shion did not expect this, so the enemy had a chance. The ghost took advantage of this and extended his free hand with the karambit to Shion's hand, intending to cut off his finger. Although the guy noticed this, it was still difficult to take his hand back. His opponent's behavior puzzled him. Now in front of him was not just a professional killer, but a mad maniac who only laughed at his wounds. He strained his face so hard that the scar on his face began to bleed. But he didn't care. He demanded to continue. Meanwhile, Sunmon and Hyungnim had already teamed up and were now breaking into other bunkers together in search of comrades. Sungmon said that they should be careful if they want to do everything quietly, when suddenly he saw a familiar body. They opened another bunker and killed the guards. This time they were lucky and saw Guanpal here. Hyungnim ran up to him and grabbed him by the shoulders. He told the man to come to his senses, but he did not react yet. They became worried as they saw the man bow his head as if he was unconscious. Hyungnim shouted at Guangpal not to joke, because he couldn't just die here, but he was still silent. For a minute, they were gripped by fear for their comrade, but a moment later they were already standing in bewilderment, because it turned out that he was just sleeping. Hyungnim angrily asked what the point of secrecy was then, but Sungmon suggested just waking him up. Then Hyungnim gave him a light slap, and Guanpal sleepily opened his eyes. The men breathed a sigh of relief. They said that now all that was left was to find Tok Pei, when suddenly Hook with a man on his back and Weasel entered the bunker. Hyun-gu said that they had a problem because their comrade was not really breathing, and it just happened to be Tak Bae. Blood was flowing from the weight. It was clear that it had been used to remove a sample of a human mask. While the men were helping Hyun-gu take it off, Kyung-chun said that he had contacted the boss and now they needed to get away quickly. He was still talking when suddenly the darkness of the night was dispelled by the bright light of headlights that were aimed directly at them. Kyung-chun closed his eyes and couldn't fully understand what it was. But soon it became clear to all of them what situation they were in. A man came out to meet them, saying that he thought they would get in here, but he didn't expect it to be so quickly. Tae-hyun said that they snuck in like a bunch of arrogant rats, and now he must get rid of this garbage on his territory. He was already clutching a brass knuckle in his hand, and behind him stood members of the Gorang, who were just waiting for his signal to rush into battle. Meanwhile, Shion realized that now he would have to fight at full strength, because one mistake and he would be dead. He remembered how 5 years ago he participated in an operation to storm a building. Then he had already mastered the skill of knives. The security was pretty weak, so he alone dealt with the whole squad. But something happened. He fought in the same way as now with the ghost, but those people were not on his level, so he didn't think about it then. Another guard attacked him with a knife, and Shion then had kirambits, and he spun them just like the ghost. He then grabbed the man's arm and twisted it so that he could not carry out the attack, and then ran the blade through his arm. This made the guard's eyes blurry, and he dropped the knife, and Shion prepared to finish him off. He swung his hand and looked at the victim with a wild look. Only his eyes and the way the earrings shone on his ears were visible. He hit the man in the throat and blood poured out, but he remained alive for some time. He covered the wound with his hand and sank to the ground. Silent horror and fear of the guy was visible in his eyes. But Shion was not dissuaded. He swung the knife again and finished off the man, whose blood splattered on his clothes. This was the last guard on the floor, so now he was able to enter the door he needed, looking for one person. He looked inside and heard laughter, and then someone said that they should not have treated his people like that. The man said that they could just talk. He was sitting in a spacious office, more like a library. His name was Yang John Pal, nicknamed Two Hands, and he was wanted for espionage in both North and South Korea. He was a military goods smuggler and intermediary for deserters from North Korea, and now his hand was hiding a revolver. He asked who sent Shion, saying that he could offer him a deal, and then pulled out a weapon. He aimed at his head, when suddenly something thin wrapped around his arm, and he didn't even understand what happened. And the following happened. Shion threw a fishing line around his hand, and with the help of kirambits, pulled it towards himself, cutting his hand. John Paul grabbed her, the revolver fell on the carpet, and his blood splattered on the table. Then he swore loudly. He told the guy that he was crazy, but Shion replied that it was, in fact, just a warning. He continued, saying that now it's worth moving on to the main thing, because as they say, don't open your mouth to someone else's eyes. At that time, Lee Shion worked in the HID Special Squad for eliminating targets, the Phantom Battalion. He left the building. In total, he had 11 successful eliminations, but it seems that now this list has not been replenished. His boss called him, asking what was wrong with 2 arms, and Shion replied that he was now 1-armed. Then the boss asked if he really left him alive, and Shion responded by asking if he really had to kill the man. His boss was Chief Jung, who said that they couldn't leave any traces, so he had to finish off the bandit. But Shion replied that he had received an order to warn him, not to kill him, and he did so. Jung agreed, but said that they had better be absolutely sure of their safety. He added that he understood Shion's views, but this was their mission, because this was not the kind of behavior expected from a squad leader. After all, even though senior management might not know about their squad, they must realize how important their role is. Finally, the boss said that next time he would bring the matter to the end, and Shion replied that he understood everything. He was brought back to reality by the voice of the Phantom, who asked if he too had fun fighting with him. Instead of answering, Shion swung his leg. Once the enemy managed to take him by surprise, but no more. He knocked the man down, but he managed to cut him in the collarbone area, although the guy did not pay any attention. Now it was the ghost's turn to be surprised by the enemy. He stopped laughing and looked at him seriously. Shion moved with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing over the man, brandishing a knife. A second later, there was a blow to where the Phantom's head was. He barely managed to turn over to the other side. However, the guy didn't even think about stopping there. He used the knife as a support and jumped on the man. Until the last moment, he kept the knife on the ground, so the Phantom did not understand what he was trying to achieve, but the situation was dangerous. Shion landed at the very feet of the man and swung his knife. He managed to put up a defense, but the knife still touched him. Then the ghost kicked him. He was already angry because he could not seize the initiative in the battle. But despite the strong blow, Shion didn't seem to suffer any damage as he easily blocked it. Then he grabbed his leg and put 2 knives to it, and the Phantom was seriously scared because he realized what he was going to do. Shion crossed the knives on his leg, and his gaze suddenly became somehow distant. Now he was indifferent to everything. Such a look frightened even such a rabid killer as he, and the Phantom knew that he must avoid the blow. Gathering all his strength, he made a jerk and pushed away from the guy, but he still managed to leave traces of cuts. Now the man realized that he was dealing with an unusual fighter, because another second, and he would have been left without a leg. It seemed that now they had switched places. He was thinking of hunting big game, but in the end, he himself became the victim. Shion began to approach him, when suddenly he heard a signal about movement in another sector. His comrades called him. He sighed with annoyance, saying that they had been discovered, but this should have been foreseen from the very beginning of the operation. He looked at the man and said that they would finish today and continue another time. But this meant defeat for the ghost. He tried to get up, saying that he could not leave so easily. Shion did not have to answer. His attack spoke for him, from which the man's pants tore and blood poured down his leg. Out of powerlessness, he could only scream so that the guy would not dare to leave, but Shion no longer paid attention to him. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun was getting closer and closer to the bunker, near which the wounded knives Kyung-chun and Hyun-gu stood. Director Gorang said that he thought he would see real professionals, and not some cute little brat. He meant Weasel, and then turned his gaze to Hook, asking who the mug with the pirate's headband was. Upon hearing this, Hong-gu teared up a little, asking if he didn't know him, but maybe that was for the best. However, they didn't have much chance. Cars blocked their exit, and Tae-hyun said that they wouldn't leave alive. Weasel assessed the situation and prepared for a fight, although he understood that they could not hold out for long and they needed help. When suddenly a strange shadow appeared from somewhere, Kyung-chun only managed to see her leg, but that was enough. He realized that Shion had received their signal and had already arrived at the scene to help them, since he was the one who had just intervened in the battle. The fishing line jumped everywhere, wrapping the guards one after another, and then he got to Tae-hyun. He didn't even notice how there was a noose around his neck, and from behind Shion was preparing to deliver the final blow. He told the bandit to stand still, intending to cut his throat, but Tae-hyun quickly realized this. He bowed his head, not letting the line close around his neck, and swung his brass knuckles, but he didn't see the guy. Shion quickly ducked under his arm and ended up behind him, continuing to tighten the fishing line around the bandit's body. When everything was ready, he pulled her towards him, and Tae-hyun felt his neck being squeezed by something metallic. Thus, Shion moved the enemy to his back and then grabbed both knives to which the fishing line was tied. With a sharp movement, he pulled them towards himself, and Tae-hyun found himself in a noose, holding his neck, lying on the guy's back. Shion was still frozen in a squat, but as soon as he straightened up sharply, Tae-hyun risked saying goodbye to his life. He also understood his situation well, so he tried to somehow get out by swinging his free elbow. But Shion withdrew his hand, saying that Boss Gorang was simply unlucky today, and let him think that he was dealt a hard hand. Then he hit him below the knee, and Tae-hyun lost his footing, falling to his knees. At the same time, Shion straightened up and put a knife to his still-wrapped neck. Tae-hyun began to choke. Now he looked rather pitiful, and Shion told the rest of the Gorang members that it was better for them not to move. He added that otherwise he might inadvertently kill their boss, and they realized that the guy was serious. Then Shion turned to his comrades standing near the bunker, saying that the wounded man should be taken away first. Hook thought how this crazy guy got rid of Ryu Tae-hyun so easily. He asked himself where Tae-san found such a thing. However, people often say things like this in a situation like this, so you should always be prepared for the unexpected. Shion ordered the Gorang men to get out of the way, or he would gut their boss like a pig. But at that moment, he heard the whistle of a knife. Someone sneaked up behind him unnoticed and now quickly attacked. Fortunately, he managed to notice the enemy in time. Chief Zhang swung the knife right at his throat, and Shion barely had time to duck as the knife cut the fishing line from Tae-hyun's neck. Zhang told him that he talked a lot, like a poser. His appearance was an unpleasant surprise. The line that held Tae-hyun was cut, and now Shion could not control the bandit. Moreover, hatred boiled up in him at the sight of his boss, because he personally ordered the shooting of him and his friends. He didn't think much about the attack and stabbed him, but Zhang dodged it, saying it was predictable. To his surprise, the boss also had incredible speed. He quickly went behind him and stabbed him with a knife. Shi-on sank to the ground from burning pain because the boss knew him too well. He apologized ironically, saying that the guy there had been wounded, so he deliberately aimed at the back. He said that he was glad to see him again, and since he was alive, many things became clear, in particular the situation with his commander. He stabbed the karambit into his hand, asking if Daesang's boss was really Baek Yi-soo, who didn't die. Shi-on screamed in pain, and the knives wanted to come to his aid, but Jang told them to stand still unless they wanted their friend dead. He added that the situation had changed slightly, and if they did not want it to worsen, then they should stand and watch the performance. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun also came to his senses. He held his hand on his neck, cursing the experienced guy who could do this to him. The boss told Shi-on that he had already told him that such things should not be done anyhow, and that unfinished business should not be left. Then Tae-hyun intervened, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about since the guy had just almost killed him. He kicked Shi-on and he rolled back, and then he rushed after him, intending to hit him with brass knuckles. Unfortunately, he still managed to hit the blow because Shi-on was too weak and shocked to block. Tae-hyun grabbed him by the jacket, asking him what he could do now, calling him a stupid show-off. The boss didn't really like this behavior, especially since he interrupted him with a question about Dyson's real leader. But Tae-hyun was not bothered by this. He continued to beat Shi-on, and he blocked some of the blows with his last strength. Then Tae-hyun swung to finish him off with one precise attack to the head, saying that luck was not on his side now. He brought his hand down on his head, but Shi-on only removed it and grabbed his hand, preparing to retaliate. With one jerk, he rolled onto his stomach, using Tae-hyun's hand as support, and then grabbed him by the shoulder. Thus, he again managed to find himself on top of the enemy. He moved one of his arms to the side and pressed his face to the ground with his elbow. This was necessary in order to knock down the enemy's confidence, and then he took him into a chokehold. He squeezed his neck again, and Tae-hyun's vision even dimmed. He began to convulsively grasp the air with his hands. Then Shi-on loosened his grip a little, but put a karambit to his cheek, asking if he still hadn't learned his lesson. With these words, he ran the knife across his eye, and blood poured out, and Tae-hyun screamed in horror. Shi-on just smiled, saying that the boss was right, because they really had a good performance. He turned to the boss, telling him to leave quickly, otherwise this time he will actually kill Boss Goreng. Everyone thought that the showdown would end there, when suddenly Chief Jong said that he could kill Tae-hyun if he wanted. He said that they didn't need such a useless ally anyway, and then he called the others. However, the men from Goreng did not budge. They hesitated, but still no one followed his order. Shi-on then remarked on this with satisfaction, saying that it seemed that the chief did not understand the bandits very well. After all, the world of bandits differs in many ways from the world of soldiers. Different rules and laws apply here. For example, the fact that he cannot become a boss only through force, because each of them believes in his boss. And if the boss was going to play with the bandits, then he should not leave unfinished business, because the rules on this side of the border are different. This offended Jong. He asked if he really considered logic based on emotions to be rules. At this moment, he thought that even if Tae-hyun died here, they would all lose control of Goreng. Then he realized that a bunch of thugs would not carry out his orders and turned to Shi-on. He told him to leave Tae-hyun and get lost because he would only play by his rules this time. And then he turned to Tae-hyun himself, calling him president and saying that they would talk about everything later. His face was so gloomy that no one dared to argue. There was something frightening about this man. Then Shi-on told the others to leave, and he would let Tae-hyun go when they were safe. Chief Jong stepped aside. Knives, Weasel, and Hyung-gu left through the bunkers from the back door, and so far no one was following them. Shi-on and Tae-hyun also began to slowly retreat back, or rather, it was Shi-on who led Tae-hyun back. He grimaced with displeasure, and the guy said that next time he would really take his eye. Then he put the bloody karambit to his throat, telling him to try not to die before that. Tae-hyun couldn't stand this. He waved his hand, thinking that this time he would definitely be able to hurt the guy. However, his hand only hit the air. He was surprised to notice that Shi-on had already managed to hide. Then he was overcome with anger and hatred towards Tae-san, because this guy was her member, which irritated him even more. He called them all worthless, vile insects, which, however, managed to make him afraid. He was indignant, saying that he would put an end to this organization of idiots. But suddenly, Zhang approached him. The boss had followed them, and he was now standing behind Tae-hyun, saying that they needed to clarify something. Seeing him, Tae-hyun's eyes flashed angrily. He said that he felt now was the time for an explanation. He put out his hand with brass knuckles, and Chief Zhang pointed a knife at him instead of answering. Meanwhile, The wounded knives and others were already waiting for the car in which Yisu and Jong Ho arrived with Gyu-chan. At the sight of his comrades, the old man ran out of the car, asking what had happened to them during this time. As he got closer, he noticed that Guan-pal was still limping, and Tok-pei could not walk on his own at all. He hurried to take it from Hyun-gu's back, and Hyung-nim noticed that his condition continued to worsen. He said that they needed to hurry to the hospital, because otherwise everything could end badly. Yisu quickly assessed the situation. Of the wounded, besides knives, there was also Shion, but he said that everything was fine with him. They were already on their way. Fortunately, the hospital was not far from the abandoned Gorong warehouse, so they would make it in time. In the back seat were Tok-pei, unconscious, and Gyu-chan, who suddenly quietly apologized to his comrade. He said that he didn't think things would turn out this way, but suddenly Tok-pei opened his eyes, asking what he was apologizing for. Gyu-chan replied that he was short-sighted, and that's why Tok-pei and the rest of Knives got hurt, but he interrupted his friend. He sat back and said that he should ask the young master for forgiveness, not them. But Gyu-chan couldn't do it. With tears in his eyes, he asked how he could show himself to Seung-min. Then Tok-pei looked away and said that if the young master did not forgive him, then he would kneel with him. And together they will ask for his forgiveness. With these words, tears also rolled down from him. He said that they should go to him now. But that was the last thing he said. After that, the man fell silent, and considering his condition, Gyu-chan became worried. He was touched by his friend's devotion, but understood that Ilhak suffered because of him, and this was only his fault. He could no longer hold back his tears, and they flowed like a river into his hands. He thought that he could not bear it if Tok-pei died. However, time was running out while they were driving. It was necessary to urgently come up with a plan, and he realized what he had to do. He agreed with his friend, saying that they should indeed go to the young master and ask for forgiveness. Meanwhile, Chief Zhang brought a lighter to light a cigarette. He turned to President Gorang. Apparently, they had a battle before, but for some reason, Tae-hyun ended up on the ground, and Zhang towered over him with a cigarette. He said that the bandit's fists were not that bad. One could even say that he had some kind of talent. However, Tae-hyun did not feel praise in his words. The boss grabbed him by the hair and lifted him slightly. At Daison's main office, a difficult task now lay ahead for Gyu-chan, who had come to ask for forgiveness. All the knives were gathered there, as well as Yisu and Seung-min, who had not yet spoken anything while listening to his confession. Yisu sat in a chair and simply watched what was happening. He was wondering how the director would react to the betrayal. But Guan-pal did not hold back. He hit him in the face, saying that he was a real piece of shit, because so many people died because of him. He continued to beat him, asking how he even had the audacity to show his vile face here. It would be better if he just left. He raised his hand to strike again, but this time his hand was stopped by Jung Ho, saying that enough was enough. But he threw his hand away, saying that he must deal with this bastard because he betrayed them and Ilhak. Then Jung Ho said that only the boss has the right to judge him, but Guang-pal said that there is no need for him to get his hands dirty. He added that he would deal with such a fool himself, and Yisu saw that Seung-min still did not react. Then he stood up and went to Seung-min, saying that Daison would not influence his decision in this situation. In the end, it has nothing to do with them, despite the fact that Gyu-chan caused them all a lot of trouble. He came close to the chairman and took out a knife, saying that betrayal is a very serious issue, and his decision remains with him, the director of Ilhak. With these words, he handed him the knife, and Seung-min accepted it. Then he headed out, saying that the other knife should also cool down, and Guan-pal realized that this concerned him. Then Yisu continued, explaining that this problem could not be solved by simply punching the traitor in the face. He put his hand on Guan-pal's shoulder, who was about to start beating him again, but now he doubted it. And Su told him that he shouldn't make a show out of this, because this way nothing will change, and that's not what they need. Guan-pal thought for a while, but still decided to listen to Director Daesang's words, because he was right. Seung-min held the knife and also thought about what Yisu told him. Now he had to judge the Gudo member for treason. He suddenly said that the reason for Lee Gyu-chan's betrayal was due to his own incompetence. He then added that because of this, he forgives him, and Jung Ho looked at him in surprise. Then Seung-min added that he would accept Gyu-chan back into their ranks, but the man refused to believe it. For a minute, there was silence in the room. Everyone thought that the conflict had been resolved, but this turned out to be far from the case. Seung-min suddenly changed his voice and said that this was how he would have answered before, but now everything was different. He said that his betrayal resulted in the death of Tok-pei, who in the end could not be saved, so his guilt is obvious. And therefore he will not judge him as a foolish young master, but will pronounce judgment on him in the name of Ilhak. He gripped the knife tighter and walked towards Gyu-chan, who was on his knees, unable to get up after being hit by Guan Pal. But at the same time, he understood everything perfectly. He knew that he deserved it, and therefore did not think of resisting. He prepared for the worst, because the director had every right to stab him or even kill him, but he just walked by. Gyu-chan looked at him in surprise. He didn't know whether it was generosity or the boss would now tell him to get out of Ilhak. He could not bear the silence and shouted why the young master spared his life, because he had betrayed them. Because of him, Tok Bei was killed, but Seung Min replied that it was now clear to him in which direction their organization would develop. He said that he would do it. He was simply obliged to rebuild Ilhak, but the men did not understand anything yet. Seung Min continued, looking at the knife. He said that it was not made to cut the throat of such pigs. So let Lee Ji-Wyu-chan get away and never come into their sight again. That was his verdict. He said that he was no longer the knife of Ilhak, and there was no point in shedding his blood on the path they had chosen. He left the room and the others followed him, all except Ji-Wyu-chan, who remained standing silently. Seung Min thought what a pitiful leader he was, even though his words said otherwise. Jong Ho asked if he was the only one who showed them Chairman Lee Seung Min's Ilhak, because it was something new. Sun Min was surprised by his words. He turned around and asked what he meant when he spoke about Ilhak, because in fact, such an organization no longer existed. But Chung H did not agree with him. He said that from now on, his every word or action will reflect the will of Ilhak. After all, there is nothing wrong with the young master wanting to remake the organization at his own discretion. Meanwhile, Yi Su went up to the roof where there was a helipad. He was waiting for the end of the performance. He wasn't entirely sure what Seung Min would do, but he doubted that he would kill Ji-Wyu-chan, because it was a difficult decision. He put the cigarette in his mouth and reached for the lighter, but discovered that it was not there when suddenly someone handed it to him. It was Su-ah. She was dressed in a beautiful white suit, but her face looked tired. Yi Su thanked her, saying that he always couldn't remember where he put his lighter, and asked if the girl really smoked too. But she silently stepped aside and replied that this lighter belonged to Mr. Baek Do-kyung. Hearing about his brother, Yi Su said that he had not been called by his real name for a long time, and he leaned on the fence. People call him Baek Do-kyung so often that he had gotten used to it, even though it was just a lie. He shared that he constantly catches himself thinking about this, because to take revenge he must behave like his brother. Then he asked, as if to himself, what his brother would do in his place, what he would say now, and everything else. I wonder what he wouldn't like if he saw Yi Su with a cigarette in his hand, because he was a soldier and usually didn't smoke. Su-ah smiled awkwardly, also remembering her director, saying that he really would not be happy. However, she later added that for some reason she was sure of something else that Do-kyung would say about him, his brother. She quoted him as having once said that the only thing they had in common was their terrible temperament. At least he definitely said something like that, and Yi Su agreed, saying that it was like him. Su-ah opened her eyes in surprise, looking at him, because she didn't think that in this way she would remind him of something. But Yi Su continued, saying that this is exactly what Baek Do-kyung would have said. He looked at the girl with gratitude. This look reminded her of the director. Now it even seemed to her that Do-kyung was really standing in front of her. However, their conversation was interrupted by Seung Min's voice, who asked if Director Baek was here, and then walked towards them. In one hand, he held a knife, as Yi Su noted, without blood, which meant that he still solved the problem in a different way. Jong Ho got up with him, they walked together to meet him, and Yi Su asked if this little thing was useful to him. Then Seung Min turned the knife towards himself, saying that the blade was really quite sharp, but it couldn't be used to cut pigs. With these words, he handed it over to Yi Su, and he, having heard such an answer, said that he believed that they had settled everything themselves. Then he hid the knife in the inside pocket of his jacket, saying that now they should get down to business, but Jung Ho interrupted him. He apologized for the interruption, but before discussing plans, he wanted an answer to his question. Yi Su looked at him with confusion. He thought that the man meant something related to the chairman. But then he remembered their conversation on the stairs, where he asked him what his true motives were. Then he did not have time to answer because they were attacked again. But now he should have given him an answer. He leaned on the railing, saying that before answering, he asked Jung Ho to clarify something. He asked if Ilhak controlled the entire underworld of Seoul, to which Jung Ho replied that he once did. Yi Su then asked if he remembered how much money the organization was making every day back then. Jung Ho said it was 15 years ago, so he doesn't remember. But Yi Su said it was huge money. Jung Ho asked what he meant by this, and Yi Su explained that it was not only bandits who wanted to occupy the highest point of Seoul. After all, it was a rather advantageous position, but Jong-ho still didn't understand what he was getting at, and told him so. Yi-soo then explained that the government was trying to reorganize the system to distribute rights among criminal groups. This was the very thing that led to a whole series of events in which Chief Jang was also drawn into. This unified synchronization project was called One Sync, and this is what was mentioned in the document that Jung-ho gave him. The man then thought that the information they received from Police Chief Cho Won-ho was correct. Yi-soo turned to Seung-min, saying that it must have been difficult to keep it a secret from the knives, since only he knew about it. But Jung-ho said that he still didn't understand, because Director Dae-sang never said his true goal. However, he replied that there was nothing grand about it, he just wanted to establish something for himself. After all, a scumbag like him will not fight for justice and go out of his way for a good cause. To be honest, he didn't care who ran the show, but he couldn't let Chief Jong do whatever he wanted. In other words, solving this problem meant a lot to him, because it was not just a goal. Thus, he was going to avenge his brother, who was also part of this gangster system. Jung-ho asked if it was really that important for him to stop Chief Jong, and he agreed. He said that the boss took away the most precious thing from him, his family, because besides his brother, he had no one left. He approached Seung-min, saying that in this regard, the help of such a strong ally as Il-hak would be indispensable. And if he manages to achieve his goal, he will transfer control of Seoul into their hands. This was unexpected. By the way, he wanted to introduce them to someone and told them about it, and they began to wonder who it could be. Yi-soo added that now was not the best time for this, but he would like them to meet this person. He was referring to his brother, who was still in a coma. Baek Do-kyung was lying in a special ward. However, he did not tell anyone present about this, and they could only guess about his thoughts. And he walked away from everyone and quietly said that maybe then he could become himself again. Meanwhile, the lights were on in the house of former chairman Lee Sung-hak, and people from Gorang were guarding it outside. Then a car drove up to the house, and Police Chief Cho Won-ho, who no longer liked this situation, got out. He looked up at the stairs, where a large group of men had gathered, apparently guarding someone important. This person was Chief Jong, who had invited him to meet at this place, so he was now waiting for him. He poured himself some sake, and then he was informed that the chief of police had arrived. Then he ordered him to be brought to him. This was heard by Won-ho, who did not like this attitude towards his person, and he expressed this to his boss. He said that he represents the police after all, and these thugs act like they don't care, but Jong said that he is more like a security guard. Won-ho sat down and then saw that there was another person in the room. He addressed him, saying that this was their first meeting. Ryu Tae-hyun sat in front of him, and the boss said that he imagined him to be completely different from how he turned out. He added that he had a tough temper and noticed the scratches, but Tae-hyun said that such comments infuriate him. There were indeed scars on his face from Shion's cuts, but the reminder of this only irritated him. He said that he could have done the same with the boss's face, and Won-ho asked Jung if everything had gone according to plan. He added that it seemed like their luck had run out, and before they started, he wanted to make something clear. Then Jong beat him to it. As if reading his mind, he said that he simply did not want to deal with the bandits. Won-ho responded with a question, asking how he could trust those he didn't know, and Jong said that then he could leave. He reminded him that he had already told him that they didn't come here to make friends, and Won-ho grimaced with displeasure. He looked at Tae-hyun. In fact, he himself understood that they were not doing this for the sake of tradition or the common good, and also not to advance your career by sucking up one job for your boss. Jong poured sake for everyone and told Won-ho to stop talking and be ready to cooperate with them. When everyone was listening intently, he got down to business, asking who they now needed to eliminate first. Seung-min stood in a morning suit near the department where the memory of all the members of Il-hak was kept, among whom was Tak-boy. He stood in the right place and thought about what his grandfather would do now, because he would know exactly what to do. Tak-pi was his uncle. Like all the other knives, they did not have time to take him to the hospital, and he died in the car. But how many pleasant memories there were about this man. He remembered how he once broke an icicle while sitting on his shoulders. Then he also asked if the man was the oldest of the knives, and he was surprised, saying that he was the youngest. But little Seung-min said that he was the biggest, and Uncle Jong-ho said that the older you are, the taller you become. Then Seung-min replied that he hoped he would grow up quickly and become even taller than Uncle Tak-bae. Jong-ho just approached them, and the young master said that now he decided that the tallest one, that is, Tak-bae, would be in charge. The three of them started laughing, and then Tak-bae told him not to joke like that, because Choi Jong-ho was in charge. However, the boy continued to laugh. He liked to tease Uncle Tak-bae because he never got offended. The memories ended, and Seung-min's thoughts returned to reality, wondering why he suddenly remembered this. After all, he never became higher than Uncle Tok Bay. He should have stayed alive until now. He slammed his fist against the glass door in frustration, asking who allowed him to leave their family so soon. His eyes turned red and tears rolled down his face. Standing next to him was Jung Ho, who was also sad. He looked away so that the young master would not see his tears, because now it was important to remain strong. Waiting for them on the street was Yi Su, who came to also express his condolences, but did not go inside. After a while, they came out and, seeing Yi Su, greeted him, and he said that perhaps the time was not the best. He added that he was terribly ashamed because if he had driven faster, Jang Tok Bei could have survived. But Jung Ho interrupted him, saying that it was not his fault because the speed of the car would not have solved anything. And then Sung Min spoke. He said that he would like to thank him on behalf of all the Ilhak members. Then he bowed as was customary and added that they now owed a huge debt to Daisang. Therefore, Director Bayek should not blame himself for the fact that everything turned out this way, and Jung Ho was touched by the chairman's words. Seung Min added that although they suffered losses, it was a small sacrifice compared to what they did for them. Thanks to him, they could now continue to live to fight. So Jung Ho bowed to him too. Then Yi Su walked up to them and put his hand on Seung Min's shoulder, saying that there is no need to bow like that. After all, wasn't he the chairman? Which means it would be awkward for him if he bowed his head in front of him. He advised him to straighten up and let go of his sorrows, and also added that Tok Bei must have meant a lot to him. Seung Min agreed, saying that it really meant a lot, just like all the other knives. Then Yi Su opened the car doors, saying that in turn they should allow this man to accompany them. After all, their safety was the main priority. Boris, who was just perfect for the role of a bodyguard, got out of the car. Meanwhile, back in Goreng, at the Red Crown Hotel, Tai Hyun stood in front of the mirror and examined his scars. He had 2 claw marks in the area of his left eye, as well as a scar from a metal fishing line on his neck. He took a moment to get acquainted with his new face, and then got angry and hit the table with his hands. Just like that time when Chief Zhang said that they should leave Daisong alone for a while. He explained that if Goreng attacked, their other opponents would also make a move, while Tae Hyun licked his wounds. He asked, even if it was not HHS but Tianxiong, whether he could handle them in this state. Then they were interrupted by Wan Ho, who dared to express another crazy idea about the gangster world. He asked why Goreng and Tianxiong should not unite and make a truce, because that would be nice. But Tae Hyo looked at him with an incomprehensible look, saying that it seemed that the boss still wanted to remain without a head. He started to talk about how Goreng would never ask anyone for help, but his thoughts were interrupted. It was a security guard who came in and said that the car was ready, but Tianxiong was asked to postpone the meeting. He added that their informant reports that they are meeting with someone right now, and Tae Hyun became wary. The meeting was supposed to take place in the Chinatown of the Dalim district, because this was their territory. Yi Su approached one of the small eateries and was immediately greeted by the waiter. He asked what he wanted, but Yi Su replied that he was not hungry and only wanted to talk to a certain girl. The waiter said it was quite funny to come to the restaurant full, but then asked who he was looking for. Yi Su then placed his business card on the table, asking if he could have a few words with Lady Cha Yuhua. As expected, the man was not just a waiter. He said that he would tell his boss about the visit from Daesan. However, they had something to deal with first, and with that, he suddenly took out an axe and slammed it on the table. The man was strong, somewhat similar to Jin Wung, but Yi Su had no difficulty in grabbing his hand. He said that he didn't think that guests were greeted so rudely here, he didn't come here to fight, and in general he was alone. As he explained this, he noticed that other men in the establishment stood up from their seats. One of them attacked Yi Su with an axe, saying that Daesan had no right to talk to their boss. To avoid a collision, Yi Su kicked a nearby chair and it flew towards the man. In some strange way, the seat in it became separated, and the enemy was distracted by this, which Yi Su took advantage of. He put his hand forward and stopped the man as if he were a child, but they had serious weapons. But Yi Su didn't seem to care. He grabbed him by the head and slammed his head into the ground, causing him to drop the axe. The other men simply looked on, but soon they also took out various types of axes, preparing to attack him. One of them wanted to be the first to rush into battle, but suddenly someone stopped him, and when he saw who it was, he immediately retreated. It was a girl who had a sharp machete in her hands. She told everyone to move out of the way, calling them non-entities. In an instant, she was near Yi Su and then jumped off the table, immediately raising her hand to strike. Even though she was a girl, Yi Su could clearly see her muscles, and she was also incredibly fast. In addition, he managed to notice how during the flight, she grabbed her knife differently in order to attack in the other direction. This is what she did, but Yi Su was able to defend himself by placing his knife in time to block. the girl interested him. He analyzed her, thinking that she had managed to change the trajectory of her blade as she turned around. He asked if they had met by chance before, but the girl replied that he should shut up, otherwise she would cut out his tongue. The fact was that not only Seoul criminal groups were drawn into the war that began after the fall of Ilhak, but also foreigners from the southwestern region, which was under the control of the Han and Joseon people. It was there that brutal showdowns most often took place, and in this chaos, in the middle of a bloody battlefield, a flower bloomed. This flower was a separate organization called Tianxiong, whose members were called Untouchables. And now this girl, who was one of them, stood in front of him, which means it will not be easy to defeat her. And she seemed to like that she finally had an experienced opponent. She told him to try to catch her. None of them had yet managed to attack a second time, when suddenly the girl was called out by someone's authoritative voice. It was Cha Yuhua who addressed her by name, asking Shulan what kind of circus was going on here. But the girl replied that she didn't have to worry about anything, and anyway, wasn't she going to a business meeting? She turned to Yisu again, saying that since this vile bastard came here, she would deal with him herself. But Yuhua interrupted her, saying that she asked about what was happening here, and what the girl was going to do did not interest her. Then Shulan replied that this scoundrel from Taisan was looking for her, but, as one could see, did not show due respect. Then Yuhua looked at the table with the axe. She turned to the waiter, asking if this was his weapon. And he still held her hand, asking instead of answering what else he could do, and she decided to remind him. She took the axe back, asking if he had forgotten everything they had done to sleep peacefully at night. They shed the blood of competitors and cut off the hands of their relatives, and the man was hot-tempered even then. She sank to the floor with him, continuing that now they could not lose the status that they had received at such a price. She said that they only took up arms to protect their comrades, recalling the oath he took. With these words, she handed him the axe, and the man accepted it, remembering what he had once promised her. Yisu noticed that there was a completely different atmosphere now. Yuhua ordered everyone to calm down and not fight. But even so, Yisu understood that it would not be easy. He greeted her, saying that a little more, and he would have been dead. Then the girl hurried to him, asking if everything was all right, but he replied that he was fine. His request was much more important, because he said that he came to seduce her, so he asked to give him a little time. Hearing this, Yuhua told him to follow her, and after a while they were already sitting in Tianxiong's office. She told Shulan to go too, but the girl didn't like the director of Taisong and didn't try to hide it. And Su noticed this and said that after all, she and the guys overdid it a little when they met him, because it was dangerous. But the girl turned away, saying that she recognized that it was their fault, but she still didn't like the director, and she couldn't do anything about it. And Su replied that it was very nice of her, but still not very regrettable. Then Yuhua came to them. She brought iced tea, saying that she thought Yisu was going to seduce her, not Shulan. Then she asked what he wanted to discuss, saying that she already guessed, but would like to hear it from his lips. And Su said that in that case, he would get straight to the point, without long preambles, which she already knew about. He looked at her with a cheerful look, saying that they were going to start a war with Gorang, and he wanted to know whose side Tianxiong was on. Yuhua didn't think twice, saying that she, of course, would be on the winning side, but Yisu didn't like that. He said that she was going to attack the winner, and Yuhua asked why he thought that. But Yisu asked if he was wrong, explaining that when Taisong and Gorang clashed, it would be a good moment for Tianxiong. After all, no matter who emerges victorious from this battle, he will not be able to breathe peacefully, and he could not allow this. Cha Yuhua understood what he was hinting at when she asked if that was why he wanted them to become allies. But Yisu replied that this was not necessary. He only asked them not to take any action. Then he said that then Taisan wouldn't have to take any measures, but they already swung at him. It was Xiulan who took his words as a threat and put a knife to his throat, saying that she would still tear out his tongue. But Yisu simply smiled, saying that she was getting excited again, and if it were her, it would be wiser to retreat. Seeing that the girl was not reacting, he suddenly changed his gaze, saying that if she put a knife to his throat again, he would pull out his own. He then turned to Yuhua, saying that he came alone and was in no position to threaten. The girl nodded. He said that after all, he was here to talk about the agreement, so there was no point in disturbing them. Otherwise, he will show what real blackmail is. Hearing this, Yuhua told Shulan to stop. She looked carefully at Baek Do-kyung, who for some reason seemed a little different to her than usual. Yisu put a small box on the table, saying that he would not be so eloquent if he showed up empty-handed. He said that he had prepared a gift for her, so now the decision was hers, and she asked in surprise if it was really a ring. The box really looked similar, and this made Shulan angry again, but Yi Su calmed her down, saying that it was just a joke. Opening the box instead of a ring, Yuhua saw a flash drive with the inscription "One Sync" glued to it. The girl took the flash drive, asking what was stored on it. Somewhere she had already heard about a similar name. Yi Su replied that she now had a bone of contention in her hands, and the reason why he was forced to destroy Gorang. He said that he would tell them exactly what it was, but in exchange, they had to join them as allies. Yuhua looked at the flash drive again. She was really interested in the offer, but she wasn't completely sure. She said that she needed time to think about everything, and then she would inform him of her decision. And then Yi Su left them. After he left, Xulan asked her mistress what she was going to do now, but she replied that she did not know. But the girl didn't seem satisfied with the answer, saying she had to make decisions like a boss. He added that their role is simply to obey, and Yuhua said that it should be that way, but she already said that. She told her that she was not fit to be the head. She turned to Xulan and with tears in her eyes said that she was scared to death. Xulan approached her, asking why she was crying again, since she handled the situation very well today. But Yuhua rushed to her and clung to her chest like a child, saying that Bak Do-kyung's face was creepy. She suggested transferring powers to Xulan, even if it was too late for this, but it would be much better. She said that she was never proud of the lead role, and did not understand why the girl did not want to help her. However, Xulan interrupted her by sharply withdrawing her hand, and Yuhua fell. She looked at the girl, and she told her not to talk nonsense. She asked if she really said this seriously because, in that case, her words made no sense. But Yuhua said that she herself saw how people took up arms, and there was no longer a committee or an agreement. She added that in this situation, they will simply drown in blood, so they need a strong leader. For her people, the Tianxiang oath no longer meant anything, so the risk of bloodshed increased. However, Xulan did not share her thoughts, saying that no one had dared to break this oath before, and now they did it for her. Their boss and good friend? And what's wrong with being a little weak? She said that she can be strong, and Yuhua can continue to cry on her shoulder, and handed her the paper. Yuhua accepted the role because she needed to dry her tears, but she said it sounded pretty rude. Xulan replied that it was because she didn't learn Korean well, and this time it was more like a joke. Meanwhile, several men were sitting in one of the eateries, discussing their recent fight with the guy from Daesan. This one was the same waiter who first attacked Yi Su. The man's name was Min Su, and he was telling his friends about the situation. Another man, apparently older than the others, said the negotiations had gone well, but they had screwed up. He was still talking when suddenly a car crashed into the diner, smashing the glass doors to smithereens. The fragments rained down in all directions. The men stood in bewilderment, because such an appearance meant only one thing. Min Su asked his comrades if they were injured, and men in gray sweatshirts began to get out of the car. They looked quite strong. Their face was covered with a bandage, but something immediately caught the eye. Meanwhile, 2 more cars drove up to the building, and men also got out of them, approaching Min Su and the others. Min Su greeted the men, asking if they had made a reservation, since he didn't remember such large orders. Instead of answering, one of the thugs showed a badge on his jersey, which showed the Daesang Group logo. Then one of Tianxiang's people took out an axe and attacked him, saying that they had decided to attack them after all. But before he could strike, the man jumped up and kneed him in the face so hard that he broke his nose. Out of surprise, he lost the axe, and the man intercepted it, and then swung at the enemy. It seemed that he seriously intended to cut off the poor fellow's head, because there was not an iota of hesitation in his eyes. Another second, and the fatal blow would have finished off the man, when suddenly someone came to his aid. Some strong man hit the thug from Daesung, and he flew back, and the axe slipped from his hands. At the same time, the man was answering the message, because he had a receiver in his ear, at the other end of which his boss was speaking. The unexpected rescuer turned out to be Jin Wung, who was talking to the director, saying that he could hear well. He said that he had already arrived in Tianxiang territory, but he was not here alone, and it seemed that others were not at the same time with him. He said that for some reason they were wearing badges with the emblem of their organization, but the men were clearly not from Daesan. Yi Su sat in the office, saying that this was his innovation because he thought the idea was funny. He asked if Jin Woon wanted such a badge for himself, and he replied that he didn't need it. He knew everything himself. He was still talking, and at the same time began to approach the men with Daesan badges, saying that this would not work. He saw that they weren't even professionals, which means it would be quite easy to deal with them. After all, right now he was our only shining example that would completely clarify the situation. Meanwhile, Xulan sat with her head down and regretted that she had not dealt with Director Tesna earlier. Yuhua tried to say that they were not yet completely sure who attacked them, but Xulan didn't think so. She said that as expected, Daisong can't be trusted, and they should tear him to pieces. The girl stood up. But Yuhua replied that the one who handled the situation before it got out of control was also Daisang. She added that it would be foolish to believe that those bandits were their subordinates, because no one hangs badges in the most visible place. She continued to think out loud, saying that these people wore Daisang badges and attacked them when they were thinking about cooperation. But this was a rather strange coincidence, so you couldn't just blindly trust him. But Xiulan only stuck her knife into the table, saying that there really was a cold calculation here. A certain group, wishing to sow enmity between them and Daisong, attacked their organization. And just at that moment, the real Daisong rushed to their rescue, which, as it seemed to her, was nothing more than a performance. Then Yuhua said that she had thought about it too, but Xiulan interrupted her, saying that now it was important not to get to the bottom of the truth. She said they couldn't just sit back while the Daisong bastards did whatever they wanted. They needed to bring justice because Tianxiong was hurt, so she approached Yuhua and asked what the instructions would be. Yuhua understood that a lot depended on her decision now, so she needed to weigh everything carefully. Seeing that she was hesitating, Xiulan agreed that this was her problem, but then asked whose orders they should follow then. But Yuhua asked to let her think it over a little more, and then suggested turning to Mr. Wang for help. Xiulan didn't really like this idea. She asked what this man had to do with it, because he was not their leader. Yuhua then replied that she was just talking about the possibility of asking for help, not understanding why the girl was constantly angry with her. She wanted to continue, but Xiulan interrupted her, hitting the table with her machete and telling her to remain silent. She said that if Yuhua doesn't find a way to deal with Daisong, she will be forced to do it herself. Yi Su, meanwhile, finished his work in the office and arrived at the site of the massacre, where more people from Daisong were fighting. Everything around the diner was relatively good, but when he went inside, he realized the seriousness of the bandits' intentions. He noticed a knife on the floor and looked at it. The edge of this knife was dull, and chips appeared on the blade. Not an army knife, but an ordinary knife that could be found everywhere, told him that these people were not sent by Chief Zhang. He then reached one of the cars left by the bandits and opened the door, being surprised to notice something. In the salon, he found a 100 yuan bill, but he was more surprised by its origin, because it was the currency of China. Then he began to think that some Chinese organization had started on Tianxiong, but he did not understand why. His thoughts were interrupted by a call. It was Seong Min, so Yi Su picked up the phone and reached into his pocket for cigarettes. He asked the chairman what happened, and he asked if he really went to Tianxiong alone. Yi Su replied that it had already happened, saying that going there as a group would not be the best decision. He then decided to ask the chairman what interested him, asking if he knew about the Chinese branch of Tianxiong. But Seong Min said that Chinese groups had not been heard of for a long time, so it would be better to ask Zheng Ho. Yi Su said that he understood everything, then wished him a successful business trip and added that he would wait for the results. Seong Min, in turn, told him to be careful because it would not hurt, and Yi Su wanted to light a cigarette. Suddenly, someone did it for him. It turned out that while he was talking, a man approached him and handed him his lighter. Seeing him, Yi Su told the chairman that he would call back later and hung up the phone while looking at the stranger. The man apologized for interrupting him, saying that he must be busy so he wouldn't keep him long. He introduced himself, saying that his name was Wang Han and that he handled currency exchange in the area, and then asked who Yi Su was. He also introduced himself, saying his name was Baek Do Kyung and he ran a company called Daisong Group. He also noticed that the man was walking across the broken glass floor as if it was no big deal. Hearing that he was from Daisang, Wang Hao bowed, wondering how he could not recognize such an important person. And Su told him to stop because he was embarrassing him. And then Wang Hao asked him for a cigarette, and the guy handed him a pack. The man asked why he came here, and Yi Su replied that there was a pogrom here by people who pretended to be members of Daisong. Wang Hao then clarified that he claimed that people from his organization would not do such a thing, to which Yi Su agreed. He said that for this reason the case haunts him, and it also seemed to him that the man expressed himself too harshly. Hearing this, Wang Hao hastened to assure him that he did not mean to offend him in any way, he just might have chosen the wrong words. Yi Su asked what the man was doing here, and he replied that Mrs. Chan asked him to clean up all this mess. He said it was because he had a lot of free time, but Yi Su was thinking about Zhang Yuhua. Then he said that he came here to study and analyze the situation, so he asked him to leave later. And Su thought whether this man could be somehow connected with those thugs, and he suggested that he start from the other end of the room. He said that he had to wipe the tables for now, and Yi Su watched him for a while because there was something strange about him. He wondered why he didn't want to leave him alone, but he told him to call him if he found anything suspicious. Then an idea came to him. He went into the abandoned car and wrote a message to Seung Min about this man. He asked if he knew a man named Wang Hao, who was supposedly involved in currency exchange. Meanwhile, the man approached him, saying that he asked him to inform him if he noticed anything suspicious. He said that it was a mere trifle, but it seems that Director Dason changed his cigarettes because he used to smoke Japanese ones. Wang Hao explained that when you work in an exchange office, you learn everything about everyone. So he remembered that 5 years ago, Baek Do-kyung smoked different cigarettes. Then Yi-soo replied that it was probably because his tastes had changed, but Wang Hao said that he did not smoke often. Otherwise, he would have known that the gas in his lighter had long since run out, and Baek Do-kyung used to be a heavy smoker. He added that it was like he had taken up a cigarette for the first time and looked at him with a strange look. Yi-soo admitted that his words put him in an awkward position. He said that he must have let his guard down. Then Wang Hao replied that this was most likely the case, and with these words, he bent down to pick up a sharp piece of glass. He squeezed it like a knife, asking if the guy would allow him to show what he was hiding in his breast pocket. This was unexpected. Yi-soo clearly did not expect such details. He realized that the man was not so simple, and he had already jumped over the table, intending to attack him with a fragment, which again caught Director Beck by surprise. Meanwhile, Seung Min finished his business. The business meeting was successful, and now they were preparing to return. He was sitting in the car, and Jung-ho told him to rest, and he replied that he could not get used to his new rank. He then turned to the big man, saying that Director Beck asked him about someone a while ago. He said that the man's name seemed to be Wang Hao, and upon hearing this name, Jin Wang's expression changed. He said that he had not heard this name for a long time. He could not believe that this man was still in Korea. He once managed the Dragon Egg Exchange Office, and sometimes worked as an informant. Then Seung Min said that if he was an ordinary informant, then he posed no threat, but Jong-ho said that was not the case. His appearance does not bode well for Taeson and Crane especially, and Seung Min asked about the latter. Jung-ho explained that when the Crane fell 15 years ago, the Southwestern foreign organizations simply went wild. It was real chaos, and at that time, Wang Huo was the head of the Black Dragon Triad organization. He was the threat of the entire Southwestern region, and kept any of the other gangster groups at bay. Jong-ho added that because of his conflict with Crane, they, Knives, also lost their previous leader. This was new information for Seung Min. He did not expect that their organization would also be involved in this. Meanwhile, Wang Hao attacked Yi-soo with his glass shard, and he barely managed to dodge the cut. But literally, immediately, Wang Hao lunged towards his head. Yi-soo managed to dodge again, but the enemy's speed was amazing. When he wanted to grab the man's hand to stop his attacks, he swung his other hand, in which he was clutching nails. Yi-soo didn't even understand when he was able to put it together, because there was an omission that he fought with brass knuckles on one hand. He managed to cut Yi-soo's cheek, but he said that the rumors were true, and he had amazing abilities. Yi-soo, in turn, noticed that the man did not look too much like the owner of a currency exchange office. He asked who he really was, but Wang Hao said that he wanted to know too much, all at once. He swung and swung his claws of nails and glass again at Yi-soo, but he dodged this time too. Wang Hao then said that this time he should ask him a question first, asking if he was really Baek Do-kyung. But Yi-soo replied that unfortunately he did not have a business card, and the last time he showed it, he was almost hacked to death with an axe. He saw that the enemy was trying to intimidate him and was using improvised means in battle. This spoke of his rich experience. Suddenly, he raised the knife up as if to say to stop the fight, because he had received a message and he wanted to look at it. It turned out to be from Seung Ming, who said that Wang Hao was currently the third most powerful of the Black Dragons. Reading this, Yi-soo said that the man's fame runs ahead of him, because he was just advised not to get involved with him. However, Wang Hao replied that all this was already in the past, asking if that was all, and the guy would try to escape. But Yi-soo said that, of course, he wouldn't be able to do this, and besides, they still don't know much about each other. Therefore, they should continue the fight. And he also said that he wanted to see what kind of material he was made of. He had a sharp blade, and Wang Hao had improvised brass knuckles made of nails and glass. They attacked each other, and Su realized that he was dealing with an unusual opponent. He put his finger on the blade of the knife as Su-ae taught him. They fought, and each of them was quite experienced and strong, not inferior in skills to their opponent. When they separated for a minute, Wang Hao said that it really didn't matter whether he was Baek Do-kyung or not. He said that he had learned from personal experience that people who hide a lot of things should not be trusted. And Su was a little amused by this, and he smiled slightly, saying that he agreed, because he remembered his boss. Then Wang Hao said that the guy looked very confident for someone who had his last chance. He asked if he was really thinking about running away, but Yi Su replied that he had no plans, because they still didn't know so much about each other. They rushed into battle again, saying that in this case, they should get to know each other better and solve everything like men. Suddenly, Wang Hao threw his brass knuckles in his direction, and as professionally as if he had thrown knives. Yi Su easily repelled the attack with his blade, thinking that it was just a diversion, but he was wrong. The man suddenly appeared opposite him and swung his fist. Even though it was a real attack, Yi Su did not have time to react. This is because he moved incredibly fast, so when he put out the knife, he was already preparing to strike. He bent his hand into a fist, putting his knuckles forward, which allowed him to soften the damage from the edge of the blade. And then with one precise blow, he knocked the knife out of his hand. Yi Su thought with surprise that he must have been well trained. In addition to this, Wang Hao said that Director Taisang had a rather weak grip. It was a mockery. However, what happened next dramatically changed the course of the battle, because the man grabbed his knife on the fly and swung it. His reflexes and speed were simply amazing, but it was not for nothing that Yi Su was the squad leader. He was able to block the blow. Now he said with ridicule that Wang Hao, as he saw, could not keep his hands to himself, because it was not good to take someone else's property. Instead of answering, the man pressed harder on the knife, and it cut the dial of the watch that Yi Su put under attack. And then he sharply hit Wang Hao's hand and also managed to knock the weapon away from him, saying that it seemed that his grip was no better. Just like the man before, he caught his knife on the fly and prepared to strike back. The attack was successful. Wang Hao could only stick out his shoulder to protect his stomach and internal organs. So now he was wounded in the forearm, but instead he thought about the fact that the guy in front of him was clearly not Baek Do-kyung. He cast his appraising glance at his opponent and noticed several details that confirmed this. For example, the way he held his blade, because now he had removed his finger from the blade to hold the hilt in his fist. He put his left hand to his chin and put his right hand forward, and it all looked more like an army stance. This explained both his strength and the fighting skills he had just demonstrated. In a word, the guy was strong. His thoughts were interrupted by Yi Su himself, who said that the jokes were over and rushed at him, preparing to attack. He was not inferior in speed to Wang Hao, but he managed to dodge, although the knife passed as close as possible to his throat. Immediately after this, he hit him with his elbow, but the man blocked this blow too. Now it was his turn. Yi Su twisted his hand strangely, but it was necessary for the blow he was about to strike at the man. At the last second, when the knife was almost near his neck, he squeezed it tightly again, but he failed to stab Wang Hao. The man first blocked it and then jumped to strike with his knee, and now Yi Su had to block it. However, the man's attack did not end there. He landed, only to jump back again for another blow. This time, it was more difficult to predict because his body was rotating as if performing a combat element. The result was not long in coming. Yi Su failed to put up a defense in time and was kicked in the face. Upon landing, the man said that the director was making him sweat, which had not happened for a very long time. He added that he was really starting to doubt his abilities, but Yi Su understood that this was just sarcasm. He swung again, but Wang Hao jumped back again, not allowing himself to be touched by the knife. This was beginning to irritate him. But suddenly, Yi Su got an idea and put his foot in front of him, causing him to trip over it. The man could not foresee this. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, being taken by surprise. He thought that the guy skillfully used different techniques and had an excellent understanding of the situation. This all said that he was trained to fight. Perhaps he even underwent special training. And Su, meanwhile, attacked him with a knife. It was very dangerous, and the battle could end at any moment. Wang Hao fell into the car and managed to grab the doors at the last second, which saved his life. He pulled them aside as if to close them, but in his case, they served as a shield, preventing Yi Su from finishing him off. It was also noteworthy that the car was armored, and its doors were also highly rigid. Yi Su couldn't get it, but it wasn't for long, so something had to be done immediately. As expected, the moment allowed him to gain only seconds, and a moment later, Yi Su was already looking inside. However, the interior of the car was empty. The man seemed to have disappeared somewhere, although this again turned out to be a distraction. As he lay on the floor, he noticed a metal pipe that had broken off from somewhere in the car's spare parts. But now it happened to him like a weapon. During the time that he won, he managed to go out through another door and jump onto the car. He did all this incredibly quickly, and now jumped off the car, attacking Yi Su with this pipe, but he was able to block it. This prank amused him a little, and he mockingly asked whether in war really all means are good. But the rusty pipe could not be called a weapon, because although a little sharpened, he had a knife. But his words had no effect on the man. Wang Hao lowered the pipe down only to attack sharply. He hit his opponent's weapon with it, and his knife cracked and broke into two parts, which he did not expect. And Su was shocked, because this was the first time this had happened to him. This blade always seemed very reliable, and Wang Hao gloated, saying that in war all means are indeed good, but it depends on how you use them. Meanwhile, the untouchable from Tianxiong was also preparing for the upcoming battle. She was in charge. There was no way their organization could lose, because it would mean a complete collapse of everything they had built for so long. Xulan remembered Yuhua, thinking what a fool she was, and she said that we need to act before Taisan completely loses his belt. Suddenly, she screamed that Zhang Yuhua was a stupid dumbass, and the men behind her looked at each other because she had insulted their boss. Of course, Xulan said this out of despair, and not because she really thought so, because Yuhua was also having a hard time. In fact, she was not a strong woman, and now she sat in her office, thinking about the situation. She thought about the words of Xulan, who said that she would do everything herself if she did not find a way to figure it out. Apparently, after all, she could not find anything, and she felt a little sad. She asked herself what her friend wanted from her. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a man's voice asking if she was there, and Yuhua replied to come in. He was a short old man who introduced himself as Ku Changjun, saying that he ran several mahjong halls in Sinlim. Yuhua then asked what brought him to her, adding that she could have visited him herself, but he only smiled. He said that at his age he needs to move more and that he felt uneasy, so he decided to see what was wrong. The girl replied that everything was fine, inviting the old man to sit down, and he asked where her assistant was. He added that she always followed her around, but now he didn't see her anywhere. Yuhua replied that they had a little quarrel. The old man thoughtfully repeated her words, and then asked if that was why she left. It was clear that he wanted to give her advice. Then the girl told him not to be afraid to speak, because she would not judge him, and rather, on the contrary, would listen. Chang Jun began by saying that he spent 15 years in Senam Quan, so he saw with his own eyes how Tianxiong was created. He also saw how Mrs. Chan grew up, and she said that she heard about it because the old man helped them a lot. The old man continued, saying that Xulan was quite strong, and it would be difficult to pacify her. But there was also Wang Hao. This one had not yet given any reason to doubt his devotion to her, however. In his opinion, it was worth being more careful. He took the girl's hand in his palms, saying that once a year the stick shoots, so she should remember this. However, then he said something very strange, asking whether it would have been better to break this stick in advance. When Chang Jun was leaving, he dialed the number of the person who asked him to find out the situation inside Tianxiong. He said that everything turned out to be even worse than he thought, because even the untouchable rebelled against Yuhua. The person he was talking to was none other than Tae Hyun. He said that Tianxiong was clearly losing his stability. And then he displeasedly asked the old man why he was playing the fool and didn't act, because he himself wanted it. He recalled how he said that he wanted to save the world for Tianxiong, and even then, Tae Hyun agreed to help a little. He said that the old man said something about perestroika, asking, since even the untouchable would not interfere, then what were they waiting for? Then Chang Jun simply replied that he didn't know the whole picture, because who would have thought that they would be so weakened? He added that a knife may be frighteningly sharp, but you will never know it has become dull until it fails you in battle. He walked to the window and raised his hand as a signal, saying that Xulan was most likely heading straight to Tasang. This also indicated that Chan Yuhua was left completely alone, and in this case, the operation could begin. He said that today she would die and looked contentedly at the men, who, seeing his signal, began to come out of hiding. Yuhua stood near the window and dialed her friend, but soon she began to worry because she did not answer the phone. She couldn't get out of her head the words of Chang Jun, who said that Wang Hao should be broken in advance. After another call that went unanswered, Yuhua irritably asked where Xulan had been. She decided that since she was ignoring her, she should come to her herself, and then left her room. The guards from Tianxiong asked where she was going, because now the Tisan bastards were hanging around everywhere. However, Yuhua only asked about Xulan, and the men said that she had gone to deal with Daisung on her own. Then the girl chuckled displeasedly, saying that she always did whatever she wanted, but now she had to stop her. Then one of the guards waved his hand to the others, saying that in that case, they would go with her. Yuhua thought that it definitely couldn't be Daisung, because they would never act so cowardly and vilely. If they were planning to betray them from the very beginning, then there would be no need to show them the One Sync project. Therefore, she had to stop Xulan at any cost, because attacking Taisan would only make the situation worse. She was walking down the sidewalk when suddenly someone shouted her name and her guards turned around. They saw who did it. In front of them stood a guy in a gray sweatshirt with a Taisang badge on his collar, and in his hands he was holding a metal pipe. It turned out that he was not alone. In an instant, a whole dot of the same men appeared from behind him, and they all also had the same emblem. One of them mockingly turned to Yuhua, saying that she should know how dangerous it is for a girl to walk around alone. He said that they would be happy to escort the lady, but she replied that she did not need their services. However, the guy turned out to be assertive, saying that there is nothing easier than keeping someone like her on a leash. Hearing these words, one of her subordinates could not tolerate such an attitude towards his boss and attacked the guy. But suddenly, another man from Tianxiong swung his hand and hit him on the head with all his might with a metal pipe. Yuhua was shocked. She certainly did not expect this from one of her most loyal people. But now everything was clear. The guy who did this told her not to think anything bad about him because he did not want to harm her. The same could not be said about the man he hit, because now the back of his head was covered in blood. But the guy said that he did all this for Tianxiong, so he was forced to turn to his boss. He said that it was time for her to resign, and the rest of the men and boys surrounded them, taking them into a ring. Meanwhile, Yisu's situation was no better. Now he was left with only a broken knife against an armed enemy. Wang Hao did not spare him. He swung the pipe to kill. One precise blow would be enough to end everything. He noted that it seemed that this knife was very dear to the guy, so it was a pity that now he would not be able to use it. The knife was indeed useless now, but Yisu did not care, because in the war he had not fought with such a thing. For now he managed to evade because the pipe was not sharp, but this could not last long. He understood that the enemy would try to defeat him by cunning, and, as if to confirm this, Wang Hao threw down his weapon. It hung in the air for a moment, but then he deftly grabbed it with his other hand. Fortunately, Yisu noticed this. The man hit him, now from the other side, thinking that this was the end, but the guy was able to repel that. This is because Xulan had already attacked him like this once, so the technique was familiar to him, and he was able to escape. Wang Hao was also impressed that the guy succeeded. He said that his skills were definitely above average. And Su looked at his knife again, or rather at what was left of it, and said that this was enough for him. Hearing this, Wang Hao laughed, saying that he recognized his abilities. But was he really serious? He asked if he thought too much of himself, and advised him to be realistic in this situation. He said that the guy didn't really know anything about himself, let alone the enemy he was fighting. Then he deftly twirled the pipe in his hand and pointed it at Yisu, saying that he had seen few such people in his life. They all ended up the same way when they met him, but Yisu didn't listen as he looked at his reflection. Then he suddenly agreed with Wang Hao, saying that sometimes it seemed to him that he had completely stopped understanding himself. He hid his broken knife and reached into his belt, saying that this time he would do things differently. A new blade appeared in his hand, which looked very sharp. He said that now he would do everything his own way. He then wished the man luck, telling him to try to stay alive. Now he assumed an army stance. Wang Hao wanted to ask what he was muttering to himself, but before he could finish, Yisu swung sharply at him. If it were not for the pipe exposed in front, the blade would have passed through his chest, but this served as protection for the man. But this was of little use, because Yisu had already pounced on him again. Now his movements had become faster and more precise. Wang Hao barely had time to block. Once he almost missed a direct attack to the head, but managed to substitute his shoulder in time. And he fought seriously. Now he was determined to defeat the man at all costs, because he could not lose. Defeat for him meant that Dyson would not be able to become the strongest organization, and this was not part of his plans. He was well trained in the army, so he skillfully fought not only with weapons, but also with his hands and feet, and Wang Hao felt this well. Suddenly, Yisu stepped back, swinging for another attack, and the man thought that this was his chance. However, he simply did not have time to strike back, because Yisu had already hit him with lightning speed. This time he narrowly avoided the fatal blow, realizing that he could not block all of his attacks. So he decided to use this as an advantage to get him closer, and Yisu was already running towards him. Wang Hao thought of finishing him off with one precise blow, but instead, Yisu slammed into his shoulder, preventing him from striking. And then he threw him to the ground, tripping him up, and the man fell down, not understanding how he managed it. Yisu held his leg tightly, so the man could not pull him along with him, and the pipe in his hand was in the way. With a crash, he brought him down, putting all his weight on him, and then prepared to finish him off with one precise blow. His gaze was as wild as ever when he fought to the death, because his life depended on it. Wang Hao must have already accepted the fact that he could not defeat the guy in this form. He said that he was not a person. No, in front of him is simply a real demon in human form, who will now take his life. This is what was supposed to happen. Yi-Soo had almost completely lowered his hand when suddenly someone called him. It was Kyung-chun, who also helped them, and now became a full-fledged member of Daesan. He said that trouble had happened. As usual, chewing a cookie, he said that there was a rebellion in Tianxiong. No, it was more like a coup. This saved Wang Hao's life, because Yi-Soo stopped at the last second. Now both of them were looking at Weasel. Wang Hao said that there was no point in this, because why would Tianxiong do such a thing in the current situation? Yuhua didn't understand this either. She silently watched the bloody carnage, where the last people loyal to her protected her. One of them said that she should get out of here immediately, because they would not last long. Another guy ordered everyone to get out of the way to take her to safety, but the girl remained standing. The situation got tense. The guys asked where Mrs. Shulan was, because now her strength would not hurt them. He was told that there was still no contact with her, but now it was worth thinking about how to take their boss away. One of her men took the girl to a garage that happened to be open, not far from where they were fighting. At the same time, old man Chang Jun, who in fact was the main organizer, was watching the stage. He asked Cha Yuhua for forgiveness, justifying himself by saying that this was the only way Tianxiong would regain balance. Things were really bad for them. She only had 2 guards left against a whole group of bandits. Yuhua grabbed her head. She suddenly felt bad, and she remembered Shulan, asking where her friend was. And Shulan at that time was almost fighting, but the initiative was clearly on her side, unlike them. The untouchable woman perfectly mastered the art of fighting with a machete and could even stop a passenger car. However, the guys who were supposed to fight with her also understood this, and no one dared to attack first. But Yuhua didn't know about this. She locked herself in the garage and put her head in her hands, as if she wanted to isolate herself from this world. She felt scared again. She remembered how her friend promised never to leave her alone, but now it was just like that. A little more, and she would have burst into tears from hopelessness. But fortunately, she was lucky this time too. She heard someone ask who this guy was who appeared so suddenly and killed everyone. For some time, she still heard moans and screams, and then everything suddenly stopped. Someone began to approach her hiding place. She heard a familiar voice asking her to open the door, saying that she was now safe. The girl didn't answer right away, and Yi-Soo had to explain that it was him and that he dealt with those bandits. Hearing this, she carefully opened the door and looked at him. Director Daesang was indeed standing there. He said that they didn't have time, so he would keep it short, and then asked what decision she had made. He said, since the girl prefers to hide behind this door, he will not dissuade her. Perhaps it's even better. After all, there was a war outside, and if it was going to come out, then it would have to decide on the choice of its side. Go against him and die, or join him and swim through the sea of blood together with his guys. With these words, he extended his hand to her, waiting for an answer. The girl was still shocked, although she understood him. And Sue said that the choice was hers, so she should make it right here and now, because it would be much better. For a moment, her memories took her back 10 years, when 3 men created her organization. One of them reported that Ilhak talked about transferring business ownership rights to Korean organizations. Another of them said that in this case, as soon as they take control of the southwestern region, they will all be driven away. Koo Chang-jun was also present at the meeting. He said that then they would again have to do all the dirty work for someone else. Finally, a third man spoke up and said that that was why he had collected them all, because there was one solution. Chang-jun looked at him dissatisfied. He asked what solution he could have for such a problem. Then the man slammed the folder on the table, attracting attention. It was Wang Hao, then the head of the Black Dragon Triad. He said that they would create their own Korean organization, which would answer only to them. After all, Cho Nun's shop was once one of Ilhak's enterprises in the southwest, but he collapsed and she went bankrupt. Even Ilhak's boss couldn't find her, so they will create the Cho Nun Company and run it together. Then Old Man Chan asked who would become the head in this case, because it would be pointless if it was one of them. Then Wang Hao replied that none of them would have to do this, because he was able to find Cho Nung's daughter. At the moment, the girl was 19, and it was she who would become their boss, inheriting the company. The men clearly disagreed with this, saying that she was more suitable for them as a daughter than as a director. But their debate was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the girl herself, and Wang Hao told them to greet the new boss. President Cha Yuhua entered the room accompanied by Shulan, who even then had always protected her, and Wang Hao suggested changing the name to the Chonan Trading Company, saying that this way we could enter the world stage. Then the men asked again whether he was seriously planning to hand over control to the girl, but he told them not to worry, assuring them that he would take good care of her, so everything was fine. He promised that with such a leader, their company would never fall apart, and Yuhua sat in confusion. For some reason, she remembered all this when Yi-Soo extended his hand to her, and now Tianxiang's future depended on her decision. She was about to reach out to take his hand, but something in her head stopped her, and she involuntarily froze. For a second her hand hung in the air, but then she took it back. Now she knew what she had to do. And she answered that she could stand up herself, getting up and putting on her glasses to hide her red eyes from crying. She noticed with surprise and fear that all the bandits, including the traitors from her organization, had been defeated. But it was just one garage. It's scary to imagine what was happening on the street, and he did it all. But then she noticed that besides Yisu, there were two more guys, and one actually seemed like a teenager to her. She asked if the three of them really dealt with all the men, and added where Shulan was then. She suddenly had a very unpleasant thought, and she grabbed the phone, saying that she had to contact her. But suddenly her attention was attracted by a wounded man who said that he was unlucky because the operation had failed. He added that both the boss and Mrs. Shulan were supposed to die today. However, her friend could still meet such an end. Meanwhile, Shulan was riding in a car with a small group of men who were under her command. She turned to the guy who was sitting next to the driver, asking how long they had to go. But before he answered, she interrupted, saying that she was not happy with something else, and it was very serious. She asked if they had to go like this, saying that she felt uncomfortable and cramped in this place. She told the two men who were sitting on either side of her that it would be much more spacious if they left. She suddenly began to push them away, but they asked the lady advisor to be patient a little longer, because they were almost there. The driver noticed that she was more irritable than usual today and told her so. He asked if she really didn't get along with her boss again, but the girl replied that everything was fine between them. However, the man only smiled, saying that this meant that she had quarreled with her boss, and now they would also be punished. He said that Julan probably wouldn't really think anything through, but she protested, saying that it was all Yuhua. The man smiled again, saying that in that case, the head had some kind of plan, but the girl did not believe in it. She said that she was just a mumbo-jumbo, and she was a simple person. Give her an order, and she would carry it out at any cost. She said that they must be true to their principles, so let her either be stopped or killed. But the man did not share her enthusiasm. He said that not everyone was ready to die while carrying out the task like she did. He continued, telling the lady counselor that people are afraid of death because not everyone is as brave as she is. He said that their life is just a struggle for survival and they just want to exist in peace. These words made Shulan cool down a little. She said that she somehow didn't think about it, although she should have. She said that apparently she was so thick-headed that she simply couldn't understand it. Suddenly a strange thought came into her head, but she no longer doubted its veracity. She asked again when they would finally arrive, but this time no one answered her. The men did not dare. Then the girl herself said that even such a thick-headed person as she already realized that they were riding in circles. Then the guy who was sitting next to the driver apologized for the fact that his hand was about to fall off. It was a very unexpected apology, but then he justified it by turning to Shulan, who wanted to grab the blade. However, she was prevented by two men who took her by the arms, not allowing her to get a weapon. She was in shock. Finding herself unprotected, she was unable to dodge a direct attack from the guy, who punched her right in the face. He smiled contentedly, saying that it was nice, and he had wanted to do this for a long time, just like the others. He told the men to hold her tight, because if she breaks free, they are dead, and this was without exaggeration. Suddenly, he was interrupted by Shulan herself. She looked at the guy with a wild look, and he realized that he was telling the truth. The driver then spoke up, saying there was nothing they could do because they were just trying to survive. But Shulan did not want to listen to his nonsense. Her legs were not tied, so she loaded one into his head. This was not the best idea, as he was unable to hold the steering wheel and the car began to roll uncontrollably. Then one of those who held her said that the man should not let go of the steering wheel, but while saying this, he himself let go of her hand. His comrade reminded him to watch the mistress's hand, but it was too late. This was enough for her to get out. She pulled her hand out of captivity and sharply pulled the other, so the two men bumped their heads. At that time, she grabbed the hand of one of them in the same way as she had grabbed hers before, saying what a weakling he was. She said that he had not an ounce of muscle, but only fat, so this stump would make an excellent pillow. Meanwhile, the man who was sitting in the driver's seat still lost control. At first, their car began to weave from side to side, but soon turned completely over on its side. The doors themselves opened in the air, and the men fell out, and the rest of the car stopped. A minute later, someone's foot knocked down the doors on their side. It was, of course, Shulan. It seemed that she was not injured at all, and the incident only made her angrier, and she got out of the car. It was a little unusual to fight in such an environment, but she had already prepared for everything, and she didn't have much time. She saw the driver lying crushed by the car. She asked if this was really what he wanted to live for. In this case, they were all simply unlucky, because she was stronger than each of them, which means there will only be one winner. She suddenly felt funny. She asked if they really used their brains so much that they laughed at all this. But she thought that she was the stupid one. Then the girl asked who would awaken the desire to live in her. For a while the men hesitated, but then they began to gradually approach her, saying that she was only one. One of them was the first to rush at her with a knife, but this turned out to be a bad idea, because Shulan was just evil. Before he could reach him, she hit him with a direct kick to the face, and he, of course, immediately passed out. He also dropped the knife, which, however, she did not need at all. She understood that she could cope with such a pile of garbage without a knife. Meanwhile, the other guy was already rushing at her with an axe, saying that this time they won't lose. But these were just words. In just a moment, Shulan's knife pierced his hand, which he instinctively put out. Her machete was incredibly sharp, but for some reason it got stuck in her hand, and the man screamed in searing pain. While he stood there, unable to move, another enemy was already running towards the girl, also with a knife. Shulan saw that the blow would come from the other side, but she would not be able to repel it because of the blade, which was stuck. So she came up with a crazy idea, although it was cruel, but they deserved it. She pushed the man. This allowed her to pull the machete out of his hand, and she now swung for her devastating attack. Another man, who was running at her with a knife, was knocked down, and now the girl has completely chopped off his hand. He screamed in unbearable pain and horror, but the untouchable continued to beat him and the other one. She grabbed the man by the only remaining hand and swung again, and he screamed in horror that he wasn't standing. But from Shulan's face, one could understand that the girl didn't care about their requests. Now she was defending her pride. So, without an ounce of regret, she swung the knife, and this time the blade cut off the man's entire left arm. He even lost consciousness from the shock of pain, and Shulan turned to the other, who froze in horror. The girl gloated. She asked why he was so scared because she was only one, as he himself said. He didn't even have time to say the last words when he received a fatal blow, and the blade pierced his body. The rest of the men stood near the cars and looked with fear at the girl, who was not called untouchable for nothing. She also agreed that the nickname sounded a little pretentious, but she really liked it. Seeing how scared they were to death, she said they were squealing just like pigs in a slaughterhouse. The men themselves had already realized that they could not defeat her, even though they were outnumbered, so all that remained was to run away. They quickly got into the car to leave here as quickly as possible, when suddenly she threw her knife between the doors. As a result, they remained open, and while the man was recovering from shock, she was near them in the blink of an eye. Once upon a time, she was given this nickname for a reason, because her trained body and skillful skills spoke for themselves. Wang Hao stood on the roof of Tianxiong's main office and smoked a cigarette, before which he had to fight again. He said that renegades like them worked tirelessly, shedding sweat, blood, and tears, all to prove that renegades like them are worthy to stand on a par with the main Korean organizations. Everything so that they too could take over the southwestern regions, and now this old man is trying to destroy everything. He asked him why he organized the coup, and Ku Chang-jun asked Mr. Wang to listen to him. He said that Chang-nun was finished anyway, but Wang Hao told him not to talk nonsense. Then the old man shouted, was he really not aware that even the state wanted to interfere in their affairs? With the help of the One Sync project, which will allow the government to take control of all shadow business. He added that the world is changing, all criminal gangs will disintegrate, and Chonan along with them. The committee is no more, and now anyone will want to grab a piece of their company, so we need to unite, like in the old days. With these words, he extended his hand to Wang Hao in the hope that he would agree with him, but the man just stood there. He hesitated to answer because the decision was not easy, but in the end he took the old man's hand. He asked if all the criminal gangs would really disintegrate, and Chonan along with them. The old man hastened to assure him that it would be so, but he interrupted him, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Then he squeezed his bony hand tightly, saying what he had already told him when the organization was formed. Then he said that their company would never fall apart, and it wasn't even about the young girl boss. Chonan is a beautiful flower that only blooms at night. That is exactly what their organization was like. Shulan, meanwhile, had already finished with all the men who had been assigned to capture her. Now she was sitting on the hood of the car, covered in someone else's blood, but she emerged victorious from the battle. Wang Hao also did not plan to retreat. He said that only let people try to touch their cheonong. After all, then they will store the most deadly poison for them. He put a knife to the old man's fingers and then cut them off. It came out so easily, as if he was cutting a carrot, but the man was incredibly serious. A week later, Tai-san again met with the Tianxiong members, who, however, did not look very friendly. Shi An and Jin Woon were both there, and the former asked what was going on here because the atmosphere was tense. He said he thought they helped them, but they looked like they wanted to kill them right there. Jin Woong agreed with his thoughts, explaining that their boss was attacked by people who pretended to be members of Daisang. And among Tianqiang there were many fellow traitors, so now they need time to make up their minds. They must figure out whether to consider them enemies or friends, and for this, Yisu and Wang Hao sat at the negotiating table. Wang Hao began by saying he would like to apologize, saying that their leader wanted to hold this meeting herself, but was unable to. He argued this for personal reasons on her part, but in fact he arranged everything himself. The girl was in captivity, and armed men guarded her everywhere so she could not come. But Yi Su also guessed something like that, asking if a not very busy employee of the currency exchange office would replace her. He asked if Wang Hao was actually the only one with real power in Tianqiang. Hearing this, the man smiled, saying that in this case, he would get straight to the point, because the guy guessed correctly. He leaned forward, asking if Director Baek wanted to join his Chunung. Yi Su was slightly shocked, and Wang Hao continued, saying that they already knew about the One Sync project. He said that in such difficult times, Daesung might need a good ally. And they, Chonun, are ready to lend him a helping hand. He took a vase from his half of the table and handed it to Yi Su. But the guy replied that it was difficult for him to say, because they had already entered into an alliance with Ilhak and his knives. Then Wang Hao said that this wouldn't hurt them at all, because they were just pawns at the moment. And Su was surprised by this reaction, because the man told the truth. He replied that it even bothered him a little. After all, it seems that he simply wants to take over their organization under the guise of alliance and friendship. But Wang Hao told him not to be so narrow-minded, because he must understand who really stands behind Cheon Nun. He rolled up the sleeves of his jacket, showing off his tattoos of black dragons, the symbol of the triad. Meanwhile, it began to rain outside. Shi An was the first to notice how droplets of water flowed from the roof onto everyone gathered. However, the men continued to stand in their places, waiting for the end of the negotiations, and at that time, someone approached them. It was Xiu Lan, who had blood on her clothes, and approached one of the loyal team members. She asked where Mr. Wang was, and the man replied that he was currently negotiating with the head of Daisan. The girl ignored his words, intending to go inside, but a tall man blocked her way. It was Jin Woong, who asked her not to enter now, because the directors were deciding the issue of cooperation between their organizations. But Xulan answered him with a clenched machete, which she had prepared for battle, asking who the man thought he was. Then Jin Woong turned to Cho Noon, saying that Daesan was showing great leniency towards their antics. However, this only angered Xulan. She said that they behaved like masters, and also called it condescension. Jin Woon replied that in this case, he believed that a conflict could not be avoided, and began to unbutton his jacket. Another minute, and they could all disrupt the meeting of their heads, interrupting negotiations, which was completely unprofitable. Shi An seemed to understand this better than others. He said that he could still let this girl through. He said that she still wouldn't make a difference, because all she could do was be sarcastic and show her character. This seriously infuriated the girl. She attacked the guy as if she was going to cut him into pieces. Her machete stuck into the wall near Shi An's ear, but he didn't raise an eyebrow, which surprised the untouchable. She approached him, saying that if he continued in the same spirit, he would lose his second arm, because one was already dislocated. But Shi An just smiled, asking if she was talking about this hand, putting the karambit to her stomach. The girl did not expect this. She said that he would then stab her, and she would cut off his head, and the guy replied that he was so scared that he almost killed her. Xulan was amazed at the impudence of this guy. She wanted to answer him, when suddenly Mr. Wang Hao called out to her. They had already finished negotiations and were now returning to their area, so the girl had to leave too. She told Shi An that she would sort things out with him somehow, and the guy asked Jin Woon if she was really flirting like that. The girl approached Wang Hao, who asked her what was the matter and why she behaved this way during the negotiations. But Xulan hesitated to answer, saying that she couldn't say it right now. She looked at Yi Su. Then he said that they need not worry, because they were already leaving, and added that they could not count on their help. His words seemed to be quite expected by Wang Hao, so he returned to Xulan again, wanting to know what happened. Then the girl became noticeably worried. She said that Cha Yuhua was missing, so she caused this commotion. Mr. Wang was very surprised by her words because he personally assigned a dozen guards to her. The Daisang members were returning to their headquarters, and Xi'an asked if it was true that they would not help. He said that there was no point if they treated them like that, but Yi Su said that it wasn't that bad. He replied that at least they were convinced that Chonan was subordinate to the Black Dragon Triad. Yi Su suggested that they were probably trying to get into Korea through Wang Hao, and Cha Yuhua was just his puppet. Shi-an agreed with the commander, saying that there was no other way to say it, but added that he was quite rude. After all, was it really worth saying such things about the girl who was riding with them right now? But Yuhua only lowered her head. Then Kyung-chun intervened, saying that Shi-an himself called her a puppet, but he told the little one to remain silent. But then he apologized, saying that in fact he was great, because thanks to him they were able to free her. It turned out that everything was planned in advance, because Yi-soo guessed that the girl might not be allowed into the meeting. Then it was Kyung-chun who snuck under the guards' noses and kidnapped their boss without even starting fights with the guards. Yuhua was grateful to them all, but she asked Yi-soo why he thought she would join them. The guy replied that a person who has not lived his own life all the time would want to do something like that. This is exactly what his intuition told him, so he decided that the girl would also share his assumptions. But in any case, he said that Taesan was happy to accept her into his ranks, and Laska handed her a cookie. Meanwhile, the men Wang Hao assigned to guard the head awkwardly made excuses to him. They said that everything happened so quickly that they didn't even realize when the girl disappeared from the room. One of them dared to say that they had absolutely nothing to lose, and Wang Hao agreed. But he said that those who did it also thought so. He found a chocopi wrapper in the corner of the room. It was Kyung-chun's mistake, who didn't think that they could be identified because of this, because he was the one who ate such cookies. Wang Hao clenched the wrapper into his fist, saying that this damn Taesan had crossed all boundaries, and this was too much. Meanwhile, Yuhua was thinking about how it all began, because 10 years ago she went to a regular school. She even had real friends who helped her get out of school unnoticed every time. In another of these cases, they left through the side exit, but unfortunately, they found her here too. Xiulan came to pick her up and asked if she hadn't told the girl to go out through the main gate of the building. She grabbed her tie, saying that because of her she had to make a considerable detour around the school. Then one of her friends asked what she was doing, threatening that they would call the police. But Yuhua rushed to reassure them, saying that everything was fine and it was just her slightly harsh nanny. Her friends were still a little worried, but did not insist and left, saying that they would write to her manager. These were her last memories of them, because since then they saw each other less and less, and then stopped altogether. When she was already in the car, she decided to ask Xiulan why she always comes to her school. She reminded her that she promised to take care of her, and kidnapping is not a concern, but Xiulan responded with a question. She asked what she was going to do if she was kidnapped for real, because she was now the head of a trading company. She added that these were not toys for her, because someone could really do this and then return her without several fingers. She told her to think about it and to be grateful that she was coming for her, because then this would not happen. Then the girl stopped being indignant. She said that she understood, but asked to be kinder to her friends from school. After all, they were worried about her. At that moment, her phone vibrated with messages. She remembered her friends saying they would write to her, so it must have been from them. But Xiulan turned away, saying that the girl was incorrigible. She asked if she was really the boss at the school. Yuhua told her not to talk nonsense, because she was an ordinary student there who was respected by many, but she did not boss anyone around. Xiulan stood in the room at Tianxiang's main office, where Wang Hao now sat in Cha Yuhua's place as the director. He addressed the girl, saying that Daesan kidnapped Yuhua, showing the wrapper that Kyung-chun dropped. He said that as Xiulan could have guessed, they would use her to become a leader at the next meeting. However, he added that Daesong had overlooked one thing, and now it completely changed the course of events. After all, since the committee has disintegrated, the triad of black dragons will take everything into their own hands, and for this, they can do without Cha Yuhua. However, Xiulan didn't understand him. She asked why he thought they wouldn't need Yuhua anymore, to which Wang Hao replied that the most important thing for them is Chonun, and it was worth thinking about what he is like now. He added that Cha Yuhua didn't really do anything for their company, so there's no point in her anymore either. Xiulan still didn't understand what he was getting at, but a minute later she was already on her way with the team to the mission. She said that they must free Cha Yuhua at any cost, even if they have to get into the very center of Daesan. Min Su, who was driving with her, said that they had already arrived and asked where it was better to park. The girl replied that he should drive into the underground parking lot, then they could attack on the sly. They turned into the parking lot, trying to drive quietly and not attract attention, but most importantly, they were already inside. 3 cars of them arrived, and from each of them came the men she had selected for this task. Xiulan was the first to run forward, when suddenly the bright light from the headlights blinded them, and she heard the voice of the head of Tessin. He said that they were late, because he and the guys had been waiting for them for a long time. The girl realized that he had planned everything. She covered her face with her hands, thinking about the best thing to do, but only one thought was spinning in her head. Baek Yi-soo stood leaning against the car, and behind him were people from Daesan, and they outnumbered them. However, Sulan didn't care at all and ran towards him, asking where they were keeping Cha Yuhua. Instead of answering, the guy threw her boss's glasses at her, and this made the girl stop and lower the mask. She thought for a moment, and then clenched her glasses in her fist, because she interpreted this differently from what Yi-soo thought. Then the director hastened to explain to her, telling her that the untouchable should control herself for the sake of her boss. He asked if the girl really thought that she could solve everything with another fight, because that would only be worse. He told her to think carefully before taking the next step, since Yuhua was their hostage. He joked, saying, "You never know what might come to his mind if he gets angry." She took the hint. He told her people to drop their weapons, and the same went for her if they wanted to resolve everything peacefully. Ming-su and others from Tianxiong listened to him and threw down their knives and axes, because the head was above all. Only Shulan remained, and Su said that he was waiting for her too, because he feared the girl most of all. Shulan had no choice but to obey, and then Yi-su told her to listen to him now. The girl remembered the words of Wang Hao, who said that the most important thing for them is Chonun. And if everything has already turned out this way, then it's time to think about what he is like at the moment, and also about what Cha Yuhua did for him. And she was now upstairs in Daisan's living room, looking out the window. She pressed the phone to her chest, thinking about Shulan, because she was probably worried about her and was already looking for her somewhere. Her thoughts were interrupted by Director Baek, who entered the room saying that she had guests. Shulan suddenly appeared from the door, and Yuhua could not hide her sincere joy at seeing her friend. She immediately began to proofread her, saying that they constantly told her to be careful, but Yuhua interrupted her. She suddenly shrank like a hedgehog, because she didn't know what her reaction would be, and said that she was here of her own free will. As expected, Shulan was very surprised and asked what she meant by her own will. Yuhua then said that she couldn't do this anymore. It was unbearably hard for her to be the president of the campaign. She said that she had had enough, but Shulan grabbed her, asking what nonsense she was talking about. But Yuhua spoke in all seriousness. She said that she was so scared that even her hands were shaking now. She had never been so scared because before, Shulan and the people she trusted were always with her. Then she was sure that they would protect her, and she could easily become the boss they so needed. But then her voice began to tremble, and she said that something could not get out of her head and was very bothering her. These were the views of people whom she trusted, because first they protected her and then tried to kill her. Then Shulan shook her by the shoulders, saying that it was all over and she had finished off all those bastards. However, Yuhua replied that she no longer trusts anyone. She asked why her friend came here. Did she really want to kill her too? Having said this, her pupils dilated from sudden fear. Shulan stood in shock at her words, because it meant that she was abandoning their organization. She suddenly grabbed the girl by the neck, saying that maybe her leaving wasn't such a bad idea. After all, after she deals with her, the Dragon Triad will take control of Chonun and seize control of Seoul. Jin Woon, who was standing next to Yi-soo, decided to help the girl, but Yi-soo stopped him by putting his hand on his shoulder. As it turned out, they really should have just waited, because Shulan let go of her neck. She said that she wouldn't do that and hugged Yuhua, who was even more surprised, thinking about her friend. Her eyes became wet again, but she no longer hid it, and Shulan asked if she had forgotten. Shulan was abandoned when she was 3 years old. The Triad raised her, so removing a couple of people is nothing for her. She said that she chose Yuhua as her boss, and she cannot leave this post just because she wants to. She added that her friend was under her protection. Not a single enemy would lay a finger on her. It was her will. No one would crush Cheon-noon or hurt her, because she was an untouchable from Cheon-noon. And Cha Yuhua was her Chonung. Hearing this, tears rolled down her face, because Shulan rarely said such things. They stood for a while and looked at each other, while Yi-soo and Jin Woon waited without interfering. Suddenly, Yuhua backed away from her because Shulan attacked her, asking why she didn't answer her in the manager. Yuhua replied that it was because she was in a hurry and didn't take her phone charger. Meanwhile, Wang Hao tried to call Shulan because he was expecting a report from the mission to rescue Yuhua. However, for some reason the girl did not answer the phone, and he was forced to disconnect because he had guests. He apologized, saying that he was distracted, and suggested continuing their conversation, turning to the guy. Ryu Tai-hyun was sitting opposite him. Wang Hao said that he heard that he is the CEO of Gorang. He noticed that he knew almost nothing about him, but this would not affect his attitude towards the guy. He then turned to the other guest, saying that he had heard that he was the commander of the special squad, Zhang Seong-ho. The boss replied that he was also glad to see him, remembering that he was the head of the information center. Wang Hao started by telling how Daisong had recently attacked their company and kidnapped their boss. He said that he, as her deputy, would not leave this just like that and would certainly teach Daesan a lesson. So he approached the men, asking if they wanted to work with him against Daesan. He added that together they would definitely deal with him and Ilhak by striking back. Then Chief Jang stood up and said that it was a great honor for them to work with him. He reached into his jacket pocket. He took out a lighter, saying that they would give him their full support and share everything they knew. However, he asked Wang Hao if he knew that director Bak Yi Bak Do Kyung was two different people. The boss lit a cigarette for him, and Wang Hao was surprised by his words, asking if it was true. He said that he heard that director Daiseng had a brother, but he died suddenly. Zhang replied that he did have a twin brother, but judging by the funeral, it was not so simple. He said that his brother is a special forces soldier, and his skills are also honed to the limit. The older brother was trained by the Yakuza, and later he became the leader of his own gang, and the younger brother joined the special forces. Identical people with completely different lives. The only thing they had in common was their appearance. Hearing about the similar appearance, a picture began to take shape in his head. But Wang Hao decided to ask what the boss was driving at. And he did not hesitate to share his guess, asking in response what if Bak Do-kyung is from Daesan. Not really who he says he is. He looked at the deputy with an interesting look. And then he continued, saying that under his guise there could be a completely different person hiding. Then Wang Hao remembered how during the fight, the guy suddenly changed his stance, and his movements became faster and clearer. He said that if it was really his brother Baek Yi-soo, then that would explain a lot. Tai-hyun was perplexed as he watched their conversation. He wondered what they were talking about, because how could Baek Do-kyung not be Do-kyung? But Wang Hao said that whether it was Do-kyung or not, it made no difference to them. He looked at those present, asking if he was wrong, but Zhang was in no hurry to agree with him. He said that in fact there is a difference and it is significant for those who care. Then Wang Hao asked what he meant by this, because of course they cared if the success of the operation depended on it. Then Zhang handed him the photo, saying that he meant the one with whose help they could shake off Daisang and rebuild it at your own discretion. There was a guy in the photo, but his face was not visible. Meanwhile, a rather interesting performance was beginning in Daesan, but Yuhua was categorically against it. She told Yisu and Shulan to wait because there was no point, but no one listened to her. Shulan was taking off her jacket, preparing for another fight. This time she wanted to see it through to the end. But Yuhua still tried to stop them. She ran up to her friend and grabbed her hand. However, Shulan threw her hand away and turned to Yisu, saying that if he wins, she will become his obedient dog. But if victory is hers, then they will put a leash on him. Yisu silently began to take off his tie. He shared the girl's idea, and the only one who disagreed was Yuhua. She asked what would happen if Shulan got hurt. But the untouchable replied that then it would be so because she did not plan to retreat, and neither did Yisu. He reached for the knife in his pocket, only to throw it on the floor, turning to Cha Yuhua. He told her not to worry because he would be easier on her friend. He could take her down with his bare hands. Then Shulan rushed into battle, saying that if he let his hand be chopped off, she might even let him live. She swung the knife, but Yisu managed to jump back in time. Her machete was longer and sharper than an ordinary knife. Then the girl raised her hand for another attack, but was very surprised when the guy suddenly attacked her. She didn't think that he would go on the attack so quickly because she had the advantage of weapons. She pulled her hand back, asking if he really thought he could survive this fight. After all, he wasn't just fighting with her, she was fighting for Master Van. No, for the entire Black Dragon Triad. She released the blade from her hands, but Yisu knew that it was only for a second, and now a new attack would follow. That's what happened, but he foresaw it, so he was able to avoid the collision, although it was quite close. He remembered how Wang Hao used a similar technique, a wide swing and long attacks. And even with a change in trajectory, she took it all from him and also mastered everything masterfully. Yisu continued to analyze it, thinking that in this case, he just needed to choose the right strategy. Meanwhile, the girl continued to attack him, asking where his courage had gone. She swung again for a long attack, and Yisu realized that this was his chance. He went to meet her. Then, just like in the fight with Wang Hao, he slammed his shoulder into her arm, preventing her from making a good swing. Thus, her attack was late, and he used this to strike back at her chin. It was also noteworthy that he hit with a hand, and not with a fist, as if to understand that he was not fighting seriously. The girl also realized this, but she only became angrier. It was the first time she had met such an opponent. However, Yisu showed that he did not intend to bother with her for long. Within a second, his fist was near her eyes. He stopped at the last moment, but it was clear that such a blow would have knocked out the girl. He asked how she now thinks whether he is ready or not, because now she has seen enough. He said that Wang Hao raised her and taught her everything he knew, and then asked why she left the triad for Cha Yuhua. His gaze suddenly changed, and he asked another question, asking if she had betrayed the organization. The girl stood silently for a while, but then replied that she had arrived in Seoul for one single purpose. This goal was to protect Cha Yuhua, and to this day she remains loyal to this order. So if the triad was targeting her boss, then she hit Yisu's hand, then they are the real traitors. And then she said that now the guy must answer her question whether he can go against the triad. Instead of answering, Yisu clenched his fist and aimed at her hand in which the girl was holding a machete. With one precise blow, he knocked the weapon out of her hand, just as Wang Hao had done to him a week ago. Yisu then responded to her, saying that of course he understands. It won't be easy to face them alone. And Shulan couldn't believe that he knocked the knife out of her hand so easily, and this angered the girl even more. Yisu, meanwhile, continued his sentence, saying that this is why he has already started sharpening knives for confrontation. But the untouchable did not know how to give up so easily, so she bent her leg for another blow to the head. She even made a small loop in the air to confuse him, preventing him from setting up his defense in time. And then, when she thought she had gotten him, she asked with a gloating smile how his progress was going. However, to her surprise, the guy was able to stop the attack at the last second, and her foot hit his forward outstretched hand. He replied that the successes were small so far, but already noticeable, and the names of these knives that he sharpened were Ilhak and Chonun. With these words, he gathered all his strength and spun the girl around, holding her leg, so that she lost her balance and fell. He pinned her to the ground with his knee, grabbed her by the throat, and swung her, saying that it didn't matter who stood in their way. Whether it was the Triad, Gorang, or the One Sync project, it didn't matter because they were Daisung. He spoke like his brother. Meanwhile, in the Incheon area, Su-ah was waiting to meet one person because it was very important. She wasn't entirely sure whether he would come at all, when suddenly a car parked near the building where she was standing. Seeing who came out, Su-ah thanked those people, saying that she appreciated that they were able to give her time. Chairman Lee Seung-min and Choi Jong-ho got out of the car and could not help but respond to the girl's request. But they asked why they had to go so far, to which Su-ah replied that she would tell about everything later. She said that she could not do this yet to avoid information leakage, and they went inside. She said that first they need to go up to the 6th floor, but they are currently undergoing renovations, so they should be careful. Adding that it was best to take the stairs, she led the men behind her, entering a spacious corridor. In appearance, it looked like an ordinary office, but the doors Su-ah led them to looked unusual. There was a fingerprint scanner on them, and the girl put her index finger. The doors opened. It was a small room, more like a hospital bed, because there was a bed in the center. It was covered with a curtain, but they were able to distinguish the silhouette of the person who was lying there. This was also a man. Seung-min suddenly remembered the words of director Dae-sun, who said that he would somehow introduce them to one person. Apparently, this was the one they were supposed to meet. Su-ah opened the curtain and they saw him. Their faces expressed surprise, because the man who was lying on the bed looked exactly like Director Baek. Su-ah turned away from them. It was hard for her every time she saw the boss like this, so she went to the window. Seung-min looked at the man for a moment and then asked if this was the real Baek Do-kyung. Jong-ho said in surprise that he was in Seoul now, but Seung-min replied that in that case, it was his brother. His twin brother Baek Yi-soo was in Seoul, and the man in the hospital bed was the real Baek Do-kyung. Then Jung-ho asked So-ah how they held the funeral then, but the girl replied that Do-kyung did not die. He was seriously injured and fell into a coma, but his heart was still beating, albeit weakly. That's why she was still looking after him. Her voice trembled, and Jung-ho apologized for making him remember this. Then Su-ah said that until Mr. Do-kyung wakes up, no one should know about the true state of affairs. So she was forced to ask them for a favor, and then she took out the photo and showed it to them. She said that Principal Baek's Japanese name is Oyama Ryugasaki, and the story is related to the Oyama Gumi clan. More precisely, with its head, she said that they thought for a long time whether it was worth inviting them to Seoul at all. Since the current Baek Do-kyung doesn't look anything like Oyama Ryugasaki, they made Yisu look like him as much as possible. However, if the Oyama Gumi find out about this, they will certainly take the bait and rush here themselves. So it was. Men in suits were already leaving the airport. One of them was dissatisfied with the attitude of the Koreans towards them. He said that even dogs meet their owners, but here not only did no one meet them, but it was also unclear where to go. This guy said we need to remind them where they belong so they will have more respect for the boss. His name was Oyama Shogo. He was a member of the Oyami Gumi clan, deputy head and second in strength, and Shogo was also Do-kyung's sworn brother. In Tokyo, Japan, in the heart of Roppongi, a luxury hotel with 16 floors was located. Suddenly, a man ran out of it who seemed very frightened by something because he even called the police. He told cops that someone was screaming in the top floor suite, and when he tried to enter, a man with a knife blocked his way. Then the inspector asked him to calm down and give information about the guests, but he said that he was sure that they were the Yakuza. Hearing this, another policeman said that they were completely crazy because this was the center of Roppongi. But the inspector thoughtfully said that the man should have told them about it right away if he was absolutely sure. Together, they prepared to go upstairs, but the police said that it was better for the man to stay downstairs. The inspector said that they would try to come to an agreement, because if this was really the Yakuza, then everything was not so simple. However, his young colleague thought otherwise. He pulled out a gun and entered the floor, telling everyone not to move. There were two men standing in the hallway who were armed, and the policeman told them to drop their knives. But they only laughed, asking if he really threatened them, and the inspector realized that the matter smelled of kerosene. He told his partner to stop it, but the guy, whose name was Matsuda, shot at the ceiling. He addressed the men, saying that it was a warning shot, so they had better listen to him. Then the inspector put his hand on his shoulder, asking if he really didn't understand what he was doing now. They heard someone coming out of the room in the corridor and heading towards them, leaving bloody footprints behind them. The guy who came out to them was Oyama Shogo. He was wearing a white robe stained with blood, and he was holding a katana in his hand. He said he heard a shot and asked who did it, and then saw the police and looked at them with contempt. He walked towards them, dragging his katana across the floor, and said that shooting at the hotel was extremely incompetent on their part. Then Matsuda aimed at the guy, but the inspector hastened to stop him, saying that he was crazy. He explained to the guy that they had received a call, and they had to respond, but they did not know that Oyama-san was here. After listening to them, the guy said that in this case, he would cooperate, because after all, his clan was to blame for this. He turned around, telling the police to follow him because he would take them to the crime scene. Matsuda angrily asked the inspector why he was so polite to the potential criminal. But the man told the guy to calm down, because if you don't breathe right next to this man, then they will immediately end. He led them into a room where everything was littered with the corpses of people who had apparently been killed by the head of Oyama-gumi. Then the guy explained that some bunch of scum had dared to tarnish the name of the Oyama clan, and now they saw what it led to. Near him stood two more men, also armed, and on the floor there was a red pool of blood from dead people. Shogo said that he had already reported everything to their superiors, but there were other guests at the hotel. He did not think about it. He added that he would sincerely apologize to them, saying that the hotel belonged to his family and he was probably too relaxed. Then the inspector said that since those at the top already knew about everything, they would settle the situation themselves, but Matsuda did not agree. He screamed, was the guy really going to get away with a simple apology after all? They had killed so many people. Shogo looked at him saying that he must be new and addressed him by name. He asked Matsuda to explain one thing to him, asking if it was forbidden to kill people in a hotel. He placed his blood-stained hand on his shoulder, telling him to stop talking and listen to him. There was so much blood everywhere, and he asked who would kill people in their home if there was a hotel where it was not prohibited. After all, it was better than spreading dirt at home. He looked at him, asking if he didn't agree. He wanted to say something else but was distracted by the ringing of the phone, which was vibrating on the table. The guy walked towards him, taking his hand from the cop's shoulder. He did it especially slowly so as to leave a mark. Matsuda looked in horror at the stain of someone else's blood left on his shoulder, as if he too was involved in all this. Oyama, meanwhile, received a call asking what happened, and the voice on the other end told him to go to Korea. He asked what the man meant when he said that his brother was dying, but then everything became clear to him. He realized that he had just been informed about his half-brother, who was in critical condition. This is how the Oyama-gumi flew to Korea, and Seung-min and Jong-ho were already preparing for their arrival. The chairman asked if they were really as great as they were said to be, and Jong-ho nodded. He said that the Oyama Corporation was the largest construction company in Japan, but that was just their front. In fact, this is a gang of Yakuza that controls the entire Japanese underworld. Korea also has their allied organization. It was created with their direct support, and the name of this organization is Daison Group. And if the Oyama-gumi find out that Baek Yi-soo is now leading Daison, and not Do-kyung, they will have big problems. Meanwhile, a car arrived at Daisong's main office and was greeted by 2 rows of men forming a corridor. The driver opened the door, and a young man with the same red eyes as Baek Do-kyung got out of the car. He said that the name of his brother's organization was too big for such a small fry because it translates as Great Mountain. He then saw Chairman Lee Seung-min and Jung-ho, asking what kind of sucker and gorilla they were. Seung-min bowed as a greeting and said that he was the chairman of Ilhak, an ally of Daesan. He also spoke about the temporary absence of director Baek Do-gyung, but Oyama Shogo interrupted him, saying that he didn't even know how to speak properly. He asked which one of them could be the chairman and said to call Baek Do-kyung, who he wanted to talk to. This behavior did not suit Jong-ho at all. He said that it was too much even for the Yakuza. He added that the head of the organization was still standing in front of them, and then Seung-min grabbed the suitcase of one of them. The Japanese looked around, because they didn't expect the guy to stop them, but it seemed that's what he wanted. He turned to Shogo, saying that their insignificant and weak organization was not even close to their great clan. Therefore, they were unable to give them a proper welcome. With these words, he took the suitcase in his hands. He bowed again and asked them to show their boundless generosity, and they would not remain in debt. Seeing how he bowed down, Oyama Shogo mockingly said that it was somehow unchairmanlike to bend his neck in front of others. Of course, Seung-min didn't like it either, but he thought that he was willing to do it as much as he wanted if it meant protecting the others. Then Shogo approached him and said that it was quite good, because it was his way of expressing his respect to their clan. However, he noticed that the person behind him continued to stand straight and at the same time reproached them for their disrespect. Seung-min became agitated, saying that there was a misunderstanding, but Shogo had already given orders to his men. He told a guy named Nobu to teach the man a lesson in etiquette, because if an old tree doesn't want to bend,